notice. But this is going to be a problem because eventually the Valentina will be picked up. But XYG says, nah, we don't need that.
So they just ban it.
Exactly.
They can just ban it. Exactly.
What do you think about the Fredrin pickup on the third pick? I mean, like, it could be very crucial to the draft. That's why they pick it up instantly. But it's one of those heroes that we see get through every now and then. So I don't know. What do you feel about this?
I feel first of all, I don't like it because there's already Ruby and Faramis, which we don't know. We know that will be a problem for the Fredrin. Fredrin's great versus the Roger in a way, in many ways. However, because this is picked up, now you can ban out the Valentina, which in this case now, yeah, surely you have secured your jungler, but you may not have the best mid laner that can match up against this Faramis. So overall, I don't like it, but I feel that this is XYG just getting back to their comfort.
I feel like E1 wants the Vexana.
Yeah, could be. Vexana Novaria is used against the Faramis. Great combo with the Moscovaria. Nope.
What if they just ban out the Vexana for that last ban from FCon though?
เกมแรกของคู่นี้นะครับฟาคอนครับเจอกับนะฮะ XYG จากจีนนะครับ
There's so much crowd control, especially with the Edith.
นะจีนเจอกับทางด้านของเมียนมานะครับ
And yeah, I don't know. I'm expecting that to be the last ban from FCon.
Yeah. Could be a Vexana. Yep, like I said, the Novaria is also
เข้ามาแล้วฝากกดไลค์กดแชร์กดติดตามนิดนึงครับร้อนชิบหายครับวันนี้
Edith is a hero that can be played in the EX lane as well as the roam role, and playing the
เปิดช้าไปนิดนึงออกไปซื้อข้าวเซเว่นมา
you can clear out all of
ผม
those
หิ
extra
ว
shields,
แล้วผ
extra
ม
HP
พลา
from
ด
the
ไม่ได้
Faramis.
แน่นอน
And I believe this is a no ban situation from XYG.
Is that?
Yeah, because now it's FCon's turn.
Yeah, I think at this point,
Unless
you don't want to contest this.
Unless you ban Natalia or Helker.
Oh yeah, which
It makes sense. Natalia, Helker, like you don't see them.
You don't see them.
You don't see them. Like they're there, but they're not there at the same time.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีน้องๆด้วยครับสวัสดีครับ
We've actually seen this
เกมแรกของคู่นี้ครับฟาคอนครับกับ XYG นะครับ XYG นะครับจาก
It's like, oh, you want to open? We can
บอกได้เลยว่าไม่ธรรมดาครับเอาชนะได้ที่เบสเกมมิ่ง
This is just Falcon Esports covering all of their bases. XYG is weird in a way that they were forced to kind of play the Freya in the Escalating because of the lack of the heroes that's there. Because they're when it comes to hero selections, they're not that updated. That's understandable. It is going to be the Yu Zhang, perfect versus the Roger, decent versus the Faramis, but now you reveal that this Edith is the roam. And typically you answer that with a Teresa, but it's not available. Maybe you go go CC.
So Ruby roam.
Yeah, Ruby Roam, perhaps, or maybe a Ruby Gold CC in the X-Play. Yeah, Ruby Gold.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be the Florin. Interesting.
A mishmash of different ideas coming in from FCon's draft here, but it's mostly about staying alive as long as you can. You got Ruby, you got a CC, you got a Florin, you got a Faramis.
There's so much. Yeah, that's so much.
It's like we'll die, but eventually.
But we'll also be healed.
Truly. So we will die, but like maybe tomorrow or something.
Yeah, you need a confirmed kill here. Like
อยู่กับ
for example,
น้องไคลี่นะครับ
can be a hero for XYG, but that means that they will go
พอดีตกงานนะ แบบไม่มีแข่งแล้วครับเลยมาพากนิดนึงนะ
It's more of a bruiser, but then you have
อยู่กับน้องลี่นะ
Vex
พอดีน้องลี่แบบว่าน้องลี่ก็แบบว่าตกรอบแล้วครับน้องลี่ก็เลยแบบผันตัวเป็นนักพากย์แทนนะครับ
Yeah.
So lock that in. Fred can do his thing, and
ต
you're
ก
playing
งาน
around
แล้ว
the
ครั
fact
บ
that you can extend the fights.
ตกงานแล้วเลยแบบ
and
ขออนุญาตมาพากย์แทนพี่ว่า
And
นะครับ
now the draft is over. We got a draft coming in from XYG. Do they have enough damage? And we got a draft coming in from Falcons. It looks like they won't ever die. And with that, we're passing it over to our casters. Leo and Gideon, take it away.
And away we shall into the Land of Dawn for the first matchup of today. The final day of group stages here at MSC 2024 at EWC. Leo and Gideon Q at
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ1ไลค์1แชร์1คอมเมนต์
Yeah, no, this is
ไป
rather
ซื้อ
interesting.
ข้าว
It
เซ
doesn't
เว่น
feel
มา
like it's bad. I think that right now, XYG, their draft, at least at the very least, their advantages is when it comes
ทำไม
out
แต้ม
to
ต้อง
wave
โมโห
players.
ด้วย
That
อ่ะ
means they get to move first.
ทำไมแต้มต้องโมโห
And
ด้วย
they
อ่ะ
get
แต้
to
ม
clean up the map, make some space for Long, the
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
What this affords for Falcon Esports,
ทำไม
the
โอนิก
pride of the
ไปไว
Burmese
จัง
is a
ไก่
very
ไงครับ
comfortable
ไก่
yet unorthodox lineup. It's very Myanmar. It's very 1-3-1. It's the first time I've seen this in a while.
Yeah, no, honestly, even Malaysia, Indonesia, everybody has got a
มาดู
little
การ
bit
เดิ
of
นเกม
taste
เดินเล่นกัน
of
ตรงนี้ก่อน
this
ดีกว่าครับ
Ruby gold lane. And generally,
ด้าน
you
บ
just
น
try
ครับ
to
เป็น
smother your
ทางด้าน
opponent,
ของ
right? As long as
ชี
you clear these
ชี่
waves
ครับ
faster, I don't think Long can win out these trades against the Ruby as long as they are minions.
ด้านบนชีชี่ครับเลนกลางครับเป็นทางด้านของฟอร์ลินครับกับทางด้านของฟารามิดครับ2ซัพพอร์ตครับ
Looking at the loadouts here,
จังเกิลเป็นโรเจอร์ครับ แล้วก็ด้านล่างเป็นลูบี้ครับตัวทำจังหวะ1ตัวค้ำ1ครับแล้วก็ซับ1เวท1ครับแต่ว่าซับอย่างฟารามิดกับตัวอย่างฟอร์ลินนะคู่กลางเคลียร์ยากนิดนึงครับแต่ไม่ใช่ว่าเคลียร์ไม่ได้เลยครับแต่ว่าเคลียร์ยากจริงครับเหลี่ยมหาเก็บเวลมันยากจริงครับแล้วดันเยอะก็ยากครับฝั่งด้านซินยูเกมมิ่งครับด้านบนวี่จงครับเลนกลางครับอีดิทกับเวกครับเฟนลินจังเกิลครับ
which is made possible
แล้วก็เป็นทางด้านของ
even through the first wave of buffs that's what they've been
Moss
doing.
Cope ครับ
Usually you see a roamer go with a gold laner but then again it's Long we're talking about you have to go with the less than favorable matchup. KLVJ getting a few beads on him by Dax. God Yang very close watching out something to note. KLVJ this is specialty Yuzhong as well.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดี
We've
ทุ
seen
กคน
him do
ด้วย
well
นะครับ
with this hero all throughout their season while they were playing in the China qualifiers.
I mean, right now they're trying to bait out emotion from the side of Falcon Esports, right? I think Dax has wasted way too much time up on the top side of the map, and in the meantime, on the bottom side, he's able to get like 2 camps up on him.
And now
พี่
he's
ว่า
making the
ล้อ
long
เล่นใช่ไหมว่าโอนิก
rotation.
ตกรอบ
That's God Yang.
ส
still
ภาพ
trying to hit level 4.
สภาพกูล้อเล่นโอนิกตกรอบ สภาพ
Not gonna commit just yet. Level 4 yet to be reached by our XP laner.
สวัสดีทุกคนด้วยนะครับ
Yep, this should be a free turn.
ไล่เข้ามานี้ครับเต่าตัวแรกครับโอ้แล้วโซนหมดเลยครับซินยูเกมมิ่งครับแล้วเปิดมังกรเช็คหาเลยครับแล้วเต่าตัวแรกครับได้มาก่อนเลยครับ
And what this does for
โพซิชัน
XYG
ต้น
is
เกมครับ
put them
ฝั่ง
about
จีน
500
นี่
gold.
บอกแล้วครับไม่ใช่ธรรมดาครับ
When are we gonna see the rubber band effect from Falcon
กินข้าวยังอ่ะ
Esports?
กินโจ๊ก
Because
เลย
again,
พี่
if you guys caught the stream B broadcast of C9 versus Falcon Esports in our opening day, I think they played a very similar tempo. We're just waiting for when. It's not if they could, but when they will,
เสร็
especially
จกันเข้ามาครับตรงนี้ครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
When are we gonna see that, Gideon? When do you think
เต่าตัวแรกครับ
that'll
Sinju
come in?
Gaming
Are we
ได้
waiting
ไป
for
ครับ
second turtle, third turtle, maybe even when a lord
ว้าว
comes
ว้าว
out?
สวัสดีครับ
Personally for me,
สวัสดีน้องฝั่งไทยสบายดีน้องฝั่งลาวด้วยครับมิงกระบางน้องชาวเมียนมาและส่วนสไลด์น้องชาวกัมพูชาด้วยครับ1 ไลค์ 1 แชร์พี่นิดนึงครับ
Second and third turtle might be tough. If you go for the stereotypical way of how Falcons Esports usually contest, I would say second turtle there'll be a bit of recon that needs to be done. And then afterwards, I'm expecting the 12th minute for them to really start to pop off.
Sounds like a slow takeoff. They got to work on that. Maybe spread their wings a little further because that's what this lineup is made up for. If they're made to be aggressive, and now that we see that they've all reached level 4, we know that there's a bloom. We know that Royal Milk might have his first item.
เสร็จกันมาตรงนี้ครับมอส
I
โค
think
บครับ
that's one of the weaknesses that this lineup
ป่า
has.
เข้ามาครับพยายามจะเอาป้อมครับ
Gold lane Ruby. Usually
ฝั่ง
Ben
นั่น
is
เมียน
a
มา
late
นี่
game,
ไม่เล่นโกเลน
finisher.
นะครับ
He
เล่นใช้เป็น
shows
ลูบี้
him
ครับ
like
โก
a
เลน
call. But now that he's more of
ใช้
a
เป็นลูบี้
fighter,
แทนครับลูบี้ยืนโกเลนหนาอยู่นะครับโถมเลนยากครับลูบี้เป็นหนึ่งตัวที่เป็นโกเลนแล้วโถมเลนไม่ได้ครับ
Kid X sandwiched. Then he just
ไล่
doing his
เข้ามาตรงนี้ครับ
darndest to get some farm in.
มอสครับ
I think at this point, XYG are doing a really good
แล้ว
job.
โอ้ฟอร์ลินครับเกือบโดนครับแล้วเข้ามาเวทบัฟแดงด้วยครับเวทลิน แล้วมาหมดเลยครับตรงนี้ครับ4ตัวด้านบนครับเหมือนอยากจะปิดวี่จงครับตรงนี้เสียบัฟแดงแน่นอนครับดีไม่ดีเสียฟ้าด้วยครับแล้วพยายามจะเวทวี่จงไม่ง่ายครับตัวอย่างวี่จงอะโอ้แล้วเนี่ยฮะวิ่งขึ้นมากลางไหลมาบัฟฟ้าต่อด้วยครับแต่ว่ามอสต้องกลับเลนครับเลือกที่จะเล่นออบเจกต์อย่างเต่าก่อนครับไม่ได้สนใจบัฟสักเท่าไหร่ครับดึงมาเล่นครับโรเจอร์ครับน่าจะหาจังหวะโฉบครับแล้วเห็นแล้วครับโรเจอร์จะเล่นไม่เล่นครับเด็กครับเข้ามาครับมีฟอร์ลินครับวีจงเปิดไดไล่เลยครับแล้วเล่นยากนะครับตรงนี้ครับเสียเต่าตัวที่2ครับแต่ว่าการเงินยังไม่ห่างนะครับซ่อมมาดีครับทางด้านของฟาคอนครับเนี่ยเสียเต่าต้องซ่อมได้ครับ
KLVJ is doing a pretty good job.
ไม่แปลกครับ
against Royal
Ruby
Milk so
Golem
far,
ไม่แปลกครับ
but most importantly,
Ruby Golem ไม่แปลก
is starting to get ahead of Benny. He's 2 levels up on him.
That's right.
Ruby
The international
Golem ไม่แปลกครับ
marksman building
ไม่
it
แปล
up,
กไม่แปลก
mewing to lock
มันเป็น
snaps
ฮีโร่แผน
very
ครับ
soon.
เล่นได้ครับ
What
แต่
the
ว่า
items are. Here we
กับ
go.
เกม
Let's
นี้
check in.
ถามว่า
500 gold.
เวิร์กไหม
between
ต้องมาดูกันครับ
Zed
เพราะว่า
and
เขาก็
Dax.
เกียรติ
Now,
ฮีโร่
right
มา
down
สวย
bottom.
ครับลาย
Okay.
ฮีโร่มาสวยครับ
We
อันนี้เป็นหนึ่ง
can
แผนที่
breathe
หลายๆคนเล่นกันอยู่ครับ
Yeah, an item on Long here.
ไป
First up,
5 โมงเย็น 5 โมง
Yep,
เย็น
he just
พาก
wants
ได้
to
สัก
peel
2
back,
คู่
right? He knows that it's going to be really difficult to kill Benny at the end of the day. And I have to agree with him. It's just not worth the time. And
อะไรก็ได้
might
พี่
as
นุช
well play to scale anyways because your comp is going to be stronger towards the later sections. But even for Falcon Esports, we're not finding these like lane advantages that they can exploit.
Uh-oh. Light up.
ไหลเข้ามาตรงนี้ครับ
Eruption here. They should be able to walk out for free, but PX7 might
จ่าย
have
ดา
something
เม
to
จ
say
เข้ามา
about
ครับ
this,
ไล่ออก
but
ไปครับยัง
so
เก็บ
far,
คิวไม่ได้ครับ
Falcon Esports, I
อย่าง
was
ที่บอกครับ
expecting
โกเลน
PX7
เป็นลูบี้
to be the
ปิดเลน
main
ยากมาก
driving
ครับ
force here, but it looks like
มัน
he won
เป็น
with the
แผ
help
นของ
of
การเล่น
Guardian,
2
is
ไฟ
making
เตอร์
sure
เล
that
น
he's
ข้าง
stuck
ครับ
in this
แล้ว
lane.
ไฟเตอร์ตัวที่น่าเล่นที่สุดคือลูบี้ครับ
Four
แล้วก็
people
ใช้
show up
โร
to
เจอร์
just
มา
clear
เป็น
one
จัง
way.
เกิลครับ
I get it.
จริงๆ
because
แผนเนี้ย
Falcon
เป็น
Esports,
แผน
yes,
ที่
I
เขา
agree. PX7 should
คีเอ็ด
be
มา
the
เล่นกับ
initiator, the catalyst
เล่นกับ
to
จั
their
งเกิลนัก
aggression,
ฆ่าครับ
but
คือ
he
ใช้
just has
2 นัก
one
สู้เลน
lifeline.
ข้างแล้วใช้
He
จัง
just
เกิล
has
นัก
to
ฆ่าอย่าง
purify
หลิง
going up against
อย่าง
stacks like
หลิง
you,
อย่าง
Skill,
ฟันนี
DJ,
อย่าง
4CC.
นาธานอะไรเงี้ย พวกเนี้ยมันเวิร์กอยู่ครับ อย่างหลิงก็เวิร์กสุดเลยครับ แผนนี้มันเล่นกับจังเกิลที่เป็นหลิงครับ
somebody out of their lanes right now because I think they're playing too
เพราะว่าหลิงจะสปิตเติมซ้ายขวาได้ครับ แล้วก็ยืนค้ำเฉยๆโดยที่ไม่โดนปิดครับ เพื่อที่จะนะครับโป๊กดาเมจใส่ฮีโร่ฝั่งตรงข้ามให้เลือดโลแล้วให้หลิงมาเก็บนะแต่ว่ามันไม่ได้หลิงมานะครับเป็นโรเจอร์ก็อาจจะเน้นเล่นทีมไฟท์ครับเพราะว่าทีมไฟท์เนี่ยก็โรเจอร์เป็นจังเกิลแล้วครับโรเจอร์ตัวนักยิงเป็นจังเกิลเรียบร้อยแล้วครับก็เป็นนักยิงกึ่งนักฆ่าแต่ว่าช่วงต้นเกมยากนิดนึงครับเพราะว่าต่างคนต่างมีทัมมิ่งครับอย่างที่เห็นครับเนี่ยโดนแล้วครับเวทเข้ามาฟารามิดเนี่ยทีมไฟท์แข่งครับเซตฮีโร่เซตแบบนี้ทีมไฟท์แข่งครับแต่ว่าทีมไฟท์แข่งยืนเลนแข่งครับ
Not much action really. They were jogging in place. Half health on a
ทีม
majority
ไฟท์โคตรแข็งเลยครับ
of
ฮีโร่เซตเนี่ย
First turtle
ลูบี้ด้านหน้าครับรวบมาจ่ายดาเมจเข้ามาเวทเนี่ยครับแล้วไปแล้วหนึ่งครับแล้วบอสครับแหมสวยจัดครับบอสสวนมาครับแล้วจ่ายดาเมจมาจากนั้นชีไล่มาได้ที่บอสครบครับแต่ไม่มีเกาะสะท้อนแต่ยังไล่ได้อยู่ครับรอยมิวเรายังไล่ต่อครับเปิดอันตีใส่บอสครบปากระเด็นออกมาวีจงไล่เติมมาครับ2-1ครับแล้วเต่าตัวนี้ครับเป็นของนั่นฟาคอนนะไงผมอธิบายละเอียดไหมมันเป็นฮีโร่เล่นทีมไฟท์มันเป็นฮีโร่เล่นทีมไฟท์แล้วปิดเข้ามาครับจ่ายสวยครับเปิดอันติฮิวเลยครับมันเป็นฮีโร่เล่นทีมไฟท์ครับถ้าเกิดใครเล่นกับเซตฮีโร่นี้ไม่เป็นเหนื่อยครับเหนื่อยคือเข้าไปไฟท์กับมันซีซัวก็เป็นสภาพนี้ครับเพราะว่ามันมีทั้งฮิวทั้งเปิดผีรับครับแถมมีลูบี้ที่มันเกี่ยวแล้วจู๊เลือดชีก็เป็นตัวจู๊เลือดอีก1ตัวครับชิบหายอ่ะเข้าไปไฟท์กับมันซีซัวพัง
They're going to look for this tier 1, right? I mean, that's the speed
ไล่มาด้านล่างครับ
from Falcon. I was saying 12 minutes because I was expecting Xianyu Gaming to really take their time with this, right? They could have slowed down that fight, but I think, you know, they got over into the mix knowing that he's like a full level ahead of Benny.
เสร็จมาแบบนี้ครับรอยมิวครับโดนบ้างครับ
Looks like PX7
ทีม
unable
ไฟท์แข่งนะแต่อย่าหลุดไปคนเดียวแบบนี้เหงาที่ผาย
just then.
Yep, I'd say PX7 was maybe 3 seconds worth of distance away, so it wasn't going to happen regardless. Looking at the item game here, PX7 up by about 1,000 away from Yi1. Also a huge gap between KLVJ and Royal Milk, despite Royal Milk going down as well. A lot of pundits, a lot of critics of Falcon Esports will say Royal Milk is the weak link. Royal Milk
เข้ามาแล้วฝากกดไลค์กดแชร์กดติดตามด้วยครับดาเมจพอไหมพอครับเกมนี้มันไม่แบบพี่ว่าหลายคนอ่ะแม่งไปมองโฟกัสแต่การเล่นดาเมจแล้วไปฆ่าฝั่งตรงข้ามมาจริงๆเกมโมบ้าครับมันคือการเล่นออบเจกต์ครับการเล่นออบเจกต์เพื่อจบป้อมนะฮะดาเมจตีป้อมยังไงก็ตีเข้าอะแต่ถ้าหวังว่าจะดาเมจตีคนไล่ฆ่ารัวๆนั่นอีกเรื่องหนึ่งครับดาเมจพอไม่พออยู่ที่ตีหลอดเนี่ยครับเนี่ยตีหลอดเดี๋ยวก็รู้ว่าดาเมจพอหรือเปล่าใครได้หลอดก็ดาเมจพอครับใส่เข้ามาดูนี้ครับวิสาซีดครับด้านหน้าครับโดนรอยมิวโรเจอร์โดนใส่เลยครับด้านหลังทีมไฟก็มารอยมิวเข้าพลาดครับบอลสโคปปาปักออกมาแล้วพยายามจะปิดกับแล้วแม่เนี่ยโดนเกี่ยวจากลูบี้ก็มีดิดเหนียวไปได้แล้วมอสครับปล่อยมอสฟรีเกินไปครับเรียบร้อยครับเข้าทีละตัวครับ คือปัญหาไม่ใช่เข้าทีละตัวครับเมื่อกี้ครับปัญหาคือปล่อยมอสโคฟครับ
There's only so much a lone Florin can do.
คือเข้าดันเข้าไปทีละตัวครับ เนี่ยเข้าไปทีละตัวครับทีมไฟไม่พร้อมครับแล้วเข้าไปเล่นทีละตัวครับเหงาเลยครับจังหวะทีมไฟไม่พร้อมแล้วเสือกเก๋าห้าวก็ไปฮะเหงาเนี่ยฮะรออะไรฮะ
Exactly right. The target priority is pretty good, but also at the
อยู่
same
ๆก็
time,
เหงาอ่ะ
had a great eye for opportunity. He found the initial knockback. Actually, it happened
เหงา
twice
จัด
in
อะ
that
ช็อต
fight.
เมื่อ
The
กี้
initial knockback happened
คือมันกลายเป็นไหล
here in
เข้าไป
this
ที
part
ละ
of the
ตัว
map
ครับ
right in the middle.
And then as they, rolled back a bit and then pushed forward again.
They're stretching them like dough.
Amazing. The back and forth really rocked Falcon Esports there, and that led to XYG being up by about 2,000. And the international marksman doing work, clearing up that top lane. Now, the tier 2 in mid in jeopardy as well. How do they defend? Falcon Esports is the first time they've actually been on the back foot. I mean, the early game is one thing, but now XYG's knocking down your base.
Well, let's see here whether they lose an inhibitor. Benny's going to get hit by the
แล้ว
eternal.
เปิดได้เข้ามาตรงนี้ครับเสียเยอะเลยครับ
As long as there are waves.
แล้วกลายเป็นเกมตามทันทีเลยครับทางด้านของฟาคอนครับ อยู่ๆก็เหงาอ่ะ
That they're sieging isn't that great without the Black Dragon form.
Yep, 2 minutes until the next turtle comes up. 2,500 gold ahead. Chinese squad are over the Burmese. Look at the damage that Long is putting down. This is dangerous what he's doing. There's a knock-up.
He's confident. He wants to get more into the mix, but he's kind of slowed down thanks to Royal Milk. Regardless, they still get all the tier 2 turrets.
เสร็จกันใหม่ครับ6ต่อ4ครับการเงินขึ้นนำไป 2,000 ครับซินยู
When they find the opportunity,
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับร้อนชิบหายเลยเนี่ยเปิดพัดลมแอร์เสียเลย
They are
สวย
thorough.
แล้วกู
They are
หาช่างแอร์ในตำนานก่อนใครเป็นช่างแอร์ในตำนาน
maybe
บ้าง
they
วะ
can work on their precision, but hey, if you're playing with a sledgehammer lineup like this,
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีน้องทุกคนด้วยครับ1ไลค์1แชร์1คอมเมนต์นะครับนั่งกันอย่างนิ่งเลยครับ
and then maybe a little bit of
ช่วยพี่ทำมาหากินนิดนึงนะครับ ดูได้ทุกแพลตฟอร์มนะครับ
Yeah, definitely.
นะ
There's a lot
มี
that
ทุก
Falcon
บ้าน
Esports
นะ
need to
ตอน
work
นี้
on
ครับ
here.
ดำแดงน้ำเงินเปิดกันอยู่
How
นะครับ
they can fight outside
เข้า
the
มา
base.
แล้ว
Because
1ไลค์1แชร์
their
นะครับ
under turret punish is good on Benny, right? It's perfect.
Yep.
สวัสดี
But
ครับ
when they meet up here in these little, let's check. All right, when they meet up in these little
เสร็จ
alleyways,
กัน
these
เข้า
little
มา
corridors
ตรงนี้
outside
ครับ
their base, do they have enough firepower? Can they close the gap here?
I think, all right, so their firepower is very conditional, right? Their firepower is if
จีน
they
เล่น
can
ดี
get
จีน
XYG
เอาผู้เล่น
to
มา
clump up
ดีครับ
really close together so they get the multiplier
With the bursters.
with the bursters, right, from PX7.
ใช่
And that's not all. Obviously,
การหลอด
it's gonna be
ยาก
very
เพราะว่า
helpful
ไม่มี
for,
ตัว
like,
เคลียร์
Benny,
ครับ
of course.
แผนนี้
While Royal Milk
แผ
can
น
definitely
นี้มันไม่มี
slow
ตัว
two
เคลียร์
people
ครับ
down.
มัน
Defender
ต้อง
comes through
เป็น
with
เกม
low.
ไฟ
He's
ครับ
gonna
มันไม่
hit
มี
by
ตัว
the
เคลียร์
initial snare.
ถ้าเสียหลอดเล่นยากครับ เป็นแผนที่เสียหลอดเล่นยากจริงครับเพราะว่าตัวเคลียร์ไม่มีแล้วมอสโคฟฟรีครับชีชี่ไล่จนหรือเปล่าครับแล้วไล่จนครับเนี่ยฮะทีมไฟมันแข็งครับอย่าเข้ามาทีละตัวแบบนี้เสร็จนะครับจีนแล้วชีชี่ครับถูกไล่ออกไปด้านหลังหนีออกไปครับด้านหน้าครับออกยังไงครับวิจงขับไว้ลูบี้วิ่งไล่ดึงไว้ครับแล้วชีชี่อยู่ด้านหน้าตามเข้ามาไล่วิจงอีดิตต้องรับออกฟารามิดเข้ามาโป๊กด้านหลังมีทางด้านของเวกยังตามยื้ออยู่เนี่ยครับอย่างที่บอกทีมไฟมันแข็งครับต้องมันวิ่งเข้าพร้อมกันชิปหายแล้วครับตรงนี้โดนทางด้านลูบี้เกี่ยวมาหมดเลยครับแล้วไหลยาวครับไม่ให้กลับด้วยครับฟารามิด
Falcon Esports allowed for
โอ้
two
เราได้ป้อมมาเพิ่มครับเนี่ยฮะเราไหลขึ้นมานี่เลยครับเสียหลอดด้วยครับ
The assault 8 to 6
ทีมไฟท์มันแข็งครับแต่ว่าเสียหลอดมันอาจจะเหนื่อยครับ
Towards the Burmese. Now up by 1,000. They're
มัน
looking
เป็น
for
มัน
penetration.
เป็น
I think
แบบ
they're gonna get it.
เขาเรียกอะไรวะมันเป็นฮีโร่วอลแวร์แบบคือมันไฟท์ได้เรื่อยๆไฟท์ได้เรื่อยๆครับฮีโร่เซตเนี่ยครับเพราะว่าลูบี้กับชีชี่มันไฟท์ได้ยาวๆครับมันยื้อไฟท์ได้ครับ
SOD.
He wouldn't.
He wouldn't. There's
He's
a
already.
retribution. He
I
wouldn't.
mean, there's
Does he know?
retribution, and also the last time he tried to one.
มันยื้อได้เยอะครับแต่ข้อเสียมันคือการหลอดไม่ได้จริงครับ
Let's go back maybe
การหลอด
20,
ลำบากครับ
30
หลอดแรกไม่เท่าไหร่ครับถ้าหลอด
second
2ชิบหายเลยครับ
of hesitation of speculation on
มอส
Roy.
5 ฮะ
I'm
จังหวะ
not
เมื่อ
sure
กี้
if Moss
บอกแล้วว่าเล่น
maybe
ทีมไฟท์กับมันจะหลุดไปคนเดียวอ่ะ
when I say maybe Long could
จั
have
งหวะ
leaned
หลุด
hard
มา
on
คน
that
เดียวแล้วไป
engage.
เจอชีชี่ครับ
That
ชี
would
ชี่
have
มันมี
won the
เกาะ
fight
สะท้อนครับ
against
มันทำอะไร
that.
ชี
They
ชี่
would've
ไม่
played
ได้
back
ด้วยครับ
even
แล้ว
before the
เข้าไป
assault
ลึก
went
เกิน
down.
ครับ
I don't think so. I think that the heel coming in
เหงา
from
เลย
Kenneth
ครับ
is just a little
Royal
too
Mill
big,
อะ
right? I think if you take
ไหล
out
ๆมาด้านล่างครับ
kills him there, right? I think the
ยาว
only
มา
other
แบบนี้ครับ
advantage
วี่
he
จง
could
ครับ
find is if he decided to
เป็
switch
น
out
ทาง
that
ด้าน
pure
ของ
fire
เฟ
for
ส
maybe
ลิน
an
ครับ
Inspire.
ด้านบน
Maybe
ครับ
it would have ended.
ประคองกันเข้ามาครับโรเจอร์ครับ
That would make him more vulnerable.
หลอดกระ
Now,
แทกแน่นอนครับ
Royal
แล้ว
jumped
พ
in,
ยายามจะ
crashed
เข้า
into the
กลาง
top.
ลูบี้เกี่ยวมา2เนี่ยครับอย่าพลาดเดินเข้ามาชีก็มาจ่ายโรเจอร์เก็บไม่ได้ก่อนฟอร์มิดเปิดผีรับมอสโคพยายามจะจ่ายครับจะติดผีเข้ามาแล้วก็ตรงนี้ฟอร์มิดก็มาค้ำด้านหน้าครับโรเจอร์ยิงอยู่ลูบี้ก็ไม่ค้ำครับปัญหาคือมอสโคตัวเดียวเลยครับป่าปักเข้ามาอีดิทยกสวยครับมาหนีออกมาได้ครับเสียหน้าของลูบี้ไปแล้ววี่จงไม่ยอมมาได้ใส่โรเจอร์มาเสียไปอีก1ครับ9 ต่อ 8ครับ CC เบรกไว้ได้ครับทางด้านของชีชี่ครับ
XYG almost a seven finger SOD to the back.
แล้วมาด้านหลังกับมอสโคป5วะเนี่ย
Looks like he bit off more
Nek
than
man
he
hawa.
could chew. That's gonna be a
Just
2 for 2
แตกก็มอส
trade
นี่
at
แห
the
ละ
very end of it. But man, I'm
เอาจริง
telling
จะแตก
you,
เพราะ
this
มอส
bleeding
โคปนี่แหละ
time
ครับ
on Kid X, the
บ้าน
heals with
ดำคน
his
ดู
own
เท่าไหร่อะครับ
Kelvin
ที่
J.
ไม่เห็นนะครับทีมไม่
He's
มี
gonna
นิด
make
นึง
it
ครั
up.
บ
He's not gonna make it
น่า
up.
รัก
He's
น่า
not
รัก
gonna
กัน
make
นิ
it
ด
up.
นึงครับ
No,
1 ไลค์ 1 แชร์ 1
once
คอม
he
เมน
gets
ต์
the
ครับ
wall back up, Zed is already here to
ร้อน
start
ชิบ
healing
หายแล้ว
up.
ตอนเนี้ย
Guard
บอกให้
actually towards PX7 side, forcing the nether
อากาศ
realm to
ไม่
come
ร้อน
on
แล้วแอร์
out.
ไม่เสีย
Target
ด้วย
acquisition
โอ้โห
looking a little disorientated from XYG.
I get it. It's sensory overload. Falcon Esports are doing so much on so many different fronts. The Lord, that push in mid, up top, a fight on many different angles coming in, especially now that the lead is the biggest it's ever been. A quick look once more on the attempted clapback. They don't even get PX7 because, again, they didn't know that the cooldown off of the Netherrealm would have been done by then.
ซุปเปอร์มินเนี่ยนจากฟาคอน
5K,
ครับ
approaching 5K. Falcon Esports is, after a punish in mid, they win a fight down bottom. I think Falcon Esports are approaching their power
ไม่
spike
บวชครับ
right
พระ
now.
กู
This
ยัง
is
ไม่ไหวเลยให้
wherein
กูบวช
even if God Yang gets a good CC on 2 or 3,
พระ
Falcon
กูยังไม่ไหว
Esports,
เลย
their
ให้
right
กูบวช
click potential, their auto attacks are just gonna get so much better from now on.
I mean, they're going to have a
วัน
lot
ดีครับ
of
วันดีทุก
value
คน
in
ด้วย
this,
ครับ
right? That's why Falcon Esports have to be very precise, right? They got to drop pod in at the right time and catch as many of the right people. And ideally, that would be Lung
เสร็จกันเข้ามาตรงนี้ครับ
plus
วัน
one.
ดี
And
ทุ
that
กคน
could be
ด้วยครับ
anybody, really. And I think that if they're going to find Lung, he's going to have to make a mistake because I think that XYG can really take their time with a lot of these plays. But maybe the decision making
เสร็จกัน
when it
เข้ามา
comes to
ครับ
those moment to moment. Like even the
Roger
replay we
ครับ
saw earlier, right? There was a good opportunity for Zed to actually lock down
มอสมันต้องออกดูด
PX7
เลือด
to
เปล่าไม่หรอก
guarantee the kill.
มันไม่ได้แบบดูดเลือด ไม่ดูดเลือดมันมีอยู่แล้วดาบดำผมว่ามันมีอยู่แล้วดาบดำประเด็นคือมันห้าวเฉยๆประเด็นคือมันห้าวเฉยๆเพื่อนด้านหน้ามันซีซีเยอะจะตายห่าเฟสลินเวกอีดิทก็โคตรซีซีแถมมีวี่จงซีซีอีกแต่มอสมันห้าวเองมอสมันห้าวมันต้องให้เพื่อนมันเข้าไปเล่นไฟให้ได้เยอะก่อนแล้วมันจ่ายรอจ่ายดาเมจอยู่ด้านหลังอย่างเดียวแต่มันห้าวเนี่ยมันจะไปเล่นชีชี่มันเป็นตัวที่มอสฆ่าไม่ได้ครับมันเจอเกาะกระท้อนนะวันนี้ครับวันนี้ทุกคนด้วยครับ1 ไลค์ 1 แชร์ 1 คอมเมนต์ครับแล้วไล่เข้ามาตรงนี้ครับด้านหน้าครับลูบี้ก็ไปค้ำครับชีเปิดอันตีเข้ามาสวยครับแล้วเก็บหน้าเฟสดินไม่ได้ก่อนมอสครับปาฟรีครับตรงนี้ครับดันเข้ามาไม่ได้ฟารามิดเปิดผีรับไว้แล้วอีดิทแปลงร่างวี่จงแปลงร่างสวนกลับมาครับแต่ว่าไม่ไหวครับเลื่อนโลครับเสียจังเกิลอีกต่างหากครับเหลือเวกครับเวกยังสู้อยู่มอสโคปครับปาดูดเลือดมารัวๆครับจะมาเล่นในไฟครับแล้วเข้าแน่นอนครับแต่ว่าโรเจอร์ครับขอกดแล้วไปแล้วครับไม่เล่นครับพยายามจะเข้ามาครับรอยัลมิวครับดึงเข้ามาชีเนี่ยฮะห้าวจัดครับ2 ตัวครับไปเล่นกับเขาแล้วแตกเลยครับรออะไรอ่ะแล้วมอสโคปยังปาสาวได้อยู่ครับโอ้เมื่อกี้น้ำมอสตายไปด้วยนี่แม่งเรียบร้อยอะ
No, Dax, he's in some trouble. Kid X might have to sacrifice his life in favor for Dax, but he's gonna stay nearby, get the heals down, try to turn it around, get him low enough, look for the opportunity, and Dax finds it. Netherrealm to ensure that this primal wrath is worthless. God Yang should be going down.
พยายามจะกันครับหลอดตัวนี้เข้ามาด้านหน้าครับโอ้โหแล้วตัวกันฝั่งจีนก็ไม่มีเหมือนกันครับหลอดเข้ามานี่แทบจะจบอยู่แล้วครับเพราะว่าหลอดตีก็จบแล้วครับดูฮะหลอดหัว1หัว2เรียบร้อยครับเกมแรกครับเป็นของด้านฟาคอนนะจากเมียนมาครับเอาจริงพี่ว่าความผิดพลาดมันคือ มันคือความที่แม่งแบบ แม่งบ้าไฟอะมอสแม่งบ้าไฟอะมอสแม่งบ้าไฟเกินมอสแม่งบ้าไฟเกินนะมอสแม่งไม่บ้าไฟนะแม่งสบายเลยอ้าวตีนเกินอะมอสอะหลายช็อตเลยอะเกมนำแล้วอะอยู่ๆมอสก็ไปห้าวอะขอบคุณน้องๆทุกคนนะครับขออนุญาตนะครับ1 ไลค์ 1 แชร์พี่นิดนึงนะครับน้องๆขอ1 ไลค์ 1 แชร์ก่อนออกไปนะครับสนับสนุนพี่กันนิดนึงนะครับเดี๋ยวเกม2ไม่เกิน3 นาทีนะครับน้องๆ3 นาทีจะเริ่มเกม2นะครับมอสบ้าพลังเกินไปครับ1 ไลค์ 1 แชร์ 1 คอมเมนต์นะครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับนะฮะอย่างที่บอกนะครับผู้เย็นที่จะไม่ว่างนะครับพี่อาจจะต้องไปนะครับไปรับน้องๆครับน้องๆกำลังเดินทางมาอยู่กันนะครับHi Wawali okay
Can I just say, like every single time I watch the play, I'm like, no.
ไม่ได้เดินนำหน้ามันห้าวอ่ะ
I think that was all of us, man.
พี่ว่าเขาห้าวเกินไปอ่ะ
He's his worst enemy.
But then again, you have to
พี่ว่าเขาห้าวเกิน
3 comeback games
หลักๆเลยพี่ว่าเขาห้าวเกิน
comeback kings
Is it really
คือถ้าเขาไม่ห้าวมันไม่ตายเยอะขนาดนี้หรอกขอบคุณกับของฝันด้วยนะครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
This, you know, we talked about like extending
ขอบคุณ
team
ของฝัน
fights
ทุกคน
because
ที่
of
ส่
the
งให้
nether
ด้วย
realm
นะครับขอบ
plus
คุณออ
the
มสิ
heals
นครับขอบ
before.
คุณ
This was the perfect
นะฮะ
picture of that idea.
and
ขอบคุณทุกคนด้วย
you
ครับ
know
เมน่าวินครับ
I will
Happy
indulge what you just
birthday
said, Mr.
Okay.
LaFell.
to you.
This is part of the FCOL plan all along. Well, one thing I can say
Happy
is that their
birthday,
composition is
Kylie.
very dependent on the late game, right? So it looks like it is good in the
สวัสดี
early
น้อง
game
ฝั่งไทย
because you
ส
have
บาย
the
ดีน้องฝั่ง
Ruby
ลาว
as
นะ
well
ครับ
as the
มิงกระบาง
as
น้อง
the
ชาวเมียนมาแล้วก็
farmers.
ตัว
But
ส
this
ดาย
is
น้องชาว
a
กัม
Ruby
พูชา
the gold
ด้วย
lane,
นะ
which
ครับ
kind of needs farm.
อยู่
You
กับ
have the
พี่
CC
ว่านะ
also
ครับ
farm dependent, and Florin just is weak in the first 2
กับ
turns
การ
of
แข่
the
งขัน
game.
นะครับ
Let me just say, this
MSC
draft is nothing new for Falcon
2024 ครับ
because
รอบ
in the Snapdragon Pro
กรุ๊ป
Series,
สเตจครับ
Royal Milk, whenever it's up, he will go for the CC.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what other S tier picks is available.
แม่
he'll go
หน้า
for
เนี้ย
the
จริง
CC.
ๆเขาน่าจะเปิดเป็นแบบ
GX7
ทอง
on the
ทองแดง
Spanish
นะ
is
เมื่อวานจะได้เห็น
over the
ไคลิ
wall.
ทองแดงอะไรเงี้ย
For XYG, they gotta look at the draft because look, to his credit, Luke dealt the
Luke did a lot.
He did a lot.
But I will say he did a lot, but sometimes he was too forward. Too forward and a little bit too trigger happy on the Spirit Destruction, man. Because I think every single time we saw that,
ไม่ได้มีอะไรส่วนตัวนะแค่อยากเห็นไคลิทองแดง
the healing comes through.
Oh yeah.
Kylie
What if
Tong
his
Dang
team is
เลยดิ
Please don't hit it. I hope the spear misses.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
You guys are the analysts. Talk us through this. Why did the Moskov go through with the spear destruction, but why did he lose those trades?
It's mainly because of the Florin actually. At this point, I think if you think about the itemization coming off the Florin, once the flask is up, which normally happens if you're quick enough, 5 minutes maybe, but typically around the 8-minute mark. That's like the safest route, which kind of falls to the first Lord. But then again, you're still very weak because you kind of need one more item so that the heals will be actually potent. Now, come the 13-minute mark, the second Lord, that is where the Florin is a threat.
Yeah, I think once that Flask of the Oasis comes up, like Wolf mentioned, it just got too much because typically it's just a Florin, but then the Nether Realm on top of it.
That's right.
So it allows even more of that extension, more of that sustainability to play a part in these fights. And when you're looking at a lot of these kind of breakout, even though they had damage, they just didn't have enough to overload. And there were some good moments there, some good setup potential like we talked about. They had a ton of crowd control available to them. A godlike set from Godyang back in the base. I know the casters mentioned this, but that's the thing. Even with that, they just didn't have enough firepower to get through all that.
Unfortunately, that is going to be the case. And unless, of course, they kind of dialed in on just literally one hero. That is going to be possible. But then, unfortunately, for the Moskov, it's not much of a burst hero. Maybe if you get the right combo, it can deal a lot of damage. But it's not like burst, you know? Which means that sustain normally is the counter to the Moskov. Right? Sustain when it comes to big heals. Because that means that your initial spree of big attack speed is not is totally going to be nullified.
นะครับขอบคุณ35 ดาวด้วยนะครับเตต้าครับขอบคุณมากครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับขอบคุณของขวัญครับเยอะแยะมากมายเลยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณออมสินด้วยนะครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
This is a good win, but at the same time, they don't
จ
want to
ริงๆระบบ
overextend,
แพล
right?
ตฟอร์ม
They don't
เดี๋ยว
want to
นี้
be
แม่ง
too
ไม่เอื้อ
excited
กับพี่
because
สักเท่าไหร่
this
นะ
is too
เพราะว่าอย่างในบ้านดำเนี่ยถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าช่องไหนมีการส่งของขวัญเยอะๆนะครับมันก็จะทำให้
right? They already have
มันก็
2-0
ทำ
against
ให้
United.
Yeah, they would have
ช่อง
4-0,
เปิดการ
They
มอง
went
เห็น
for
อะไร
all. I
เงี้
think
ย
they are
ซึ่งแบบ
automatically
แล้วคือ
qualified unless there is that
กูผู้
crazy
ไม่ซื้อ
free.
ไม่เรียก
Of
โด
course.
เนท
But then again, if they win,
แล้วแม่ง
they-
เหมาะ
well,
กับกูตรงไหน
technically
เนี่ย
they win fast. So they
ไม่เข้า
might
ใจ
not
ทำไมเราต้องมานั่งเรียกด้วยในเมื่อ
get
ถ้า
the
เกิด
better
เขาอยาก
end
ให้
of
เขา
the
ก็ให้เราใช่ไหม
tiebreakers.
อะไร
But
เงี้ยพี่รู้สึกอย่างนั้น
for
นะ
all
พี่ไม่
intents
เป็น
and
คน
purposes, yeah, they're
แล้วแบบ
70%
ไม่ได้เพิ่งมารู้สึก
into
หรือ
the
กระแดก
knockout
เพิ่ง
stages.
รู้สึก
They
นะ
do win a 2-0.
6-7 ปีพี่สตรีมมาพี่
You know
ก็
what?
ไม่ได้
Here's
เรียก
the
โด
thing,
เนทนะ
Wolf,
เว้ย
I feel like
ก็เลยแบบ
a lot went down
แม่ง
in
เอ้ย
that
แพล
game,
ต
so
ฟอร์มแม่ง
yeah,
ไม่
this
เข้า
is
กับ
a
กู
special
เลยว่ะ
segment for Wolf. Let's actually check out the talent
หรือ
stream.
แบบพี่ต้องมานั่งเรียกโดเนทมาแบบ
Well, you were
น้องๆครับส่งของขวัญให้พี่หน่อยครับ
Mr.
ส่งให้
Long
พี่
was
หน่อย
very
ครับ
confident
ไม่งั้น
in
เดี๋ยว
many
พี่ไม่
cases.
มีกิน
This was
นะครับ
one of the
ส่ง
first
ดาวพี่
few
ด้วยครับเดี๋ยวพี่
stumbles.
ไม่กินครับ อะไร
Maybe
เงี้ยเหรอ
you're not seeing this enough.
Mang
We're
ơi.
gonna kind of
Thật sai
zoom in
mà.
on this part. You can see. So that is a wind of nature. Actually, first pick by Long. That is
Ủa,
why
mấy
he
con
felt
tiền.
very confident. So if you play this out, now he
แต่จริงสตรีม
to,
เมอร์
to
เดี๋ยว
be
นี้อ
fair,
ยู่
he
ได้ด้วย
had
โดเนทนะครับ
great spheres of destruction. He's
streamer
gonna
อยู่ได้
hear
ด้วย
this
donate
time
จริงๆอะ
against Dax, and you're
แต่
gonna
มัน
see it right
ขัด
there.
ใจกู
He's
มาก
trying
เลยเว้ย
to kind of
กูแบบ
duel,
กู
but
ไม่ชอบ
then the
เฉย
blue
ๆว่ะ
comes up, and now you don't have
แบบ
your
ทำไม
attacks
วะ
to
กู
boost
แบบ
anymore.
ก็
You're
ทำ
kind
งาน
of
นะเว้ย
controlled
กู
by
ก็
the
อยากได้
protocol
เงิน
that actually
แบบ
was landed
ด้วย
by
ผล
Royal
งาน
Mid.
กู
So
ไปวะ
even when that was a
หงุดห
single
งิดทุก
hero
ครั้งเลยที่แบบ
single
รู้สึก
hero
ว่า
curtain call, it was still potent
มี
enough
ปีเดียวมั้ง
that you
ปี
can
2019 ที่แบบว่า
unlock the place. And the thing with
ห่วย
Moscow
ห่วย
is that
จัดๆแล้ว
you have
ต้อง
to
มา
block
ขอ
this.
โด
Now
เนท
this
น้อง
is
อ่ะ
where the problem starts
แต่
for
ก็บอก
SYG.
อยู่แล้วอะ
They
ว่า
don't have
ถ้า
the
แบบ
damage dealer anymore.
พี่
Royal Mid
ไหว
is
แล้วพี่
just
ไปต่อ
outplaying
ได้
them
พี่
up
ไม่
top.
ไม่
As you
ไม่
can
เปิดรับ
see,
โดเนท
they're
แล้วนะ
just
อะไรเงี้ย
baiting
พี่ก็
everyone.
ปิดไป
Like everybody's just very low from the side of FCON, but they're not
สวัสดีครับสวัสดี
dying.
ทุกคน
And
ด้วยครับ
now the sustain comes through. Kid X is gonna be landing all of those heals greatly, and then Royal Milk is just, you know, he's just fighting against everyone and surviving all time. At this point, no more spells, no more skills, no more firepower for XYG. 8's
ต้องบอกแบบนี้
checkmate.
ป่าววะ
The kiting
ส่ง
coming up from
โดเนทครบ
FCON
10,000
is
เข้ากลุ่ม
just
โอลิแฟน
phenomenal.
จบเลย
The
ยัด
thing
แค่
that surprised me
โด
was
เนทเป็น
in
ล้าน
one
ไม่ใช่
frame of your
ใครจะดูวะเหี้ย
teleprompter,
มีอะไรให้เขาดูวะ
Telestrator.
we saw like 2 curtain calls.
Yeah.
Right, one on the Moscow and then
เปิด
one
มา
on
มี
the
อยู่แค่
Edith
2
as
นิ้ว
well as
ไอ้
the
เหี้ย
Frederick.
จะ
Like,
ไปโชว์ใครก็ได้วะ
that's how prolonged the fight was when
Exactly.
you're able to use your ult twice.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดี
Hey,
น้
we
องทุก
said
คน
this
ด้วย
in
ครั
the
บ
draft.
เข้ามาแล้ว
we knew this
ฝาก
was
กดไลค์
gonna
กดแชร์กด
happen,
ติด
you
ตาม
know,
นะค
and
รับ
that's playing the lineup to the T. They knew the
แม่
game
งชอบ
plan.
ใจ
They
พูดเรื่อง
brought
แบบ
it
นี้
out
พวกมึง
when,
ชอบใจ
especially when you have an aggressive decision from the opposing team here from XYG. You guys know if we just make it through this initial burst,
Yeah.
we're fine.
Exactly.
Because
พี่
we
ว่า
can
มี
actually
เซอร์ไพร
turn
ส์
it
และเซอร์
from
ไพร
the
ส์
table and then
พี่
just
กับ
run
พี่
it
นุ
out.
ชสั่งข้าว
Honestly,
มา
with
พร้อม
that, we
กัน
gotta
แล้ว
look
เสือก
at
เป็น
our
ร้านเดียวกัน
Sony
นะ
match
เซอร์ไพรส์สุดแล้ว
MVP. Well, Sony MVP of the game is going to be Kid X. And Kid X, as to what you guys are talking about, is the reason why they don't get bursted down.
Yeah. It was struggle. By the way, Kid X is gonna have a great time in the area. 7 minutes in, he's gonna get a kill on to
มอสโคปแบล็กยิปปิก
and that really just
บูลลี่
wraps
อ่ะ
up and, you know,
ขอบคุณ
speeds
กับ
up the
ของขวัญ
process
ด้วย
for
นะครับ
the Florid. And to be fair, after
2 นิ้ว
dying,
ของแรงเลยนะครับ ใช่ครับ เส้นรอบวงครับ
actually,
ผมไม่ได้บอกความยาว
never
ซะหน่อย
died, actually.
Yeah.
Kid X never died. So after the early stages of the game, he was untagged.
Wow.
15 KDA, 100% kill participation. Talk about the Florid.
On a Florin.
On the Florid.
My goodness.
Yeah.
I've
เหี้ยเส้นรอบ
never
วงก็
seen
ยัง
a
เล็กอยู่นี่หว่า
scarier floor
มันต้อง
in
เป็น
my
ไอ้นี่
life.
ไว้ยเส้นผ่านศูนย์กลาง
Look at the floor. You be
สวัส
thinking
ดีครับ
like
สวัสดี
she's
ทุกคนด้วย
harmless.
ครับ
Like,
คิดครับ
dude,
จาก
dude,
ฟาคอนครับ
15%. None of those tempo rate
อันนี้ไม่ได้คุยกันไม่ได้เตรียมกันจริงอย่าพี่แม่ง
Yeah, that's
ชัด
actually
เลยเนี่ย
But you
สั่ง
saw
ของร้าน
there
เดียว
was
กัน
a
มาแน่
portion
เลย
of
เนี่ย
middle where they were able
ชัด
to
ร้
just
อยเลย
literally
ว่า
one
พี่
shot
แม่งมี
long
แผ
with
น
just
น่ะ
one Lycan bounce
Yeah.
coming out from
That's a lot of
Dax.
damage.
That is a lot of damage coming off of the items.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
What am I gonna say?
War cry
Hey.
and
บ
focusing
อกเลย
market.
ตอนสั่งไม่ได้คุยกันเลย
Big
แม่ง
percentage.
ใจตรง
Big
กันกู
champ,
ว่า
as
แล้ว
this guy would say.
Big
Well,
damn. And with that being said, we have a special interview
Well,
with Falcons. So before we go to the next match, let's check it out.
ไรเดอร์แม่งมองหน้าตากันปิบๆอ่ะไรเดอร์แม่งมองหน้าตากันปิบๆอ่ะเอ้าส่งที่เดียวกันเหรอนายฝากส่งได้ไหมอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Hello, I am Ryan May from Falcon Esports and I play AHP. ကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့ဒီတပ်ပါတီပွဲတွေမှာအကောင်းဆုံး train နဲ့ train ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ official ပွဲကိုနိုင်အောင်ကြိုး စူးစမ်းခဲ့ပါအားစိတ်ရောက်လာတဲ့အချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီဘယ်လိုလဲဂိမ်းကိုနီးစနစ်ကြကြပို့ပြီးဆော့လာနိုင်တယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီအပြင်ပိုင်းတွေမှာလည်းစီကံပိုင်းတွေပို့ပြီးတော့တိုးတက်လာကျွန်တော်တို့အခက်အခဲဆုံးတင်ရတော့ Falcon AP brand ပေါ့ဘယ်လိုဘာလို့လဲဆိုရင်ဒီကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ AP brand ကိုနိုင်သွားရင်လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့အများကြီးဒီပွဲထဲမှာဆော့အားအရင် high ဖြစ်အောင်ပါပြီးရင်ပို့ပြီးတော့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့နိုင်ရိုးစိတ်တွေပြင်းထန်လာဒီ South Asia မှာဆိုရင်တော့ Fnatic on တွေကိုကြိုက်ဆုံးဘာလို့လဲဆိုသူတို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကြိုက်လို့ဒီအပြင် ဒီဘက် SCA အပြင်မှာဆိုရင်တော့ကလောက်နိုင်ကိုကလောက်နိုင်ရွေးရတယ်ဘာလို့လဲကလောက်နိုင်ကသူတို့ဘက်မှာဆိုရင်နာမည်
บึ้ม
ကြီးရ
บัม
ပြီးတော့
เอ็ก
ကျွန်တော်တို့
จ้า
လည်း
ร้อนมากเลยตอนเนี้ยพี่ขอน้ำแข็งทั้ง2 ก้อนได้ไหมแอร์แม่งเน่าอีกอะ
Something about
ไม่เป็นไรผม
Royal
กิน
Milk.
น้อยผมวันเนี้ย
It
ผม
seems that he
เดี๋ยวผม
said
ต้องออกไปข้างนอกกับน้องไง
I
ผม
like
กิน
Fnatic
แค่
on
ประ
it.
คองสังขารช่ว
You
ง
know,
เช้าแต่ตอน
and
เย็น
it's
ผม
like,
ก็
oh,
มา
I
นี่
like Cloud9. I want to
วา
beat
ไม่ร้อง
them.
เพลงวันเกิดตัวเองโอ้โห
He
พี่
got what
มา
he wished for.
อะไรกับผมหน้าไลฟ์เลยพี่
I
Is
feel
he a
like a lot
seer?
of
ผมอวยพรผมก็อวยพรพี่มาแฮปปี้เบิร์ดเดย์ร้องเพลงอะไรบ้างหน้าสตรีม
He has a curse.
คนดูเป็น
Maybe.
100 200
I'm
300
just
คนแล้วเหร
surprised
อ
on how many times Cloud9's name comes up.
Oh yeah.
อายุกระปูนนี้กันแล้วพี่
Shows that they're,
จะมา
they're a
Happy
team
Birthday
to
หน้าไล
watch
ฟ์
out for. But then again, Falcon, they have already
ให้เหลือ
overcame
ความ
that
ลายไว้ให้กับเด็กบ้างเถ
Now
อะ
they're just 1 win away from securing the knockout stages.
เดี๋ยวโทรไปแฮปปี้เบิร์ดเดย์เลย
70%, I would say.
70% is
โอ้
good
โห
enough. Yeah, that's nice.
70% is good.
Yep.
ไว้หน้าไว้ตาน้องบ้างเถอะ
You know, I think even with how things are going to kind of like fall into place here with Group D,
เดี๋ยวเอาสกิน
if they get the
เดี๋ยวเอา
sweep
สกิน
here,
ปลา
that's
ใส่
great,
ให้
that's great for Falcon Esports because from that interview, you heard it, right, from Royal Milk,
แซวเล่นนะ
that
ไม่มีอะไรหรอก
their
กวน
preparations
ตีน
leading
พี่
to
เขาไป
this,
วันๆ
they
น่ะ
don't have as many, I would say, opportunities
เดี๋ยวสั่ง
as
เค้ก
other
ไปให้
regions
เป่า
here. They really do
ไม่
compete
ต้องเอามา
in these third-party tournaments. They use that as their practice. And
อา
then
ยุ
eventually
ขนาด
when
นี้
they
แล้ว
get
มานั่งกิน
to
เค้ก
chance
อะไร
to
ก่อ
scrim and
น
everything else, look what they bring to the table.
Yeah, now we're jumping straight into the pick and bans here. Falcon's going to be blue side, XYG is going to be red side, and again, the Luyi gets banned. But I'm kind of on the camp for Falcons, like, don't change it up. What has worked before, just keep using it. They used it from the Snapdragon Pro Series up until MSC, and until someone stops it, might as well just use the same thing. But what do you guys think?
I think that yes, super duper agree with that, especially because we know that XYG might also do the same thing. This Yuzhong pick, although it is not the most optimal pick, especially because there's Florid, there's Faramis, or well, they did not see the Florid prior to the Yuzhong pick, but it's more of a comfort kind of pick. Like, it doesn't have an actual combo with the Fredrin. Imagine if they picked up somewhere along the lines of Lapu Lapu, for example. They will have to deal with the Moskov. But that tells me it's comfort pick. That's also
มาทางพี่
is
ด้วย
the same
ใคร
with
กิน
Fredrin.
ก่อน
Although
นะเค้ก
Fredrin
อะ
works versus the Roger.
มึงแค่
This is
10 ถุง
Faramis
ก็
plus
สั่งไป
Ruby, which
ก็เกินพอแล้ว นี่
Fredrin
ไง
actually hates playing at. So what I'm trying to get at is
กู
XYG
จะ
is
เลี้ยงคน
playing
ทั้งหมู่บ้าน
about
เดี๋ยว
their
ก่อน
comfort
กูจะเปิดไล
heroes.
ฟ์
So
ว้า
Esco
ว่า
should
เลี้ยง
also be
คน
playing
ทั้ง
on
หมู่
their
บ้าน
comfort heroes.
Yeah, so
สวัสดีครับ
honestly,
สวัสดีทุก
nice
คนด้วย
looking
ครั
at
บ
this match here. Falcons, they're betting out the Moskov, so even though yes, they won against it, but they're still
สวัส
respecting
ดีครับหลวง
having
พี่
the highest damage and the highest goal in that game.
Yeah.
Interesting that they go that route. It makes me wonder if we're
Yeah,
still
ว่ะ
possibly going to see a Florin come up. It was such a detrimental
หลวงพี่
part of
ศึก
the
แล้วพร้อม
lineup
เบียด
here
นะ
that we
เว้ย
saw
เฮ้ย
realize. Also, the Faramis is still open.
มึงเรียกหลวงพง
So
หลวง
those
พี่
are two heroes that could still play a big
ไม่
role.
เคยได้ยินเหรอบวชก่อน
Actually,
เบียด
either of
อะ
the teams have decided to go
ฝึก
this
เมื่อไหร่
way.
กูเบียดเลยนะเว้ย
But because of the first pick is going to be
โอ้
up for
ก้าวร้าว
grabs.
จริงเด็กหน้าไลฟ์
Harith
ไปเลย
maybe is
I mean,
yeah, very
Yeah,
nice.
that is.
Very natural, actually. And then you answered this typically with
บางที
Roger,
ก็
but
ปรึกษากันบ้าง
yeah,
ก็ได้
Roger's
นะครับ
available. Yeah, maybe XYG,
Roger
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
Roger Valen.
แบนลุยอาร์ลอดครับมอสโคบออกไป
Another
ครับ
hero is the Fredrin, which
ฝั่ง
in this
ทาง
case
ด้าน
now is
ของ
a legitimate answer to the Harith and
นะฮะ
XYG. Showed
ซินยู
us
เกม
that
มิ่ง
they
ครับ
are
แบนชิป
not
แองเจ
gonna
ล่า
think twice about
เทียริส
picking
ลา
that
ครับ
hero up. Picking up both Rogers was Fredrin is not that good because you can reveal a lot. So maybe Edith plus Fredrin, perhaps. There it is.
There it is. Wolf
Wolf
always on
calling.
point. He's good.
I'm sure that his glasses has screens inside of it. That he has like
จะเป็น
5
ฮาริส
seconds
ตัว
ahead or
แรกเลยครับ
I'll say that so far.
จองตั๋วเครื่องบินให้ผมดีกว่าเดี๋ยวผมไปเลยเนี่ย
Pretty on point and
120%. you.
120%.
120.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
120%.
ไปไหนวะ
120
นั่นเลยไปไหนวะ
Like meaning to say, the draft that he got wrong, he was right. He was just right too fast.
Yeah. Right.
It's gonna be in a knockout stage, so he was drafted for that one.
I'd take that.
เชีย
I
ร์
take
ฟา
that.
คอน
So now for
That's enough for me. Do you get the Ruby or the CC now? I think CC.
บึ้
Oh,
ม
Roger,
บัม
obviously.
เอ็กซ์การ์
It's still open.
Oh, this. I hope XYG picks up the Valentina because now they have access to the Faramis.
Netherrealm, yeah.
Netherrealm Fredrin is great, and it's great versus the Roger as well, right?
That's
Because Roger hates playing against the Faramis.
I
I hate
think part of the
fighting
problem the last game was they locked in the Fredrin early.
Yeah, I
Like
agree.
they
I
didn't
agree.
have to pick it up that last pick of the first phase. Oh, whoa! This is
Whoa!
interesting.
I mean,
Whoa!
talk about early, right? Talk about early. Like
Man.
you would assume Bruno getting banned in the second ban
Yeah.
phase.
You
Oh,
don't expect
man.
it, right?
So now I'm guessing.
Oh man.
I'm still saying the same thing from the last game. I'm surprised with their last pick for the
Oh,
first
man.
phase. Same thing for this
No,
game.
no,
This
no.
is-
No, I feel like because you said that, it's like, you know what? Hold my
What's the
coffee. No, hold my rock star.
Oh.
Let me
Oh
show
my
you-
Rockstar.
Let
Oh
me,
my
let
Pepsi.
me, let me show you my third
Oh.
pick.
All right.
Oh man. This
I
is,
wonder how the casters are reacting, you know?
I am confusion.
You're,
Yes.
You did say that's going to be the theme for
The
today.
theme for today.
Today is going to be Confused Wolf, but
Yeah.
let's jump back into the draft here.
Yeah.
Raz getting banned now. We have to consider that the Valentina should be banned here, right?
It has to be.
Yeah,
Has
it
to
has to be. It's great. Oh man, the XYG.
There it is.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely a mistake. I would say this is a, you know, when you're playing chess and then there's a game review where it's like a blunder or something.
Yeah.
This is definitely a blunder from XYG because surely I understand why the Bruno will be picked up. And like I said, FCON might not even be thinking about the Bruno. The slot where the Bruno was picked.
I mean, who would you think? Carrie, Claude, Beatrix, Nathan.
There's 5 more marksmen that you'll think about before you get into the Bruno.
Before you get to the-
you would consider Ruby before Bruno.
That's also true. Oh man.
because especially against the Harith.
Exactly. Like,
Especially against the Harith. Like
early
where-
game, yeah, sure. Like first 2 minutes of the game. Level 1 is great for Bruno.
Yeah. But once the Zaman Force especially comes up,
Yeah.
how do you play against that?
And
Uh,
2 minutes
and-
go by fast.
And the Pharm is old as well.
Freya banned again, but at least this
Oh
time
my
the CC
God.
got banned. Now here's the thing: Royal Milk, if he doesn't get a CC, he has one more hero, and that's the Yuzong.
Yuzhong. So that means that XYG might be pressed to pick up the Yuzhong now, which then reveals the Edith. Oh my god, this is literally the same as last time. I would say just pick up Lapu Lapu. I think it's much better. Give up the Yuzhong. You're pretty much set for that.
แบนเฟย่ากับ
Maybe,
วาเลนติน่าครับ
Now or something?
บาลานซ์กับชีชี่
Maybe
ครับ
just go Vexana again. I
Vexana.
don't know. They don't have that many options when you look at this. Valentina was
Aurora?
Novaria.
Aurora?
Or Aurora's perfect versus
Yeah.
both Roger as well as the Aerith. That's great. I want to see your depth. I mean, if this is elimination game for you, just you pick up the Bruno anyways. What's another crazy pick, right? So
Yuzhong.
yeah, they indeed got pressed to pick up the Yuzhong.
Yep. All right, that's
Oh,
what we
man.
expected.
Oh man. Oh man.
The question is, what does Royal Milk pick up now? Because the type of guy that's the farming kind of heroes, or we're looking at the Vendetta, the Paquito.
Yeah,
maybe-
Benedetta is great.
Maybe even the Lapu.
Paquito is also amazing. I think I'm thinking Grok actually for FCON, but at the same time, I love the Lolita. It's great versus the Bruno, decent versus the Edith. Ruby is also one of those heroes that Fredrin doesn't like to play against. How about going back to the oh yeah, there you go, the Minotaur and the Ruby.
Minotaur plus
Dude,
This is difficult.
long team fights, right?
long team fight still
Oh,
because
man.
there's still some healing.
Oh man.
From the Minotaur.
Go Odette, pick up the Winter Crown. You're not that scared about the Minnow and Fury as well as the Ruby. That's the only option here. Otherwise, you're pressed to go Vexana.
You're saying that because they need the damage?
Yes. They need tons of damage.
So it's not about crowd control here. It's not about, like lords.
No.
Come
Oh,
on.
มีอะไรจะบอก
You need a swan
เชี่ย
song.
You need a swan song because how much
พี่
damage does World
พี่
do?
พี่
Uh,
สอง
not
คน
that
ไป
much.
อ่านข้อความผมนะ
Yeah,
พี่
actually, some,
พี่
you
พี่
know,
สอง
Baby
คนอ่ะ
Kitty
พี่ผม
just
ส่ง
uses
ให้
it for
แป๊บ
the
นึง
stacks, actually.
แรงหมาย
Yep.
จัง
Yeah.
กระโดดครับครับผม
Tough decision. What is it going to be?
Novaria.
Novaria.
We did say that Novaria can be picked up.
ข้ามร้านก๋วยเตี๋ยวเป็ดเจนาย
It does have damage, but then you have to scale up. You need some items. You need a few other things for them to work out. So
Oh, man.
for the casters, letting you guys know the draft has finished, and I'm pretty sure you guys heard our analysts, their opinions on the draft. We're gonna throw it to you guys fast. Give you guys a little bit of time to digest, but what do you guys think about the draft? We're throwing it over to you.
I want to catch it real fast just as well. It's very rare that clearly, literally, An analyst says, yo, that might have been a blunder right there.
Hey man, if Lung hard carries this game 1v5, it's a blunder no longer. And I think that's what we're hoping to see here, whether he actually qualifies for that slot. Can he truly 1v5 against a double sustained composition that has a Farmis and a Minotaur? Good luck.
And this is indeed a debut Bruno pick in the group stage of MSC 2024. And there's a reason why they call him the international marksman. It's because he's one of the carries for his team. So if by any chance we don't have the comms, but we can only assume, hey coach, give me that Bruno, then this could be one of their only ways that they see they can take down Falcon.
I don't know. I like double insurance policies, right? I think that E1 could have gone for the Vixana if he wanted to. I would have much preferred the Farsa. Wow, he just ate that. He just,
ดีครับวันนี้ทุกคนด้วยครับ
In astral form too.
Oh boy, that's interesting.
มาครับ
Don't see that
ตรงนี้
happen
ครับเกม
very
ที่
often.
สอง
But
ครับ
overall, I do agree with the analyst. I do think it might have been a little bit of a blunder. So I'm hoping that Long really shows up here, and he's going for Master Assassin. So I'm glad that he's trying to win his lane.
ร้อนเลยครับ
Chicken again.
ร้อนเลย
Ooh, it's a good amount of CC from
ด้านบนครับเป็นฮาริสครับเลนกลางครับเป็นฟลามิดไมโนครับ
that's how you
โร
build
เจอร์
Bruno,
จัง
folks.
เกิล
You
ครับ
wanna
แล้ว
try
ด้านล่าง
Bruno.
เป็นลูบี้
If
เหมือน
it
เดิม
works
ครับ
out,
ใช้
then you
แผน
double
เดิม
down
ครับ
on it. Interesting to see that Falcon Esports still committing onto that.
ส่วนด้านบนครับซินยูเกมมิ่งครับ
Yeah, they do quite like the Ruby.
Bruno
I mean, it's all
ครับ
about sustain, right? CC Ruby
ด้านล่าง
generally
วี
does the
จง
same
ครับ
thing.
แล้ว
You're
ก็
looking for that
เป็น
pick
เฟ
at
ส
that
ลิน
back
กับ
line.
ทาง
You're
ด้าน
trying to
ข
pump
อง
them up as much as possible, and then you
โนวาเลีย
just-
ครับ
instead
อีดิท
of, like,
นะ
not
โรมมิ่ง
tanking
ครับ
it, you just have enough spell back,
ยังไง
spell
ยังไง
back to keep
ยังไง
yourself
พี่โจ
alive.
อินอ่ะ
I
พี่โจ
think
อิน
that
อ่ะ
for now, Dax,
พี่โจอิน
I
อ่ะ
mean, not
ตัว
gonna
ดี
find
เล
that
ย
first
พี่โจ
blood
อิน
just
อ่ะ
yet, but it looks like the mid duo is really struggling here from XYG.
Up top, you do see these two golden.
พี่โจอินอ่ะตัวดีเลย
Not much of action. Just
อย่าเล่นพี่โจอินก่อนคนแรกเลย
Kill VJ dueling against these two. And he does trigger the Shaw essence there. Royal Milk.
เข้ามาแล้วมั้ง
away,
น่าเสียงรถอ่ะ
Get some gold from this tier 1 down bottom.
Really good read coming in from
my God.
XYG. They respond to the potential dive here, and KLVJ honestly doesn't take too much damage. His team bails him out of that situation, and if they can find PX7 here, that'd be the most ideal just before he hits level 4.
You can feel the urgency
Wait,
of
what?
these mid laners. They want to go and get that level 4 sooner. Kill.
I mean, Kale is in a lot of trouble here. At this point, he's not going to have enough life to even use the Black Dragon form. And then the Flicker Force from Royal Milk into the Defender to find first blood. That's great, but he wants that level 4. But no Fury already comes up from the side of Kid X, and they've already found a God. Young Zed is going to be the next to fall. No like Impound reset from Dax, unfortunately.
Walks away with 1 HP and a dream. XYG facing the wrath of Falcon Esports. They didn't expect
พี่โจ
them to
อิน
be
อ่าน
this
พี่โจ
aggressive,
อิน
but
อ่าน
now
พี่โจอิน
Dax
อ่าน
attempting Grand Theft Purple. Can they get it?
พี่โจอินอ่านแล้วส่งให้พี่นุชดิ
Oh, yeah. Petrify is already come
สวัสดี
out
ครับ
as
สวัสดี
well.
ทุกคนด้วยครับ
Quickly into the Black Dragon form to get himself out of there. And this is
ไหล
where the
เข้ามาครับ
devastation
ด้านบนครับ
is
ตรงนี้ครับ
going, right?
2-0 ครับ Falcon
bails
Esports
them
ครับ
out when things get
ขึ้น
really
นำมา
tight.
แล้วครับ
That's it. Dax has 1 star now. He committed Grand Theft Purple successfully. Got away with it too with impunity. Same story still up top. Gold-wise, that is Falcon Esports up by, wow, a whopping 2,000 gold already. 2 kills, a turtle, and I wonder how much of that is on Benny.
Well, let's have a look here.
Wow, 500.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Trickle-down economy.
It is a trickle-down effect, right? And you can see that, like, every single motions on the map have costed them something. Even for PX7, he is quite significantly ahead against E1. He's 2 levels up on E1 right now, and all because a bad turtle fight, and more importantly, didn't hit level 4 on time by the EXP lane.
The EXP lane skirmish really benefited Falcon Esports, and I'm pretty sure that was to plan. That was on purpose. And now they're going to continue to pressure top lane this time around because this buys Falcon Esports more room to rotate. They can try and engage, and if anything, they can do it on through fronts. Look, down bottom.
KLVJ is going to get hit by Lycan, Pouch Shot, Residue procs, Petrify as well to make sure that Dax has no insurance policy to find the kill. Astro Echo, ooh, skill shot, right direction, not enough range.
That was close. That was close. Maybe about an inch or 2 from death. Dax was going to be able to regenerate off
วันนี้
these
ครับวันนี้ทุก
little
คนด้วยครับ
these creeps near the
ด้านบน
turtle.
ครับฮาริสครับกับทางด้านของ
Falcon Esports
ไมโนครับ
alights from that top lane pressure. They're going to go ahead and go for this turtle now.
I'm curious. I would like to check in with Lung here. How is he doing in his lane? Because he's been left on an island for quite some time, and it looks like he, I mean, previously he was leveled down on Benny, but that's
Set มา
because
ตรง
the
นี้
wave is
ครับ
pushing in. But let's look at the turtle for now. Backtracking form already out from KLVJ, but no Fury to follow it up, and it looks like Dax
แล้วจ่ายดาเมจเข้ามาแบบนี้ครับโรเจอร์ครับเก็บทางด้านของเฟนลินไปได้ครับ
It's pretty impossible for XYG to walk in like that, right? I mean, with the Mignola Fury alone is a big issue.
Well, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Well, shame on me still. I think the other one goes the other way. I think shame on you. But yeah, no, I think this should be the last straw for XYG. Maybe don't face him up front. The kill's gonna go down here. Unless...
Oh! What? Oh, he walked out of it! He walked out of range and ended up dying!
I'll count that as an outplay. The king does it. I'll count it as an outplay.
All
that
right.
was a 3v1. There's no reason for him to do that. Let's watch it again.
Look at Dax, just look at Dax. You can see the range of PX7's Nether Realm, right? And Dax just so happens to walk out of it and gets by the shot.
It was the Shah. And
King
right out of
Akulad.
range too. Shah has larger range in Nether Realm.
อะไรพ่อไม่ได้กินอะไรเลยพ่อทำงานอย่า
so
มั่ว
funny. Oh man, I mean Dax is probably like, it's not the biggest deal in the world. A little sad, of course.
Yeah.
But let's look at the item builds because right now I think that man, Zed,
เข้าใจยังพี่นุช
he is greedy. A
พี่นุช
brute
เข้าใจ
force
ยัง
breastplate first
แม่ง
item
กู
to
วิ่ง
be
เอา
able to
เข้ามา
not
แอ
only
บ
get
แท
away
บ
from
จะ
his
ไม่ทัน
opponents,
อ่ะ
but if XYG can turn things around, he's going to be running at his opponents.
It's tough because again,
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคน
Falcon
ด้วย
has
ครับ
multiple damage sources, very different in nature too. There's physical,
แม่
there's magic.
เซอร์ไพรส์เลยเซอร์ไพรส์จริง
That's the most
เซอร์ไพรส์ใหญ่จริง
Both. It's hybrid and less CC.
เซอร์ไพรส์ใหญ่จริง เซอร์ไพรส์ที่สุดเลย
Less from the pull, less from the hook.
โคตรเซอร์ไพรส์กูเล
So
ย
I get it, I understand, but it is a little greedy. I do agree.
ไม่เอาซะ
Now,
กูช็อกเลย
dancing around
แล้ว
too.
ปกติเป็นคนที่ไม่เดินออกไปรับของนะวันนี้เสร็จเดินออกไปรับของ
Look
พ
at
อ
how
ดี
minimal damage they're doing to him, and like even if he does
แทบ
take
จะ
the
สำลัก
damage, he just walks
วันนี้ก็วันนี้ทุกคน
down to the
ด้วยครับ
backside of the map.
สกอร์ขยับขึ้นมาเป็น4-1ครับฟาคอน
Comes back to the neutral and it's just like, I don't need a recall ever.
I'm good. Let's go. Turtle here started up by Dax.
เสร็จกันเข้ามาตรงนี้ครับด้านบนครับไมโนทอร์ครับเป็นทางด้านฮาริสครับโยกเข้ามาจ่ายดาเมจเข้าไปใส่มาตรงนี้ก็ฟารามิดเก็บมาได้1ครับสกอร์5-1ครับเห็นบ้ามันเป็นฮีโร่แผนจริงแผนเนี้ยมันไม่ได้เกิดมาจากฟาคอนนะมันเกิดมาจากฝั่งตอนทัวร์รัสเซียเนี่ยแผนเนี้ยเริ่มมาแล้วครับที่ใช้ไฟเตอร์เลนข้างครับจริงๆมันก็เป็นเมตาเก่าแหละ
I mean, he flickered
แต่
out of
คีย์
there.
หลักมันคือรูบี้
I think they didn't read the situation right. That's the only way that I
ไม่
can
พี่
explain this.
ใกล้ๆอ่ะมันไม่น่าสั่งอยู่แล้วพี่ถ้าพี่จะสั่งใกล้ๆพี่โอนตังค์มาให้ผมดีกว่าแม่งไม่ต้องเปลืองค่าส่งด้วยคือถ้าพี่จะสั่งใกล้บ้านผมนะเว้ยอย่างข้าวมันไก่เงี้ยห่อละ40 บาทพี่สั่งแม่งก็65 บาทนึกออกปะ
And I mean now
พี่โอนมา80นี่ผมได้2ห่อแล้วผมไปเติมอีก15 บาทเดินไปแค่ข้ามถนนน่ะได้2ห่อแล้วนึกออกปะพี่
And now they're the ones facing this kind of aggression.
คือแม่งอยู่ปากซอยอ่ะคือแค่เดินข้ามถนนนะพี่แค่เดินข้ามถนน2 เลนนะเอาแค่เดินข้ามถนน2 เลนแม่งก็ถึงแล้วอ่ะ
KBG. So
ผม
this year
ถ้าพี่จะสั่งแบบปากซอยบ้านผมนะ ผมไม่ได้นี่หรอกแต่ถ้าจะเป็นแบบแค่ปากซอยบ้านนะพี่นึกออกไหมคือพี่โอนตังค์มาดีกว่าไม่ต้องเสียค่าส่ง
Nearly walking out of it before the projectile connected. Again, this is
Fuck,
the
sorry,
beauty of the double sustain comp coming in from Falcon Esports. They love doing this, right? They love
เดินข้ามถนน
having
ไปก็
Netherrealm.
เจอเลย
They love having
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
motivational roar. It could be switched out for Florence, dude.
รู้
It doesn't
แกรู้
really matter.
เคยบอกแกแล้วแกลืม
And even
เคยบอกแกแล้ว
without
แก
those
ลืม
supports, all of them have some level of sustain.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
Shields, Dax with the life steal, Royal Milk with the ungodly amount of life steal and spell vamp.
ไหลๆมาตรงนี้ครับไมโน
6K goes ahead for
เสร็จมาด้าน
Falcon
หน้าครับจ่ายดาเมจ
Esports.
เปิดไปเถอะแม่ไม่เป็นไรไม่ได้เปิดแอร์
I mean, they can fight if they want
Hey,
to, but
hey,
they
hey,
find
hey,
the eye
hey,
of Vend
hey,
and flicker
hey,
backwards
hey,
if it's too late.
hey,
Vanilla
hey,
Fury stops any aggression.
แล้วไหลเข้ามาตรงนี้ครับด้านหน้าครับพยายามจะเอาป้อมให้ได้ครับฮาริสโยกเข้าไปมังกรแตกไปก่อนโรเจอร์โดดมาแม่นิดเดียวครับ
kills can you get? And it looks like
โอ้
XYG
เกือบจะหลับ
ended.
อะ
Okay, we're only giving
แต่
you
กลับ
two.
มา
We
ได้
can't
ก็
give
อ
you
ย่างนั้น
any more, man.
Uncle, I call Uncle.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
Back off. They're eventually gonna get the orange and that turret up top that they started. Odd how mid lane tier 1 hasn't been touched. Look, now just eventually they'll push.
มันนิดนึง
I don't know. I don't know what to feel about this game. I feel like XYG aren't playing that well this time around in game number 2. I think they did much better in game number 1.
Something in game number 1 broke them.
I think
Something must have snapped. Something
มันคือเรื่องของ
changed
เทคนิค
because now XYG
มันคือเรื่องของเทคนิคเฟนลินโยนอีกแล้ว
minute one. There were small
ด้านบนครับ
outplays, small little mechanical, double two steps here, but Falcon Esports have been calling the shots.
มันมีประเด็นกันนิดไม่นิดอะไอ้เหี้ยประเด็นแม่งไม่นิดด้วย
Yeah, it's so
ประเด็นแม่งไม่นิดด้วยเลิศแผ่นเนี้ยน่าเล่นนะแผ่นเนี้ยแม่งโคตรไอ้นี่เลยเนี่ยแผ่นเนี้ยน่าเล่นนีโลแผ่นนี้แม่งเฟี้ยวจริงแผ่นนี้แม่งเฟี้ยวมันเป็นแผ่นทีมไฟอะทีมไฟโคตรโหดอะคีย์หลักมันคือลูบี้กับฟารามิดจริงๆคีย์หลักมันคือลูบี้มันไม่ได้ฟารามิดมันก็เล่นตัวอื่นได้มันเล่นฟอร์ลินได้มันเล่นอะไรก็ได้แต่ฟารามิดดีสุดเพราะว่ามันอาศัยทีมไฟหนาสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับเรามาแล้วฝากกดไลค์กดแชร์กดติดตามด้วยครับแฮปปี้เบิร์ดเดย์พี่สาวกูเลยพี่สาวกูเซอร์ไพรส์กูก่อนเลยสวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับพี่สั่งมา 5-6 ถุงจริงดิพี่ผมถามพี่หน่อยเลี้ยงคนทั้งหมู่บ้านได้เลยนะเว้ยพี่10 เกมได้เล่นเกมเดียวฟังเบรกมีรีวิวอาหารพี่โจอินเอาอะไรเนี่ยอาร์มอนหรือฮานาบิเดี๋ยวส่งให้เร็วอาร์มอนหรือฮานาบิพี่นุชได้ไปแล้วแล้วเรียบร้อยครับตัวนี้ครับ 2-0 ครับ
Falcon Esports does it again.
Both teams tried to draft as close a lineup to as they did in game one. And eventually, it's Falcon's aggression, what we were expecting from the early moments of game one that won them through. This is the Falcon we know.
I mean, you guys can't see this. Leo's eyes wide at just the way that Falcons played. How quickly this double sustain comp, which is known to take some time, really ramp up fast.
It's like they loaded up a new game plus save. That's what it looks like. They picked right back up from where game one ended, and you can see here the faces of XYG. The little monsters. I mean, I don't want to be the one to say it, but I think it's official. This is it.
I think this is pretty much it, and I think that XYG, they know that their performance in Game 2 was not up to standard. It was not the way that they wanted to go out.
Game 1 looked better. Game 1 had promise.
Yeah.
Game 2, I think our analysts were right. There were several decisions that exacerbated the point here that allowed for Falcon to go this fast, that denied XYG the capability to come back. GG well played to the champions from China, but Falcon Esports, they look like they might actually try to make it through knockouts.
Well, look, I mean, I've been watching them throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series, and PX7 is a monster on that Faramis. I'm surprised that he got it honestly 2 times in a row, especially not against a Valentina.
And let's talk about how Royal Milk is stepping up to the plate. Royal Milk, despite all of the critics saying, hey, he's usually the one to slack off. He's usually one of the reasons why Falcon takes a while to take off. Hey, here today, he proved that he can be part of that campaign, to be at the front line and say, hey, we can put Burmese MLBB back on the map.
I mean, they have a very clear identification card about how they play this game, and I think a lot of teams who are, the top 1% want to crack down on them as soon as possible, because this momentum, it's only going to go 10x.
Kid X, talking about X, we do have now Benny on stage. We're setting him up to talk to the Wood Sandstorm and Marakino alongside Edward. They'll be telling us all about this match win.
Here with us on stage, Benny, congratulations. I was asking him how he's feeling right now, and he said happy. Now, this isn't your team's first time to join the MSC. How did you prepare so this time you can get even further than your last visit?
MSC ပထမဆုံးချိန် qualify ဖြစ်တာမဟုတ်ဘူးเนาะအဲ့တော့ဒီပို့ပြီးဝေးတဲ့နေရာရောက်တဲ့အထိရောဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်ခဲ့တာလဲပေါ့
So you can get past the group stages onto the knockouts.
ဒီတော့ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီအခုဆို group stage ကနေပြီး knockout set တက်သွားပြီပေါ့เนาะဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကိုဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်ခဲ့တာလဲ
ပွဲကြီးနေတိုင်းမှာပြည့် focus ပြီးတော့နားရမရှိဘဲနဲ့ နေ့တိုင်းဒီ game ပဲထိုင်ဆော့နေပြီးတော့အများအား focus ပြီးဆော့နေရအောင် screen အများအားဆော့နေ
We play daily screens with full focus on this game. We train daily.
Train daily, no days off.
No days off. He said no days off. Play screens daily and focus on this game.
And it seems
Oi.
to be worth it because now
โอ้โห
you're getting more points and you've gotten a sweep. Congratulations.
เมนูแรกเรานะครับ ข้าวหน้าเป็ดนะฮะ
in the knockout stage. Now, I do have one question for you, Benny. Since the teams that you will face off in the knockout stage have been predetermined, which team would you prefer to face? Team Liquid Echo, NIP Flash, or the Selangor Red Giants? Which team would you like to face?
ร้อนไม่มีหาอะไรร้อนแล้วหิวด้วยไม่ได้หิวด้วยเพราะว่ากินโจ๊กไปเมื่อกี้
တွေ့ကြမှာ
เก็บไปกินตอนเย็นครับไม่ได้กินเลยหรอกเพราะว่ากิน
Okay,
โจ๊กไปแล้ว
well, you know
ไม่
what?
อยากยัด
I always like a player who
พี่
likes
คน
to
กิน
give us
ข้าว
a
แล้วไม่อยาก
statement.
ยัด
They
เฉย
don't
ๆครับ
really care about which team they face.
ก็
They are
ขอบ
up
คุณ
for
ครับ
any
ขอบคุณ
kind of
พี่ที่
challenge.
สนับสนุ
That's
นครับ
exactly the kind
ขอบ
of
คุณ
attitude
พี่
that
ที่
I
เซอร์
want
ไพร
to
ส์ผ
see
ม
from
ครับ
Benny's. Thank you very much for joining us on the stage. We're going to go back to our lovely boys and girls in the studio to break down the
ขอบคุณ
previous
ที่
game
เซอ
and
ร์
get
ไพรส์
ourselves
ครับ
ready for the second series of the day for Group D here at
เลิก
MSC
แคสเกมไปรีวิวอาหาร
2024.
ฮีโร่พี่จะบอกให้ตรงข้างหน้าเนี่ยพี่จะ7 กล่องเนี่ยพี่ถามหน่อยว่ามนุษย์คนหนึ่งที่ตัวเล็กตัวน้อยเท่าพี่เนี่ยต้องแดกข้าวถึง7 กล่องเลยเหรอ
At the same time.
At the same time. Just for
ฮะฮีโร่
3-on-1.
มนุษย์คนหนึ่งเนี่ย
I'd
ตัว
win.
เล็กๆอย่างพี่เนี่ยต้องกินข้าวคน
Let's
เดียว
talk about
7
this
กล่อง
game,
อ่ะ
by the way, because
Yeah.
I believe that here we have an agreement that this game he's won and lost because of the draft.
Yeah, and as we are watching the highlights, this is merely an evidence of what we were saying during the draft. Unfortunately, it was difficult. There was a time where we're looking at the items, Long as well as Benny were just battling out up top, but Benny was ahead for 1,000 gold over his lane matchup. Dax was essentially freely running across the map because of the Faramis as well as the Minotaur. If there was a Faramis, if he is about to die, Faramis ult is up. Actually, the only reason why he died was because he himself went
ถึงแล้ว
out of
ถึ
the
งแล้ว
range of
พี่อยู่ข้างล่าง
the Nether Realm.
Yeah.
He's
You
his
know,
worst enemy.
Exactly. And then during Lord team fights or Eternal team fights,
Yeah.
the Mino 1 Fury as well as the Mino Motivation Roar was enough to sustain this Roger. So yeah, unfortunately, all that
และ
you've
แก
seen in
จิ้ม
the
เหมือนว่า
highlights
ร้าน
are just
นี้มีอะไร
evidences
แกสั่ง
of
ทุก
what
เมนู
happened
อ่ะ
in the draft.
You know what's weird?
มี
is
เมื่อกี้
going back to the
ข้าวหน้า
Bruno
เป็ด
pick,
อันนี้กะเพรา
this is
เป็ด
11, almost 11 and a half.
บะหมี่เป็ด
Bruno was
บะ
one
หมี่
of the
เป็ด
marksmen where you would just need an item
บะ
or
หมี่
two
เป็ด
Yeah.
to
เส้นเล็ก
actually
เป็ด
hit that
มา
power
หมด
spike
เลย
and
เว้ย
pop
เฮ้ย
off here, but
มา
I
ทุก
don't
เม
know,
นู
this is
จริง
not a
ว่ะ
good showing for
นี่
you know
เกาเหลา
all the
หรือ
Bruno
ว่า
mains
เส้น
out
หมี่วะ
there, and
เหมือน
as you
เกาเหลา
saw,
มาก
he
กว่า
wasn't able to really get a kill, get anything. I mean, even with the Novaria pick.
There wasn't any movement to the top lane. That's the thing with Edith plus Novaria. Very strong when it comes to just the mid lane,
Yeah.
but when it comes to rotating to
เฮ้ย
upper
อันนี้มัน
lanes,
ไม่ได้
it's
กองข
difficult.
ยะนะ
And they're also facing up against the
แต่ว่า
Faramis
แบบ
as well as the Minotaur.
มันคือ
You might not have seen it in the highlights, but during the game itself, and you can review this, the lane was frozen
มัน
against
คื
the
อกองก๋วย
Novaria
เตี๋ยว
for a
ผม
long
ขอ
time.
เอาไปไว้ข้างนอกก่อนนะ
The
แม่ง
Novaria didn't have enough
เยอะ
impact
แล้วแม่ง
for
ร้อน
Edith because they can get out of
ไว้
the
ข้าง
lane
หน้าแล้วมัน
just
นี่
because of how
ข้างใน
strong
มัน
the
เป็นห้อง
Faramis
แอร์ด้วยครับ เดี๋ยวมันเย็นหมด
Crazy how even here in her actual form, the Minotaur is able to knock her up, and then damage for one coming in from Faramis. Yeah, that mid lane was frozen for who knows how long. While this is playing, we gotta talk about the stakes here because now having 2-0'd XYG, 2-0'ing Cloud9, the next matchup is gonna determine whether they're going to the knockout stage or not. Because if
นี่อะไรวะเนี่ย
Falcon
ชิป
Rebellion
หายแล้ว
wins the next one,
ก๋วย
that's
เตี๋ยว
it.
จริงด้วย
Yeah, that's it.
แล้วคือ พี่
Um,
โจอินสั่งก๋วยเตี๋ยวมา
Tiebreakers, I
3
think
พี่นุ๊ก
we had
สั่งมา
a
กี่ถุง
great
วะ
time because I
1
think this game was 11
เดี๋ยว
minutes and 23 seconds.
2
Thank you.
Thank you.
เย็ดแค่
Thank you.
ให้มาได้อย่างนี้
11, 23. What was the first game? What was the first
พี่
game?
โจอินสั่งเป็ดพะโล้พี่นุ๊กสั่งเป็ดย่าง
Pretty quick.
Yeah, around there, yeah.
Yeah, very quick games.
Give the floor a name.
เซอร์ไพรส์กูจริงนี่ไงเราเซอร์ไพรส์กูจริง
another time.
8 กล่องอ่ะ ไม่ได้7ด้วย
Albert.
กูบอกแล้วกูเปิดเพจรีวิวอาหารนะลูกแน่นอน
We gotta look at the Sony match MVP of this game, and you know what? The choice is all over the place. Like
เป็ดย่างหนึ่งอันนี้ข้าวหน้า
amazing
ข้าวเป็ด
showing
ย่าง
coming in from Falcon Esports. Looks like he's gonna be
อันนี้
milk
บะหมี่
where-
เป็ด
oh,
ย่าง
yeah, talking about him a lot.
There was this jump that where he did the flicker. He
อี
gets
กคน
to
สั่ง
level
เป็ด
4
พะโล้อีกคน
after
สั่งเป็ดย่างเอา
quite a while. And KBJ might have not
อยากกินนะ
expected
แต่
that
ว่า
just
แบบ
the
ไม่อยาก
flicker
ยัด
and
นะครับ
the,
อิ่มอยู่
I'm offended it was
เป็นไง
already
เล่า
I think when you look at this lineup too, Royal Milk, Ruby back to back.
Yeah.
Even the Faramis back to back. You know, we heard this now.
อันนี้ถามว่าพวกพี่เขาได้อะไรนะครับเวลาเขาสำหรับถึงพี่ครับเวลาที่เขาส่งข้าวให้พี่แล้วพี่ๆ2คนนี้เขาได้อะไรครับไม่ถูกกูด่าครับไม่มีอะไรเลยครับเหมือนแบบเสพติดความเจ็บปวดนะครับวันไหนไม่โดนกูด่าไม่สบายใจอ่ะนอนไม่หลับกระสับกระส่ายไม่หรอกคือจริงๆแล้วพี่2คนนี้รู้จักกันมานานแล้วครับแล้วก็อย่างที่บอกเขาซัพพอร์ตพี่ก็ซัพพอร์ตเขานะอย่างเงี้ยเขาซัพพอร์ตพี่อย่างสกิน 4-5,000 เพชรพี่ก็ส่งให้เขานะพี่ไม่ได้ซีเรียสเฮ้ยแต่ไม่ได้บอกว่าเฮ้ยงั้นเดี๋ยวหนูซัพพอร์ตบ้างหนูจะได้สกินไม่ใช่นะครับไม่ใช่คือเอางี้เว้ยอย่างเงี้ยคือเขาทำด้วยใจเขาจริงเขาอยากสั่งให้บางทีมันเยอะเกินไปด้วยพี่จะบอกเขาไม่บอกว่าพี่ไม่ต้องสั่งเยอะขนาดนั้นเพราะว่าหลักๆเลยอ่ะคือสั่งมาเยอะอ่ะมันไม่อยากเก็บไปในตู้เย็นพอเก็บแล้วปุ๊บมันข้ามคืนแล้วมันไม่อร่อยหรอกพี่นุชขายของพี่นุชน่าจะเข้าใจของค้างคืนอ่ะแม่งเอามาอุ่นกินแล้วรสชาติมันไม่เหมือนเดิมแล้วมันต้องกินให้หมดแล้วแบบเนี่ย8 ถุงแล้วมึงคิดดูสภาพบ้านกูมีคนหลายคนจริงด้วยคือแต่มัน8 ถุงแล้วมึงนึกออกปะ
and possibly turn things around then that's in their pockets as well but if
ยังไงแม่งก็ไม่หมด
under 12 minutes
ตาพ่อกับแม่พี่เต็มที่ก็ถุงหนึ่งเอา2 คนน่ะเขาแบ่งกันกินกล่องหนึ่งก็แบบนึกออกปะกล่องหนึ่งก็พอแล้วอะไรเงี้ยเขาไม่ได้กินเยอะแล้วคนอายุเยอะนะคนแก่เขากินแค่นิดเดียวพี่เองก็กินตามมาตรฐานมนุษย์คนหนึ่งอะมื้อละกล่องก็จบแล้วอะไรเงี้ยแจกที่ไหนแล้วมันอยู่ที่นี่ที่ไหนแล้ว
and I gotta say who was I voting for?
You were voting for XYG so was I
My bad.
She opposed me.
My bad, man. My bad. Maybe I'm the reason why. You know what? My bad. It's on me. But speaking of which, for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code and let us know how we can improve our broadcast. What would you name our assets? Because the floor is now called Albert.
Albert.
Yeah. What do you call a telestrator?
Albert and Bob.
Bob. All right.
The telestrator is Bob. And with that being said, we're about to go to the second match of the day, which is going to be Falcons AB Brand going up against Cloud9. But before that, we're going for a short break.
เห็นป่ะดูดิเสพติดความเจ็บปวดกูบอกแล้วข้าวเป็ดย่างหนังกรอบไม่น่าจะกรอบหรอกพี่ผมเปิดดูแล้วแม่งไม่กรอบหรอกไม่วันนี้5 โมงพี่ไม่อยู่นะ4 โมงแล้วเนี่ย5 โมงพี่ไม่อยู่นะครับน้องๆหลัง5 โมงพอดีน้องๆมาจากต่างจังหวัดนะครับก็ต้องไปนี่น้องๆนิดนึงนะครับน้องๆมาจากต่างจังหวัดสปป.ลาววันไหนฮะสปป.ลาววันไหนไม่มีครับน้องจริงๆพี่เป็นคนกินข้าวน้อยครับแต่ว่าพี่กินน้ำเยอะไม่ได้เป็นคนกินข้าวเยอะขนาดนั้นนะอย่างที่บอกแหละพี่เขาสั่งให้ก็ขอบคุณนะแต่ตอนนี้ไม่ต้องแล้วนะคนอื่นอ่ะพอได้เฮียถ้ามีมากกว่า2กูว่าแบบนู่นอ่ะบ้านกูเปิดโรงทานได้เลยอ่ะแบบออมอยากส่งมั่งหรืออะไรเงี้ยแบบเปิดโรงทานเลยมีทางเดียวเลยกูเปิดโรงทานอย่างเดียวแล้วโอนิกครับโอนิกแชมป์แน่นอนครับเชื่อพี่ครับมีเท่าไหร่แทงให้หมดครับโอนิกโอนิกยังไงปีนี้โอนิกก็แชมป์มาโอนิกมาแรงโอนิกมาแรงมีบ้านขายบ้านมีรถขายรถนะแทงแม่งให้หมดเลยครับโอนิกอะป่าโน1ซะขนาดนั้นจะไม่ได้แชมป์ได้ไงวะมีป่าโน1อยู่ในทีมอ่ะมึงแชมป์แม่งก็อยู่แค่ปากซอยอ่ะ น่าจะต้องไปฟ้าหรือดำจริงถ้าถามไม่คือไอ้น้องไอ้เนี่ยอะไรอะที่พิมพ์มาว่าน่าจะต้องไปฟ้าหรือดำจริงนู่นนี่นั่นอะคือพี่จะบอกเองว่าอย่างนี้เว้ยหน้าจอพี่อะแม่งมีแค่หน้าจอเดียวพี่อ่านได้ไม่ทั่วจริงเว้ยไม่ใช่ว่าไม่อยากอ่านเว้ยใช่แม่งอ่านได้ไม่ทั่วจริงมันแบบเนี่ยพี่กำลังซื้อหน้าจอพี่ไม่ได้ซื้อหน้าจอพี่กำลังรอสปอนเดือนหน้าพี่ได้สปอนจอคอมพิวเตอร์อันหนึ่งเดี๋ยวพี่จะมาติดเพิ่มเป็น3จอแม่งจะได้ดูหลายๆอันคือตอนนี้พี่ดูแม่งได้แค่2อันแล้วพี่งุนหงิดอ่ะพี่ดูได้2อันแล้วพี่งุนหงิดแถมพี่แอบเล่นเกมอีกต่างหากนึกออกปะแถมพี่แอบเล่นเกมอีกต่างหากมันก็เลยแบบว่าดูได้ไม่ทั่วถึงอ่ะมึงเข้าใจกูด้วยดิมึงโปรดเข้าใจกูด้วยกูแอบเล่นเกมอยู่อีกอันหนึ่งอีกมึงนึกออกปะหน้าจอแม่งก็มีอยู่น้อยหนึ่งแล้วกูแอบนั่งเล่นเกมอื่นอยู่เนี่ยกูก็ไม่อยากเป็นแบบนั้นหรอกแต่ว่ากูเป็นจริงๆเนี่ยตอนนี้กูนั่งเล่นเกมอื่นด้วยแล้วแบบว่าบางทีแบบมันไม่เห็นจริงเว้ยแบบมันไม่พออ่ะอีกจอหนึ่งเราต้องเปิดดูแข่งไงนี่หรอปะจอฝั่งซ้ายเนี่ยเราต้องเปิดดูแข่งเว้ยจอฝั่งขวาเนี่ยมึงคิดดูดิ3แพลตฟอร์มกับอีกหนึ่งเกมอ่ะอยู่ที่หน้าจอเนี้ย4หน้าจออ่ะแล้วแบบพอจะอ่านอ่ะกูแก่แล้วไงกูก็ต้องเปิดขยายขึ้นมาอ่านไงมันตัวเล็กไงคือพอย่อมันเป็นสี่เหลี่ยมเล็กๆแล้วมันก็จะเล็กตามที่เราย่อไงมันไม่ได้เปิดเต็มจอใช่ป่ะก็เลยต้องสลับไปสลับมาสลับไปสลับมาประมาณนั้นแหละแม่งเลยต้องสลับไปสลับมาเว้ยมันต้องสลับไปสลับมาพี่เลยไม่เห็นเว้ยไม่ใช่ว่ากูไม่อยากอ่านบางทีแบบกูลืมสลับก็มีเพลินๆอะไรเงี้ยบางทีกูเพลินๆกูก็ลืมสลับอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมึงก็เห็นใจกูนิดนึงดิหน้าจอกูมีแค่นี้หรือไม่มึงซื้อจอมาให้กูเลยป่ะจบไป
Looking to establish their dominance in Group D. Let's welcome Falcons AP brand.
อย่างคุณบอกว่าน่าจะโฟกัสเกมอยู่ครับขอบคุณมากครับแม่โฟกัสเกมอยู่ครับใช่ครับโฟกัสเกมอยู่เกมอื่นด้วยครับรอเล่นไม่มันหลายอันมันหลายหน้าจอมันหลายหน้าจอแล้วแบบมันไม่ทั่วถึงจริงครับอันนี้ยอมรับเลย
If we're gonna have another upset or surprise
แอ
today,
คโคครับเจอกับ
stage gives them one step closer to completing the only title, international title that they don't have yet. They've gone on a world tour collecting trophies, and the MSC 2024 is the only one that they have yet to get their hands on.
And on the other hand, we have the pride of NA looking to get their redemption here at the MSC stage in the Amazon Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second team participating in the second game of the day. It is none other than Cloud9.
This is Mobazane's comeback in the international stage. The first time he was introduced to the world, he captured the hearts of MLBB fans. And since M4, he's back for vengeance to show us more.
And when we're talking about NA, they are looking to redeem themselves because ever since M3, NA has not been having the best time when it comes to international tournaments. And this game right here against Falcons AP brand, the reigning world champions, would be one heck of a step to take on that road to redemption.
They have a lot to prove, and they want to redeem themselves from their last performance. So how about let's get this match started?
Let's do exactly that by starting over and heading over to our lovely ladies and gentlemen in our studio. Boys and girls, take it away.
ก็ส่งมาดีครับทุกคนหน้าจอมันมีแค่อยากแคปให้ดูมากเลยอะหน้าจอมันเปิดได้แค่นี้แล้วก็สลับซ้ายสลับขวาก็เลยแบบเห็นเท่าที่เห็นได้เลื่อนข้ามไปฝั่งนู้นก็ไม่ได้ครับเดี๋ยวมันไปชนกับอีกฝั่งนึง
I don't know if he's like trying to activate what
พี่อยากได้จอใหม่เพิ่มอีกจอนึงแต่ว่าไม่ซื้อรอสปอนครับสปอนเข้าเดือนหน้าครับ
So, but I'm gonna go with
มี
Cloud9.
สปอนหน้าจอมือถือเข้าเดือนหน้า
locking your predictions at stcplay.gg right now. They said Cloud9, but really it's up to you guys.
อ๋อมีสปอนมือถือเข้าไม่ใช่สปอนมือถือหน้าจอมือถือหน้าจอคอมอีกชิบแม่งเลยหน้าจอคอมเข้าเดือนหน้านะครับก็เลยแบบไม่ซื้อดีกว่ารอสปอน
Me?
Yeah.
รอสปอนดีกว่าจะไม่ต้องเสียตังค์
You know what?
แล้วหน้าจอที่เขาให้มาแม่งแพงด้วยหลักหมื่นอะ
Cloud9.
หลักหมื่นเลยอะปกติพี่ใช้อยู่ประมาณ 7,000 มั้งจอพี่นะ
Let's talk about this. Why does Cloud9 have a chance, and what does it mean if they get a 2-0 here?
Okay, I think when it comes to just raw pound for pound achievements, obviously you're gonna be favoring
ลูกค้า
Falcon
ให้
City
ลูกค้า
because they
ให้
have stellar, their coaching staff is
Definitely.
experienced, their players are experienced, they are the world champions. So it's definitely difficult. Now, what can Cloud9 bring to the table? Honestly, I think it's the understanding of the meta game, perhaps because of how Falcon City played before in the finals of the MPLPH. Are gonna have some doubts because they gotta play very slow compared to what is expected in the meta game. Also, maybe this time Mobazay can bring up fighters instead of going for assassins and utility junglers. Maybe the fighters like Alpha. Maybe he picks up the Roger. He's one of his favorites.
You know, I think
Mobile Sen
anybody rooting for North America here to pull through groups and
Mobile
make this
Sen
miracle happen, 'cause
C9
honestly
มี
what
คน
they
อยาก
did.
ดูอยู่นี่ C9
Biggest thing was learn from the mistakes they made in their previous matches. You know, learn from that,
เฮ้ยหงุดห
adjust
งิด
from
เว้ย
that,
ร้อน
and then hopefully, I think even when you go to the draft, you know, have a better draft here because I know you mentioned this, Wolf. You know, the play style from Falcon's AP Bren, they're known for playing a little more slower and controlled utility junglers before, but now it's changed. You know, and they've refined that style. I feel like so for Cloud9, and based on all their scrims and everything they've done so far. I'm hoping that they are able to get a favorable draft and then can just improve what we saw from before from them.
If I'm Cloud9, I would worry because I just saw this thing called the round table. And then there's this guy, this host guy, like
stoic kind of guy.
Nesu or something.
What's Joseph? His name's Joseph.
Joseph, yeah. He was talking to Falcon City brand, and then they were saying, "We love it. We love the meta. Now I don't have to use these tank junglers anymore." Like Kyle's like, "I'm loving it," and even Flap was like, "Oh, you call the EXP meta boring? Well, I haven't played yet, so."
Remember what they called the group, by the way.
The easy group.
The easy group.
The easy group.
I can't blame them for that. I think
you can't blame them for that.
Yeah, Falcon Safety Brenner like these are confident young
lads.
And probably the oldest one is Few, but then if you look at Few's age, he's actually pretty young still.
He's still young.
He's still young.
Probably
it's
24, 23.
He's not 25 yet.
Yeah, no, I believe he's not 25 yet, you know.
It's crazy. As he grows, I grow too.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like our age gap will get closer, but no, it stays the same.
That's how it's typically how age works, Lafel.
อะไรอ่ะมึงพิมพ์เหี้ยอะไรของมึงอ่ะ
Yeah.
I guess you learn something new every day.
Exactly.
มึง
But then
พิมพ์เหี้ยอะไร
again,
ของมึงอ่ะ
if you're looking at Falcon Safety Brand, surely they made a stumble during the
เดี๋ยวมึงก็โดน
playoffs
Facebook
when
แบ
they
นหรอก
were 4-0
ไอ้เหี้ย
by
กลัวไม่ได้อะไรนะ
At
แต่
the
มึง
same
โดน
time, there
Facebook
is
ban na nga
a way for them to play in the meta game that might, and you can really see through the round table that they understand.
มึงพิมพ์ดีๆมึงพิมพ์ผิดมึงลบก่อนไอ้หำเดี๋ยว Facebook แบนมึงนะกูไม่ได้แบนนะ
It's all
กูบอก
about
ให้
clashes, it's all about team
มึงไม่
fights.
ต้องรีบพิมพ์ขนาดนั้นไอ้ชิบหายมึงดูมันพิมพ์มาเลย
Maybe this time Kyle TZ shows us his assassin
ระวัง
skills, you know?
Facebook แบนนะเว้ย
I think and
กูไม่ได้มานั่ง
that's a
แบน
good
มึงหรอก
point
เดี๋ยว
because
Facebook
I
แบนแล้วมึง
think
จะเดือด
for
ร้อน
part of this is Kyle TZ goes assassin. Mobazane doesn't. Maybe he goes something different. He picked Alpha twice
กูเป็นห่วงไอ้เหี้ย
in their previous match. You know when we got to see them first day.
I mean, here's the thing though.
Cloudy.
It's crazy though. What if Mobazane's like, I've been hiding the strap for a while. You guys haven't seen my fanny.
Huh?
And then when he shows the fanny, it's like, okay, maybe you should keep it hiding. But you know, it's like things could happen. Things could happen.
Yeah.
But we got to talk about what Cloud9, like some of the mistakes, because they were going up against Falcon, and to their point, they got like 6,000 goal lead. So honestly, it's looking pretty good. It's just, they just couldn't end the game.
Yeah.
So going up against Falcon's every brand, maybe just try to end the game.
Lock on the base.
Well,
Lock on the base.
Lock on the base.
You see heroes and you see base. Attack the base.
hey, Falcon Safety Brand are notoriously known for not also being able to close out games.
They are.
So maybe we see an endless game.
Maybe we go 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We go 30 plus minutes.
Exactly.
Okay, now it's your turn.
Your turn.
Your
Wait,
turn. It's my turn.
How long does it need for the Lord to get the full stack of the penetration?
Oh, I thought there
10
was.
seconds.
No, like how long in the game do we need?
I think there was a figure that was
like
patches ago. I can't remember anymore. But yeah, there was a cap.
As long as he's hitting them, it stacks, right?
ตึงจริง
It's up
เป
to
ล่า
10 stacks.
You're talking
ตึ
about
งแต่
physical
พุงหรือ
penetration,
เปล่า
Oh, physical
แบบพี่อะ
First hit
พี่
is
ก็ตึงนะเว้ย
10%, and
Oh,
every
ตึง
second
แต่
it
พุง
raises
อะนะ
by 10%. So after 10 seconds, 100%.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
พุง
sorry.
ตึง
There you go.
ตึง
That's
ตึง
why. That's why it's changed the course of
Yeah.
Lord dances, man.
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen teams just like, if we see the Lord, we're bursting the Lord by 10 seconds. If we can't burst the Lord by 10 seconds, you know what? We'll relax.
Yeah.
We'll let the other team try it out first.
That's why I have this theory that come the late game, maybe if you want to if you're kind of forced to do the Lord dance, maybe the one that holds it probably is the marksman just because of the lifesteal.
มาครับ
I agree,
เกม
like,
แร
and
ก
then,
ของ
like,
คู่นี้
if
ครับ
it's HP based, I mean marksmen don't have the highest HP anyway.
That's true.
So technically speaking, but then that exposes you. Just don't get hit by the knockup and you're gonna be fine.
And now we're jumping straight into the draft. Falcons, AB Brand, blue side. Cloud9, red side. Falcon, AB Brand, banning out the Angela and C9. Without thinking that long, banning out the Ling and follow it up. It's going to be a Valentina ban. So what does this tell us, Wolf?
They want to go assassins for sure with the Valentina ban, and I think they're respecting Marquide. And by the way, Marquide has been performing well. Like
Yes.
I think he's not originally part of the C9 gang. He went there during the finals.
During the finals, yep.
The finals. Came from Area 77, a team that I also thought that could be a finalist from NACT. They're pretty strong. Shout out to my boy Jay, who's still playing there. Jay Cutie.
J Cutie, yeah.
SIG and
I can't believe you guys haven't talked about the GOAT.
The GOAT?
The GOAT,
Milo, the
Yellow?
Milo, the GOAT.
He's against, oh man, the GOAT versus GOAT.
Is this Flapteasy?
Yeah, it's just
ทำไมไม่ใช่ประเทศไทย
He just has his
อ่า
own
ประเทศไทยมี
unique,
คัดครับกับ
emote in the
เวียด
game,
นาม
you know?
ครับ
Yeah.
กับลาว
Did you see
ครับ
that
แต่ว่า
picture
เป็น
going
เวียดนาม
around with
ได้
the
ครับ
goats?
ปีนี้
Oh, what?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Which picture?
Like Flap was there, Coach Ducky, Carl
Oh.
Peasy, and then I think
แค่
they're
ไม่
like,
ได้
"Yo,
สิ
you
ทธิ์
should be
ในสล็อตเหมือนประเทศอื่นเท่านั้นครับ เพราะว่าสล็อตมันขึ้นอยู่กับสิทธิ์นะครับ มันขึ้นอยู่กับแต่ละประเทศนะครับ ว่าเขาจะให้สิทธิ์ใครอ่ะ
So now we see
เยอะ
the,
มากน้อยแค่ไหน
chip ban.
ครับ ไท
It
ย
should be a
กับ
low
ลาว
ban.
กับ
Should
It
be.
should be a low E ban.
ไทยกับลาวกับเวียดนามมันได้แค่1สล็อตนะครับ
But then after that, what happens? Are we thinking
เข้าใจไหมฮะ
a Harith or
เฮ้ย
Roger? I'm personally, for me, I prefer
เด็ก
Roger
พวก
at
นี้
this
เนี่ย
point. Harith
Yeah.
hasn't been winning a lot of games.
Had an argument for but for me, Harith Roger's easier because it's a flex.
It's a flex, yeah. So you get to play around that, but
Yeah.
again, this is part of the fact too. You know, Super Marco's performance throughout
Yeah, exactly.
the season leading up to this. What was the nickname we gave him? Bulletproof Marco.
Yeah, but something like a
ตกรอบไปแล้วไงฮะ ตกรอบตั้งแต่วายการ์ดนะ
He
ฮะ
was just impossible to
บ้าน
kill.
เรา
So I think
qualify
even
ยาก
if
กว่าประเทศ
Marco
อื่นครับ
doesn't get the Roger, or let's say the Harith in the gold lane, he could just pick up the Claude and
carry.
do the same thing.
Okay, so that should be a Louis ban. We did not see it exactly. So
But
there's
the
the Roger, the first pick coming up from Falcon's AP Bren. Everything's normal now. I think you pick up the Harith as well as Edith if you are.
Definitely
Cloud9.
Edith, yeah.
Yep. What?
Is Harith worth considering?
Yeah, I think with all due fairness, I think basic plays a mean Harith. So that should be a. And you obviously don't want to give both Harith and Roger to Falcon's AP Bren, right?
Oh yeah, that sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, that it really is a bad idea. So you're better off at just picking up. So which makes us think, what is the actual pick that is combined with that? I'm thinking Edith just because it can be played by both Cold World as well as the Goat Nido.
As well as anyone from Falcon's AP brand.
ใช่ใช่โซนบ้านเราแม่ง
crazy when we
ต้อง
come to the
แข่ง
pick
กัน
and
3
bans.
ป
It's
ระ
like
เท
you
ศ
have to
แข่งกัน
consider
3 ประเทศ เสร็จ
if the
ไปแข่ง
opponent
อีก
can
8
use
ป
it,
ระเทศ
we'll
เย็ด
smash
เท่
it as fast as you can.
But at the same time, you will have to assume that Falcon Saber.
แต่ถ้ามันได้ง่ายเกินไปด้วยจำนวนคนที่เล่นน้อยอ่ะ มันก็ไม่แฟร์กับประเทศอื่น
I think it was Flap that was like, yeah, you can
นึกออกว่ามัน
basically
ก็ไม่แฟร์กับ
put
ประเทศ
anything
อื่
in
น
the jungle almost.
All right.
Instead, he's like, Yeah, and it's funny because if you guys have actually been watching the streams leading
ปกติ
into the
สู้
MSC,
ตลาดอีกเกม
a
ไม่
lot
ไหว
of these
ต้อง
pro
ทำใจ
players were testing some crazy things.
ไม่
I
หรอก
know it's
พี่
on
ว่าแบบ
stream,
ไม่เห็นจะต้อง
but
มานั่ง
they were
ทำ
just
ใจอะไร
testing
เลย
that
ครับ
limit.
เรา
Can we actually bring everything
พี่
to
กลั
the
บมอง
table?
หม
It's
ด
like
นี้เว้ย
okay, well he was locked in.
ไอ้
So
เหี้ย
we
มัน
still
ไม่
don't
เกี่ยว
have
กับ
the
เรื่อง
UI, but
เรื่อง
you saw
ที
it
ม
there.
น้อย
So
นู่นนี่นั่น
this was
น้อยหรอก
Harith
มัน
that was
เกี่ยวกับ
bad,
ศักย
that
ภาพ
was
ผู้
it?
เล่นเว้ย
So it
ว่า
looks like for Cloud9 they
ว่า
pick up the Edith
ไป
as
ได้
well as
ไกล
the
มาก
Moscow.
น้อยแค่ไหน
And
เว้ย
now for Falcons
ไอ้เหี้ย
even better, they have the
มึง
Roger,
นึกออกไหม
they have the
คือ
Charisma,
ตอนเนี้ย
they have
ศั
the
กยภาพ
Luigi.
ผู้เล่นเรา
It's an
สู้ไม่ได้
alpha.
คือสู้ไม่ได้นั่น
It's
แหละ
an alpha for Cloud9. You guys were talking about shopping spree.
คือมันไม่ต้องแบบอะไรกันมากมายหรอก
Falcons
เพราะว่า
and
เมื่อ
Commander
ก่อนเราก็
shopping.
เคยเป็นแชมป์นึกออกป่ะ
I'm
Oh
pacing.
man,
แต่
I'm
ว่า
scared about
I'm
Wow.
pacing now.
Yeah.
แดนหนึ่ง
still feel good
ทีม
for
น้อย
Cloud9?
สองคือ
I'm
ศัก
not
ยภาพ
feeling
ผู้เล่นเรา
Limit to
สู้
Moscow.
เขาไม่ได้จริง
Mr. Stark,
ๆนึกออกป่ะ
I'm not
ตอนนี้เรา
feeling
สู้เขาไม่ได้จริง
Oh man.
Hey Trex, how you feeling, buddy?
Trex, how you feeling?
Oh man, okay, they go Alpha Edith Mozkov.
จะมาเป็นโรเจอร์ครับลุยยี่ครับแล้วก็เชลิตลาดครับฝั่งนี้เลือกมาเป็นมอสโกอีดิตอัลฟาครับ
Went through.
How did they
มึง
answer this?
พี่ยกตัวอย่างเงี้ยเวียดนามเวียดนามเขา
Maybe
ก็
fairness, but then
เวียดนามเขาก็ไม่มีทีมนะเวียดนามเขามีทีมอยู่แค่2ทีมเองนึกออกป่ะ
for F Cup.
เวียดนามเขาก็มีแค่2ทีมเขาก็ชนะเราได้มันก็อยู่ที่ศักยภาพ
Moscow is still
ป
a
ระเท
big
ศเรา
combo, and it is
ห
great
รือ
for
ประเทศ
Stevie.
ลาวหรือประเทศเวียดนามอะครับ3
And
ป
I
ระเทศ
think
4
I'm
ประเทศ
saying
มี
great just
บรู
because
ไน
of
ด้วย
the
แข่งกันนึก
natural
ออกป่ะ
idea that you scout
มัน
out where your opponents are.
มันว่ากันไม่
But
ได้
it's
ครับ
not great. I
ก็
mean, it's not a
ปีนี้
hard
เราสู้
counter.
เขาไม่ได้
It's not
ปีหน้า
better
ก็เอาใหม่แค่
Yeah,
นั้น
it's
เอง
not
ครับ
better than great.
Right now, looking at the draft,
There's
มี
still
ลีก
a
จะไป
fire
อั
ban.
ตโนมัติ
should
ใช่
this
ไหม
Edith
ครับก็
go to
1
the
สล็อต
Rome
ครับ
or to the XP? Now that we see the Charisma.
1 สล็อตเหมือนกัน
And we see
แต่ว่า
the
ตอนเนี้ย
I think you're
1 สล็อต
okay.
ของถ้าต่อให้ไทยกับ
You're
เรา
okay
มีลีกอ่ะ
That
ก็อาจ
it
จะ
is
ยังไม่ได้
in
สล็อต
the
ก็ได้นะ
EXP, go
เพราะ
for a
เองนึกออกป่ะว่า
sustained
ตอนนี้
kind
สล็อตมันแน่น
of
ชิบ
hero
หาย
in
เลยมึงเห็น
the
ปะล่ะ
Rome role, like
มึ
a
งจะเอาส
Minotaur
ล็อตไปแทรก
for
สล็อต
example,
ไหน
for
อะ
the whole world, so that whenever
ไป
there
แทรก
is
สล็อต
an
อินโด
initiation,
เหรอ
this can
ไปแทรก
help
สล็อ
your
ต
teammates.
สล็อตฟิลิป
But
ปินส์
that
เหรออะไร
actually
เงี้ย
is good
ซึ่ง
with the
เขาก็
alpha.
มองว่า
Hold
คอม
on.
มูเขาใหญ่ ประชากรเขาเยอะเขาต้องได้สล็อตเยอะกว่าหรืออะไรก็แล้วแต่บลาบลามันก็พูดยากอีกอะหรือไม่มึงต้องเพิ่มจำนวน
And they
ทีม
always
อะ
get group exited.
เพิ่ม
For me,
จำน
the
วน
biggest
ทีม
server
เข้า
is
ร่วมจาก
Malaysia.
16 เงี้ย เป็น
Why did you wanna read
32
it?
นี่เหรอ มันไม่ง่ายนะเว้ยกับเรื่องการจัดการแข่งขันน่ะ32 ทีม อะไรเงี้ย
I'm not going to talk in the draft. You know, so
ไม่รู้อ่ะ
you guys see
ช่างแม่งไม่
This
ใช่เรื่อง
is
ของกู
how traumatized Lafayette and Gideon are.
Yeah.
For the past 2 days, I have been nothing but complimenting
What?
Malaysia, but he's not accepting it.
Why is he attacking me?
ใช่ มันมีแต่สล็อตไวการ์ดตอนนี้สล็อตไวการ์ด1
Yeah,
และ
it
1
is.
นี่คือต้องเข้าไปแย่งกับ8
No,
นะ
because
เว้ย
you have 2 teams in the knockouts.
Multiple teams have. Oh wait, no. I guess no.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Okay. Well, let's.
ดูตัวอย่างจี
I
น
think
สิ
you want
มึงไม่ต้องดูตัวอย่างไอ้มอส จีนน่ะไอสัตว์ประชากรเขา700 ล้านคนไอ้เหี้ยของมึงยังไม่ได้ 10% ของเขาเลย
No, they can go for anything and then.
ไอ้ที่เขาจะได้สล็อตมันไม่ต้องแปลก
I'm bitter.
ไอ้เหี้ยประชากรเขา700 ล้านคน1,000 ล้านแล้วด้วยมันตอนเนี้ย
But either way,
Going back. Yeah, Fairness is great. Great
ประ
versus
ชากรเขาเยอะกว่าบ้านมึง10 เท่า
Great
อ่ะ
versus the Roger.
the only
มึง
thing is
จะเอาอะไร
that
ไปเทียบกับ
Fairness
จีน
going
นะกู
against
ถาม
Lee
หน่อย
as
ฮัลโหล
well as Trizla is a bit iffy, you know.
In a
มึง
way,
มึงกล้าเอาไปเทียบด้วยเหรอกูถามหน่อย
So
จีนยังได้
you're kinda
จีนยังได้
not
สล็อต
incentivized
ตัวใหญ่
to go
สล็อต
for
หนึ่งแล้วก็
assassin
วายการ์ด
style
ทัว
if
ร์หนึ่ง
you
เลย
are
ยังได้วายการ์ด
F
อันหนึ่งเลย
right?
ขนาดจีนประชากร
Wow, she
เนี่ย
has
เยอะนึกอ
a
อกปะ
100% win rate, huh?
เขายังได้แค่วายการ์ดหนึ่งได้ทัวร์ MSC 1เลย
All right, all right.
เขาไม่ได้2นะเว้ย
So
ขนาดประชากรเขา700 ล้านอะ1,000 ล้านเนี่ยทั้งจีนอะ
I
นะ
don't want to go tanky as well, right?
Yep. Looking for a roamer here for F Cap. I think Matilda looks great. You kind of shut down it, scout out where they are. Minotaur, they snatch
มันอยู่ที่ความตึง
Who's
ดูอยู่ช่วงหนึ่งที่ไนท์แมร์ตึงๆเนี่ยไนท์แมร์ก็ได้เชิญกับทุกทัวร์ไม่เห็นเหรอไนท์แมร์ได้เชิญเข้าร่วมกับทุกรายการเลยช่วงหนึ่งอะช่วงปี 2 ปีก่อนไนท์แมร์ก็ได้เป็นทีมเชิญรัสเซียก็ได้เป็นทีมเชิญหลายๆรายการอย่างทัวร์กัมพูชาก็ได้เป็นทีมเชิญมันไม่เกี่ยวมันอยู่ที่ความตึงถ้ามึงตึงพอที่เขาจะเชิญอะมันก็ได้อยู่
Okay, they lock in a choke pick, but still, it
จะมาเป็นไมโนครับโอ้แล้วฮายาบุสะครับ
the momentum that
เลือกมาเป็นฮายาบุสะเหนื่อยแน่นอนครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วย
Joe
ครับ
might be able to slow them down, but for now, the casters, you guys have heard what the analysts have said. The stakes are high for this one. Cloud9 needs to win because if not, they're knocked out. With that
ถ้ามึง
being
คิด
said,
แบบ
we're passing
ถ้า
it
มึง
over
คิด
to
แบ
our
บเด็กน้อย
casters.
มึงก็จะคิดได้แค่นั้น แต่ถ้ามึงคิดในมุมธุรกิจอ่ะการที่ ถ้ามึงคิดในมุมธุรกิจอ่ะการที่ให้จีนได้สล็อตทั้งวายการ์ดทั้ง ทั้ง MSC อ่ะมันคือการตลาดไอ้เหี้ยมันทำให้คนจีนหันมาเล่นเกมนี้เยอะขึ้นมึงเข้าใจป่ะมันคือการตลาดไอ้เหี้ยแล้วมึงคิดดูว่าทำการตลาดอ่ะคน700 ล้านถึง1,000 ล้านคนอ่ะกับการลงทุนให้สล็อตเขาแค่สล็อตนึงอ่ะแม่งโคตรคุ้มเหี้ยโคตรเหี้ยโคตรจะคุ้มอ่ะมึงนึกออกป่ะมันคือหลักการตลาดไอ้สัตว์รู้จักการตลาดมั้งดิเขาก็ทำการตลาดเขาทำเกมเขาต้องการกำไร
I think that C9 I like the Aurora a lot. It's going to be able to buy some time here.
ไม่แปลกก็ตลาดไงเขาทำการตลาดไงมอส
And it might just be that
เขาต้อง
creativity
ให้
that
ไงเพราะ
Cloud9
มันตลาด
might
ไง
use to shock
700 ล้านคนมีคนเล่นเกมเขาสัก
everyone watching
เอาสักแค่
and to get
20
into a
ล้าน
position
คนน่ะ
where maybe
มู
they
ตัน
can
ก็
fight
สบายแล้ว
for the knockouts. Here we
ยิ้ม
go.
แฉ่ง
Early
แล้ว
start.
นึกออกป่ะ
Cole getting into
มันคือ
Cloud9's
การต
face.
ลาดเว้ย
For
ต้องเข้า
some
ใจการ
early
ตลาดเว้ย
retribution, which is exactly
มันธรรม
what
ดา
you want to see. But in the meantime, right, you can see the FCAP when they receive a push.
สวัสดีครับ
they're gonna
สวัสดีทุ
be
กคน
pushing
ด้วยครับ
someone
ด้าน
else.
บ
They're
น
gonna
ครับ
find other places
เทลิลาครับ
to
เลน
find
กลางครับ
small advantages, and that's a
ลุย
very
ยี่
early
ครับกับ
recall
ไมโน
on
ทอร์ครับ
QT. If he commits to it,
ด้านล่างครับเป็นด้าน
needs
โร
to be
เจอร์
around
ครับ
justify
จากเกิน
for
ฮายาบุ
little.
สะครับ
Doesn't
ส่วน
seem like
ด้าน
there's
ซี
gonna
นาย
be
ครับ
much of
ด้านบน
engagement.
อีดิทครับเลนกลางครับเป็นด้านชูออโรล่าครับโอ้มีชูมีออโรล่ามีอัลฟาจังเกิลครับแล้วก็มอสโคฟครับโกเลน
Super Marco definitely can bully the Moscow, but the Moscow can find
เป็น
an
กู
angle
จะให้10
to
สล็อตเลย
CC the predator that is the Rogers. See, like that. Checking out Moba Zane's emblem of choice. That
มัน
is a
มัน
killing
มัน
spree.
เขากระตุ้นให้คนจีนมาเล่นเยอะขึ้นด้วยครับเพราะว่าเกมเขาเปิดตลาดที่จีนแล้วครับมันเป็นธรรมดาครับ
I don't think he's
ถ้า
gonna
ได้
be able to
คนจีน
snowball
มาเล่น
as
อย่าง
hard
ที่
as
พี่บอก
we would
สัก
like to imagine.
10% แม่ง
But then again, I could be
ส
entirely
บาย
wrong. I think that C9 could just be pivoted towards playing around Mobazane then, rather than
ด้านบนครับตรงนี้
just
ครับ
to let Basic kind of sit
เซต
on
ไหล
an
กัน
island
เข้า
by
มา
himself.
ครับ
Because right now his laning
ชู
phase seems to be perfectly
ชู
fine.
ออโรล่า
No
ครับ
real
เคลียร์
bad
กลาง
trades
ได้
coming
ไว
in from
กว่า
him.
ครับด้านบนครับย้ำเลน2 เวฟครับ
Scaling.
รัวอีครับ
Cloud9 is going from
ให้ไมโน
0
เคลียร์
to
กลางครับ
30 to
ทำ
40
4 ครับ
to 60,
ออโรล่า
and then
ขึ้น
they
ไป
jump
ครับ
the
ตรงนี้
gun
ครับ
when Mobazane is ready. Turtle coming up in about 10
AP
seconds.
เบนครับเล่นทัมมิ่ง
You can see
ใหม่
that
ครับส่วนทางด้านของ
Kyle TZ playing around with his, quad shadows. And
C9 ครับ
is this
ยังเล่น
right?
ทัมมิ่งเก่าครับ
For Kyle TZ to do this, a delayed
แต่ว่า
take
ตรงนี้
first
อั
on
ล
the
ฟา
Falcon
ครับ
and
เลือก
then
ที่จะดึง
commit
เต่า
to
ก่อนเลย
turret
ครับด้วยความเป็นฮายาบุสะครับ ด่านบนต่างคนต่างเคลียร์ครับตรงนี้ต่างคนต่างดึงครับแล้วไมโนเขาเลเวล4มาแล้วครับทางด้านของออกเวนครับพร้อมเล่นครับด่านบนออโรล่ายังไม่4ครับแต่ว่าชูครับน่าจะ4เหมือนกันครับโอ้ชูไม่4ด้วยครับทัมมิ่งไม่สวยสักเท่าไหร่ครับตรงนี้ครับกลายเป็นว่าทัมมิ่งเอพีเบนสวยกว่าครับ
AKA Cold World
ด้านหน้าครับไมโนครับไล่หน้าของชูครับ
It's online. It's a fair fight.
Oh wait, what was
ด่าน
it?
บน
Turns
ครับ
around. He's not actually
มิ
taking
โล
his
ครับ
level up. He's coming for the contest, knowing
ดั
that
นเข้ามา
Falcons
ชู
could be
จะ
red.
แม่เหยียบใส่ลวยอี้ครับไม่กล้าเตะครับลวยอี้มีช้าล้างครับโอ้แล้วออโรล่าจ่ายมาสวยเอาฟางัดมาแต่ฮายายังรับไม่ได้เราจ่ายสวยจัดครับตรงนี้ก็ไมโนครับทุบคืนมาได้หมดหรือเปล่าดับเบิลคิวของฮายาบุสะครับแคลทีซีครับ
2 for 1 plus the
เสียไป
big
หนึ่ง
one.
ได้มา2
The
พร้อม
SOD
เต่าอีกหนึ่ง
coming
ตัว
in.
ครับ
I'm
ทาง
sure
ด้าน
it
ของ
hit
ฟา
someone,
คอน
but
นะ
that's not a position you want to put yourself in the early game as a
ไม่
Moscow.
โกงหรอกครับฮายาบุสะมันเล่นได้แค่ช่วงต้นเกมครับเลดเกมเจอตัวหนาๆมากๆก็เหงาครับฮีโร่เกมนี้ก็ไม่ได้ฆ่าง่ายนะครับออโรล่าอย่างเงี้ยตีไปก็ติดสกิลติดตัวของนาน่าครับเหมือนสกิลติดตัวของออโรล่าเหมือนนาน่าครับมอสโคฟก็ออกเกาะกันไกลครับออกมีดกันไกลครับส่วนอัลฟาก็ออกกระทาแช่ครับชูเองก็โยกทีเดียวก็หลุดแล้วครับอีดิทก็แปลงร่างครับฮายาฆ่าใครก่อนที่พูดมาเนี่ยฮายาฆ่าใครก่อนเลดเกมอ่ะเป็นไงผมเดาสถานการณ์อนาคตฮายาเลยถ้าต้นเกมก่อน12 นาทีถ้าไม่จบนะบอกได้เลยเตรียมรับศพ AP เบนเลยเพราะว่าหลังจากนี้เบสิกแม่งโหดแล้วหลัง12 นาทีนี่มอสโคฟสาวหน้าทิ่มหมดอ่ะ
The war cry made the difference for Kyle TZ's basic attacks.
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ
100%, right? That's why war cry
สวัส
is
ดีครับสวัสดีน้องทุกคน
pretty
ด้วย
effective
นะครับ
on assassins. We're seeing
ก็มา
lane
แล้วฝากกด
users
ไลค์กดแชร์กดติดตามด้วย
pick
นะ
up
ค
the
รับ
war cry because it's just that good.
In the early, it helps you get the extra 10-15 damage per basic, which would eventually lead to the win. In the late game, don't get me started. It amplifies the damage all the more because you get the late game.
I mean, so far, considering everything that has been happening here, fun fact, 73 unique picks already here at MSC. Like, we've gone through a good amount of heroes, and I think people are digging deep to try and figure out how to win on red side. Like, I feel bad for C9 because they need that 2-0, but they're starting off on the weakest side of the meta.
70 plus.
เมื่อก่อนกัมพู
What's
ชา
the number?
ก่อนจะมีลีกไม่ได้โหดอะไรมากนะ
So we're
อ้าว
approaching
แล้ว
60-something% of the
แล้ว
total
ที่ผม
hero
พาก
pool, which by the way,
MCCM นี่มันไม่ใช่
Jushin
ลี
is
กหรอก
not
ครับ
yet a
ก
part
ติ
of.
กาก็
So
คือ
you're
ลี
looking
ก
at
นะครับ
124,
ทุกอย่างก็คือลีกหมดเลยครับ อย่าเอามาอ้างเลยครับ มันก็ลีกเหมือนกันครับ
Less than half health, Cold World
เออ
gonna get the kick.
ต่างกันตรงไหนครับ กติกาเดียวกันเลยครับ ใช้กติกาเดียวกันเลยครับ ต่างกันแค่ว่าบ้านเรายังไม่มีสปอนเซอร์มาลงเท่านั้นเองครับ นักกีฬาก็เลยยังไม่เป็นนักกีฬาอาชีพครับคำว่าลีกอ่ะหมายถึงว่าคุณก็ต้องมีสปอนเซอร์มาซัพพอร์ตนักกีฬาด้วยครับแต่ว่าบ้านเราไม่มีใครมาลงครับทำไมชอบอ้างคำว่าลีกแล้วต้องโหดด้วยครับไม่เกี่ยวมั้งฮะแล้วใส่เข้ามาตรงนี้ครับแล้วดูฮะเรียบร้อยครับอายาบุษาครับ
Pretty good considering how everything panned out for Falcon's AP Brand.
That's deja vu for F-Cap. Another
โอ้แล้ววาร์ปมาด้านหลังครับเบสิกครับพยายามจะหนีไม่โดนทุบแล้วเหยียบไปแหม่เรียบร้อยครับ โดนปิดครับ
Diversion from the side of Falcon's AP Brand never misses.
A fast break from coast to coast they went, and Basic didn't see that coming. I mean, he tried. That's good news for Falcon's AP Brand, though. They forced the flicker out of Peter Brand.
แล้วเสียป้อมด้านล่างครับตรงนี้ครับโอ้ยังกดเต่าแม่นอยู่ครับคาทีซีครับ
Check out that replay brought to us by STC. And
ซูเปอร์มาโครครับโอ้ยหัวร้อนแม่งเอ้ยงัดแม่งไม่ตาย
Cold World to turn that all around. To make sure the top lane disperses, sends Basic back into his lane, and give them a false sense of security. All this while, Falcon's AP Brand were thinking of the next step.
I think it's totally fine that Cold World goes down there. I think it's really unlucky that Mobazane actually dies.
แล้วจ่ายดาเมจเข้ามาครับเนี่ยฮะอย่างที่บอกครับฮายาครับแปมออโรร่าไม่แตกครับแต่โดนตามก็ไม่โฉบอีกครับมอสโคปาปักมาครับเหมือนจะเข้ามาเล่นครับต้องจบให้ได้ภายใน12นาทีครับอย่างที่บอกครับชูก็มาเล่นด้านหน้าครับตรงนี้มีอีดิทครับฮายาโยกเข้ามาอยู่ในนั้นเต็มเลยครับแล้วไหลเข้ากลางครับโอ้โหห่วงบัฟมากห่วงป้อมมาเสียป้อมครับ
C9 putting their foot down.
แพ้เพราะลุยเอาจริงแพ้เพราะลุยแม่งเป็นตัวที่ไม่ควรปล่อยเลยครับลุยกับชิปอะ
All this while
ตัว
Super Marco
ปัญ
working
หาเลยครับ
up on that top lane tier 1. The map has shrunk, Gideon. Where does Basic find a farm?
Oh, wait, sorry. It's actually 73 uni picks. I added an extra 3 on top of that.
Okay, all right. Well, to be fair,
จ่ายเข้ามาตรงนี้ครับฮายาสับเรียบร้อยครับโมบาเซนครับ
Unlucky. Yeah, Sky Piercers
หายไปเลยครับ
Dude, if
แล้ว
that
เท
was
นิ
the
ลา
first
ครับไล่ไป
execution,
ที่
right?
เรื่องชู
How many
ครับ
kills he had before that could have
Crowell
been?
ครับ
I didn't see when exactly he got the
ด้าน
Sky
หน้าครับ
Piercer, but let's
ซู
see
เปอ
how
ร์
this
มา
neutral
โคร
plays
ครับ
out.
มิโล
Let's call it 2.
จ่ายดาเมจเข้ามาครับ
All right, I think that's fair. I think that'll be fair. It's a free turtle.
ใช่
from the side
ใช่
Falcons,
มาเก็บส
AP
แต็กต้น
Brand.
เกมมันต้องออกกันอยู่แล้วดับ99มันต้องออกแต่ต้นนั่นแหละ
So much tempo from that one
แต่ถ้าเก็บไม่ได้มันก็เหงาเหมือนกันนะเว้ยถ้าตายสแต็กมันก็ลดนะเว้ยนี่แม่ง6สแต็กแล้วเนี่ยตอนเนี้ยชิปหายแล้วเกมนำจัดแล้วเหนื่อยแล้ว12นาทีจบได้อยู่เดี๋ยวเราวาร์ปมาดูครับเนี่ยความอุบาทนะของลุยยี่ครับหลักๆเลยนั่นคือลุยยี่ครับดูฮะแล้วออกเว่นครับทุบใส่ครับโอ้แล้วออกไม่ได้ด้วยครับชูพยายามจะหนีแล้วครับโคตรสไวเวอร์ครับปัญหาคือลุยยี่จริงครับ
And Few can now put himself in
เก็บจ
the
มูก
front
อ่ะ
lines a little more. Despite this being a Luo Yi, it can be a CQC mage. Start him young. Look at this father and son do. I would assume that they're father and son.
เอา
Hello,
จริงบ้านเรา
enjoying the show.
ไอ้เหี้ยไม่อยากพูดว่ะพูดไปเดี๋ยวไอ้นี่บ้านเราแม่งคือเรื่องของวินัยการฝึกซ้อมด้วยครับหลายๆอย่างครับมันไม่ได้นี่หรอกครับ
Because Mobazane, he probably doesn't want to be there longer than he should. He still has Spirit of Alpha to get on out there, and even the Frigid. Wait, that's a kill coming from Mark UT, and now they start.
เพราะว่าทีมพี่ก็เป็นครับไม่ต้องทีมอื่นหรอกครับเรื่องของวินัยการฝึกซ้อมนู่นนี่นั่นนะฮะเรื่องของความเป็นนักกีฬามืออาชีพนะครับหลายๆอย่างครับเรื่องไม่ติดฮีก่อนเลยครับนักกีฬาบ้านเราติดฮีอยู่ฮะแล้วเรียบร้อยครับโดนเคาน์เตอร์สวนมา4ครับแล้วโดนแม่วาร์ปซันครับแฟบฮะ10 ต่อ 7 ครับการเงินหักกันออกมาแค่ 3,000 ครับแล้วเสียฮายาบุสะด้วยครับเสียสแต็กนะครับตรงนี้ครับสแต็กรถครับอุ้ยน่ารักอ่ะน้องหมี
have to respect Cloud9's micro now. That top lane engagement deep behind enemy lines. Cloud9 showing up, man. What's the
เฮ้ยหยุด
gap right
หยุด
now?
หยุด
About
ดู
3K
เกมแล้ว
to
ก็
trade?
กลับไปดูน้องหมีว่าเมื่อกี้น้องหมีน่ารัก
Definitely
มาก
strike
เลย
that
ที
and
ห
they're
มี
back into this. Yes, they're missing a lot of structures. Don't get me wrong. It is still a tough position to be in.
วันนี้ทุกคนด้วย
C9
ครับ
definitely showed that they have what it takes to win out in these fights, and Falcon's AP Bren must respect them.
Good news for Cloud9 as well. They give a chunk of those kills over to moomton. He's making bank. And yeah, they'll take whatever kills they can, but what is good to know for any fans, there's 10 seconds left on
คำว่าอยาก
Marco
ดู
and
เฉ
Fuse
ย
Purify.
ๆกูดูเขาเฉยๆกูไม่ได้ไปติดอะไรเขามึงบ้าเปล่ามอสอาการมึงนี่หนักนะเนี่ยมอสมึงอะ
Then maybe this could be a free lord, but bad news is they spend a lot of battle spells. Look at all of those flickers on cooldown.
I think they need to play around these battle
เขาชวน
spells,
กัน
right?
ดู
That's
ติด
the
อะไร
big
มึง
X
มอส
factor from the side of C9. And Falcon's AP Bren, they recognize it too. Oh, BOD for the side of Kyle.
All right. That is a BOD, yes. Diversion
วับมาด้านหลังครับตรงนี้ครับจะจ่ายครับชูเข้ามาเหยียบเอาฟ้างัดเอาหลอดไปครับแล้วไม่ดีแล้วครับแบบนี้ครับหายาจูเข้ามาจ่ายได้ชูไปมอสโคเริ่มสาวครับงัดเข้ามาหายาสับมาแล้วไมโนทุบครับแล้วหายาได้มอสมาโอ้โหแล้วเสียเยอะเกินไปครับตรงนี้ครับได้หลอดมาก็จริงครับไม่ถอยครับแล้วโดนเวทมาเลยครับเหลือแค่ออโรร่าครับแตกแน่นอนครับสภาพแต่ว่าเวฟคีปน่าจะเกิดทันพร้อมหลอดครับแต่ว่าเอาหลอดไปด้านบนนี่ครับชิปหายแล้วครับเกิดทันหรือเปล่าครับยังเกิดทันอยู่ครับ
Maybe even more now because he just got 3 out of that single engage by pressing his ult.
ไม่ติดครับติดทำไมก่อนครับเขาเป็นใครยังไม่รู้เลยครับฮัลโหล
As for moomton, he's definitely
มึงไม่เคยชื่นชอบเซเลบหรือดาราเหรอวะเวลาเห็นคนน่ารักมึงก็มองมึงอย่ามากระแดะ
Huh, interesting. I definitely think
เส้น
Cole
บางๆอะไร
I guess C9
เนี่ย
called him off. I think
ดูดิ
Cole was thinking
กู
the same
สา
thing.
เนี่ยหวังดีนะให้พวกมึงได้ดูนะพวกมึงยังทรยศหักหลังกูแบบนี้เลยวันหลังนี่ไม่มีแล้วไม่มีเรียกแล้วกูบอกเลยทางใครทางมันแล้วมึงกับกูอะ
But you have to consider a death on a member of Cloud9 now could mean suddenly an inhibitor lost. A death on a member of Cloud9 could mean suddenly Falcon's AP Bren calls it the GG push and says you can't defend without Mar, you can't defend without Cold World. And where does this put Basic, right? Basic is still scrounging
เสร็จ
for
กันเข้ามา
farm,
ตรงนี้
man.
ครับไหลมาที่เรื่องเทริลาครับ
From Super Marco and I don't know if he has the Wind Talker by now, rather the Wind of Nature, but he needs to survive the Yogi Shadow kill.
Yeah, I think the Yogi Shadow kill is the biggest problem. It's chaining too much, and I think that Kyle TZ is just way too
แค่
far
นี้
ahead
ทำมา
in
เป็น
the
กระ
game,
แดะ
right?
ไอสัตว์
Just
เลื่อนหน้าเฟซ
throwing
ดู
the
แต่บิกินี่
shuriken
พวกมึงอะ
alone is pretty devastating.
It's gotta feel like a third of Basic's health at this point.
โรเจอร์ครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีคนด้วยครับ
Trinity, but he's still afraid of the Ogre Shadow kill.
จานใจเย็นจานใจเย็น
We're not even talking about
ไม่มีอะไรหรอกพี่
This has been almost 80-90% of the game now. 12 minutes elapsed. Kyle TZ wreaking havoc.
Pretty much, right? Like
คือจริงๆแล้วการให้สล็อตหรืออะไรมันคือเรื่องของการตลาดอย่างพม่าเขาก็ไม่มี MSC Qualify มันไม่มีทุกวันนี้พม่าเขาไม่มี MPL เขาก็มี MSC Qualify มึงนึกออกปะยังไงเขาก็ยังมีอยู่มึงเข้าใจความหมายกูปะมึงนึกออกไหมว่าเขาก็ยังมีอยู่มันไม่ได้แบบว่าเขาไม่มีเลยเว้ยเพราะว่าอะไรว่าทำไมเขาถึงให้สล็อตพม่าพวกมึงเข้าใจไม่ยากเลยว่าคนพม่าเล่นเยอะไงการตลาดมันก็ต้องทำการตลาดเว้ยบ้านเราคนเล่นน้อยเขาก็ให้แม่งสล็อตเท่านี้จะเอาปะล่ะเอาก็เอาไม่เอาก็ไม่เอาอะไรเงี้ยแล้วถามว่ามึงสามารถเสกให้คนเล่นเกมนี้เยอะๆได้ไหมแม่งก็เป็นไปไม่ได้ง่ายหรอกมันก็ต้องค่อยไปเรื่อยๆมันไม่ใช่อยู่ๆแบบโอ้โหอยู่ๆแม่งคนจะเลิกเล่นเกมอื่นแล้วมาโหลดเกมนี้เล่นกันหมด
Ideally, they always want to keep moving forward. That's what's really cool about this composition.
เขาเติมเกมอื่นกันไปเป็นหมื่นเป็นแสนคนที่แม่งเติมอ่ะแม่งไม่ค่อยย้ายเกมหรอก
You know, throwing artillery at a C9, forcing them to kind of spread apart because he's just that
แล้วบ้านเราผู้เล่นเกมหลากหลายด้วยครับมันไม่ได้แบบผู้เล่นเกมบ้านเรามันหลากหลายนึกออกป่ะบ้านเราอ่ะเป็นอุตสาหกรรมที่การเล่นเกมที่แม่งใหญ่โตมากครับทั้งเกมยิงปืนเกมอะไรบ้านเราพี่ว่าบ้านเราอ่ะฮิตเกมยิงปืนมากกว่ามูบ้าอีกบ้านเราฮิตเกมยิงปืนมากกว่ามูบ้านึกออกป่ะ FPS เต็มระบบมึงไม่ต้องไปโทษเกมโมบ้าเกมอื่นเลยมึง เอาแค่เกม FF อะ FF อะแค่นั้นแม่งก็แดกผู้เล่นไปไม่รู้เท่าไหร่แล้วเกมนั้นเกมเดียวแม่งก็แดกผู้เล่นไปครึ่งประเทศแล้วสัตว์สวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับแล้วเรียบร้อยครับเกมแรกครับ AP Ben ครับมึงนึกออกใช่ไหมมึงรู้ใช่ไหมว่ามันคือเกมอะไรเกมยิงปืนอ่ะบ้านเราอ่ะเกมนั้นอ่ะก็แดกไปครึ่งนึงแล้วอีกเกมนึงก็คือไอเกมที่มันคล้ายๆตัวต่อเลโก้อ่ะกูไม่พูดชื่อเกมจริงๆพูดได้นะแต่กูไม่อยากพูดเฉยๆมึงไม่ต้องไปโทษเกมโมบ้าเกมอื่นเลยมึงแค่เอา2เกมนั้นพอเลยมึงเอาแค่2เกมนั้นอ่ะกูถามหน่อยว่ามึงจะไปตีตลาด2เกมนั้นยังไง
Immediate profit is the name of the game. With that being said, let's throw it over
เรา
to
เติมเกม
Analyst
นี้
to
เยอะ
break
เราก็ไม่
down
อยาก
this
เปลี่ยน
game.
เกม
It's all yours.
แล้วมึงดูเกมนั้นอ่ะที่เด็กเล่นกันเยอะๆโล
Thank you
บอก
very much, and we're looking at the
โลบอก
C9
1 เกม
players, and even they're
อีกเกม
trying
นึง
to
คือ
think
เกม
like,
FF เด็กมันเล่นกันเยอะมึงจะไปเปลี่ยนเขายังไง
I think we gotta start with Kyle Teasy here. That Hayabusa
มัน
is
เป็นเกม
nasty.
ฮิตบ้านเรา
Just like
เว้
I
ย
said during the roundtable, or he said, I should
You
say,
know what?
he was
But it's
excited
getting hit by
about
Lao,
this
eh?
change, and he can bring the assassins back to the meta.
Unfortunately, it's still a problem,
มึง
especially
ไป
in a
ดู
team
ใน
like
แอปมึงไปดูในแอปดำเนี่ยมึงไปดูในบ้านดำเนี่ยโอ้โหใครลงคลิปเกม FF นะยอดแม่งพุ่งชิบหายเลยขนาดกูไปลองลงเล่นๆนะวันนั้นกูลองทำคลิปลงเล่นๆนะแม่งยังคนดูแม่งยังแบบคนกดติดตามแม่งยังขึ้นไหลรัวๆเลยมันเป็นเกมตลาดบ้านเราครับมันไม่ได้แบบอยู่ๆเราจะไปเปลี่ยนคนเล่นเกมยิงปืนใช่อยู่ๆมึงจะเปลี่ยนคนเล่นเกมยิงปืนมาเล่นโมบ้ามันไม่ได้ง่ายขนาดนั้นนะมึงนึกออกไหม
and it wasn't called for eventually Caltisi will die after this
คนไทยส่วนมากนิยมใช่ครับใช่ที่มึงพูดมีเหตุผลครับ
Hayabusa
ที่มึง
showed
พูดมี
himself
เห
in
ตุ
the
ผลเลยครับ
bottom
เขา
lane,
ทำการตลาดมาดี
and what happened was
เขาทำการตลาดมาดีมากๆครับ
Yeah, overconfidence.
So isn't it like a caster thing to say? Like, look at how good this TP
บ้านเรา
was, and then
บ้าน
the
เรา
team in
บ้านเรา
mid
ยิงเกมยิงปืนมากกว่า
like I said, it was oozing with confidence.
ยิงปืนแทบจะทุกเกมเลยครับเนี่ยที่มึงพูดมาน่ะเกมยิงปืนแทบจะทุกเกมเลยบ้านเราฮิตหมดเลย
We gotta talk about the Hayabusa's itemization.
บ้านเราฮิตเกมยิงปืนแทบจะทุกเกมเลย
There is, and there was that little bit of hope that we saw from Cloud9 in the exchange that Wolf was just talking about too. But I think even if they had that, there was just no answer for the amount of momentum Kyle Teasy got alone on the Hayabusa, especially when the Skypiercer was locked in. That made it very difficult for them to deal with. And, you know, I think just letting them get the Loyi and the Minotaur, for example,
it's a bit much.
It's a bit much.
We gotta see as well how honestly Mark Cutie on the Aurora actually set it up quite well. It's just that, like our caster said, sometimes the follow-up wasn't really there. Like it's like an entire team, not really on the same page.
Yeah, I think it's also difficult to play against this composition where they're like all over the place. If anything, the only two heroes from the side of Falcon that aren't that mobile is the Turrets as well as the Minotaur, but at the same time they have their own ways to be mobile with the flickers, and I think that both Flapteasy as well as Ogwin have reserved their flickers so much that they only used it in important scenarios.
Honestly, looking at this match, it does seem like Falcons and Brand they're making sure they control the early as well as mid very well, and part of that is because of Kyle Teasy's retribution, man. Like we saw Cloud9 trying to control the early and mid by taking away those turtles, and then Kyle is just like, "Thank you," and then he gets out.
Kyle gets a double kill after the first turn. Yeah, I think it's difficult to play right after that.
And even if that wasn't a Hayabusa, like let's just say it was another assassin, it would have been the same result. Like the amount of pressure that comes from an assassin jungler with Warcry by mind you, getting a double kill plus those turtles, it's pretty devastating, you know, and they couldn't really deal with it. I feel like once that was set, they were just constantly trying to
เวลา
catch
พี่
their
พูด
breath.
อาจจะไม่ถูกใจใครนะเว้ย
I like that you're
แต่
talking
กูว่า
about
กู
how
พูด
it
ความ
doesn't
จริง
matter
นะ
the
เว้ย
kind of assassins
แล้ว
they
คือ
picked
กู
up.
พูด
It
เรื่องจริง
shows
นะ
that
เว้ย
his hero pool is
มัน
wide. So
คือ
it
เรื่อง
wasn't
จริง
bad out of
เว้ย
Hayabusa.
ไอ้
It's
เหี้ย
not
มึ
gonna
ง
mean
ปฏิ
much.
เสธ
And
เรื่อง
now,
จริงให้มัน
well,
ได้
can you
ดิ
explain us a little bit more
มึ
about
ง
what happened
บ้าน
in the
เรา
game
มัน
with
ไม่ได้
the
ฮิต
Delta
เกม
Stream?
โมบ้าขนาดนั้นเว้ยแบบแล้วอย่างหนึ่งเด็กบ้านเราฮิตเกม
this is
เกมยิง
another
ปืนกัน
showcase
มาก
of
กว่า
the
เว้ยบ้านเราแม่ง
patience
คือ
as
เซีย
well
น
as
เก
the
มยิง
in-game
ปืนเล
knowledge
ย
from Falcon Saving Bread. I'm gonna try to
คือ
zoom in
มึงนึก
once
ออกไหม
again.
บ้านเราอ่ะ
So
ฮิต
you
เก
may
ม
not
ยิง
see
ปื
it
น
like
ทุกประ
literally,
เภท
but
เลย
there is
เหี้ย
the blade of this
บ้านเราแม่ง มึงดูอย่างเกมที่มันเป็นเมืองอ่ะอะไรไฟอ่ะไอเกมที่ชื่อไฟมึงเห็นป่ะบ้านเราก็โคตรฮิตเลยไอ้เหี้ยกูเคยเข้าไปดูในบ้านดำอ่ะพอเล่นเกมไอ้ไฟน่ะคนดู 2-3 หมื่นกูงงว่ามันดูอะไรวะมึงนึกออกป่ะ
Yep. And this is because they
ไอเกม
they
ไฟ
saw the
อ่ะ
Hayabusa in the bottom lane.
พวกมึงรู้ใช่ไหม
Eventually,
ไอ
they
เก
will
ม
have
ที่ชื่อ
advantage
ไฟ
first set,
อ่ะ
which is great.
เชี่ยกู
But
เข้าไปดู
then
เชี่ยคนดู
you can
แม่ง
see the
2-3
disaster
หมื่น
happening.
กูนึก
Freshly
ในใจ
picked up blade of
มึง
different
ดูเหี้ยอะไร
counties.
กั
He
นวะ
finds the angle to the back lines, gets forward first, and
จริง
then goes to
จาก
the
ใจ
back
กูเลย
lane
นะ
because of
มึ
how
งดู
well
เหี้ยอะไร
used
กันวะ
the quad shadow was. And then Milo was just isolated from the team. There's no protection anymore. And then Mobazane, despite getting the Lord, is going to be gunned down. The damage output from Kaltizi was great. And what I'm trying to say in this particular clash is that Falcon Saber Brand knew their timings. The reason why they showed the Hayabusa in the bottom lane before the Lord fight happened, which eventually prompted
ไม่สิ่งที่กูเห็นคือแม่งเดินไปก็เดินมา
was
มึงนึกอ
because
อกป่ะ
they had
กูเห็นแม่งก็เดินไปก็เดินมากูไม่เห็นแม่งทำอะไรเลยเว้ยบางทีเดี๋ยวแม่งก็วิ่งไล่ต่อยกันนู่นนี่นั่นเฮ้ยไอ้เหี้ยคนดูเป็นหมื่นฮัลโหลไอ้เหี้ยมันเล่นเหี้ยอะไรกันวะบางทีกูวิ่งใจตัดกูโหลดมาเล่นบ้างดีกว่า
into the Lord fight, which was I think
คนดูเป็น
was
หมื่นอะไอ้เหี้ย
insane amount of game sense.
That's why I'm going to ask. I would love to get your guys' opinion on this. More value, is it Loyi or Chip?
Still Chip for me.
Still Chip?
Still Chip.
I think still Chip. But yeah, I think they're both great. You just don't give it up.
They're both devastating to the lineup.
The thing is, if one gets banned out, the stock for the one that's left just increases so much.
It 10x.
I agree. I agree so much. But now we got to check out the Sony MVP of the match. And it's going to be Kyle Teasy on that Hayabusa. So, again, honestly, looking at the game, how do you stop him? That's the only question. Like, even though you have a Cho, you have a Edith, but it's almost like, how do you stop him?
Well, pray for the first Lord fight to go badly in their favor, which unfortunately didn't happen. I understand why they wanted to go for the turn. To be fair, Mobazane's decision making to go for the Lord. I think that's a good decision on their part. But at the same time, they didn't know that that Ogwin was already level 4 in this case. Oh well, they probably knew, but they didn't respect it. That's what I'm trying to say. With the first turtle fight.
Yeah, and for that, you know, again, when you're gonna go against this assassin, I don't know. Like, I'm almost just kind of scratching my head here, and I don't know if anyone else is, but like, for Mobazane, you're playing against Kyle Teasy, he locks in this Hayabusa, and you know that he's probably gonna opt for an assassin.
มึงเชื่อไหม
Is Alpha the only answer?
มึงเชื่อไหม
that we're
บ้าน
gonna
เรา
see from
อ่ะ
Mobazane?
ถ้าอยากดังในสายบ้านเรานะเว้ยถ้าเป็นอินฟูแล้วอยากดังในสายบ้านเรานะเว้ยมึงต้องเล่นเกมแนวมึงต้องเล่นเกมแนวแบบแนวตลาดนะแบบตลาดจ๋าๆเลยอ่ะแม่งไปโคตรไวเลยอะ พี่ยกตัวอย่างงี้มึงเห็นในเกมโลบอกปะกูไม่เคยเล่นเกมโลบอกเลยนะเว้ยกูไม่เคยเล่นเกมโลบอกเลยเว้ยวันนั้นกูไปนั่งทำคลิปในบ้านดำกูไปทำคลิปเล่นไม่เกมเนี้ยแล้วมึงรู้ว่ากูทำว่าอะไรกูบอกว่ากูแค่อัดหน้าเกมแล้วกูก็แค่ถามว่าคือถ้าพี่จะเล่นเกมโลบอกเนี่ยพี่ควรเล่นเป็นฝั่งโจรสลัดหรือฝั่งทหารเรือมึงเชื่อไหมว่าคลิปนั้นน่ะคนดูแม่งเกือบแสนน่ะ 95,000 มั้งคนคอมเมนต์คนกดหัวใจแม่งเป็นพันน่ะคนคอมเมนต์เกือบพันคนกดหัวใจแม่ง 2-3 พันน่ะคลิปนั้นคลิปเดียวกูได้ยอดติดตาม 2,000 น่ะอีแม่งแบบยอดติดตามขึ้นง่ายสัตว์อะมึงนึกออกปะแบบแค่คลิปโง่ๆกูไม่เคยเล่นเลยกูแค่แบบถามเฉยๆว่าแบบพี่ควรเล่นเป็นโจรสลัดหรือพี่ควรเล่นเป็นทหารเรือแค่นั้นแหละไอ้เหี้ย
All right, thank you so much, Coach.
คนดูเป็นแสน
Later on again, but of course we're gonna throw it
โม
over
คอแตก
to Steph Weezy.
แม่งคือเรื่องจริงแล้วด้วยกูจะบอกให้
Steph Weezy. Anyways, listen to the coach. It looks like he doesn't have a specific plan for any of the teams. He just prepares the
แม่ง
general
คลิปเดียว
plan
กูได้
and
ยอดติดตาม 2,000 น่ะกูลง ML มานะมึงเชื่อไหมกูลงคลิป ML นะกว่าจะได้ยอดคนติดตามแต่ละร้อยแม่งโคตรยากลำบากเลยกว่ายอดติดตามจะขึ้นแต่ละวันละร้อยนี่แม่งโคตรลำบากเลยนึกออกปะแต่
All right, guys, we are backstage.
พี่ควรเป็นราชาโจรสลัดหรือพี่เป็นทหารเรือดีครับเฮียแม่งยอดติดตามขึ้น 2,000 ในมอสเมื่อกี้ดูดิสภาพ
I gotta ask you, Midnight, how has Cloud9 been preparing for this battle?
A lot of scrims, a lot of watching of IP brand games, and just having fun.
Having fun. I think that's one of the most important parts, often overlooked. Well, for you, do you have a message you want to give out to Coach Ducky?
See you back in Manila.
There you go. See you back in Manila. Cloud9, good luck on your guys' journey in MSC 2024.
But what does that really mean?
I don't know what that means actually.
What does that really mean? I'll see you back in Manila.
Sounds aggressive, Midnight.
It sounds very aggressive.
Yeah, I think it depends on the time. Like, see you in Manila soon, or see you in Manila after MSC.
Is he saying that both of them are gonna get eliminated?
Yeah, that's what I felt too.
Like it, right?
Yeah, like okay, yeah. I don't understand, but yeah, sure.
Is that confidence?
That is him putting on a show.
Is that confidence or negative confidence? Where's the aura here?
ใช่มันต้อง
That's
แข่ง
negative aura, maybe.
เดี๋ยวนี้มันเหลี่ยมมันเยอะครับวิธีทำอะครับมันไม่ได้นี่หรอก
With that being said, just letting you guys know, Midnight
แต่
is
แบ
a
บ
close
พี่แค่
friend of
รู้สึกว่า
ours.
แบบว่า
Shout out to Midnight.
ไม่รู้ดิ
Shout out to Coach Ducky
แพลต
again.
ฟอร์ม
Both
มันเอื้อ
coaches
อะไรแบบแปล
are
กๆ
showing
อย่างช่วงนี้
I
พี่
would
ก็ไม่
say
ได้ลงคลิป
charisma
ไม่ได้
and
ลงอะไรสักเท่าไหร่นะ
enthusiasm for each other. But we got to talk about the games here for now because going into game number 2 is definitely going to be an uphill battle for Cloud9.
Must win. I think if they lose 0-2, this means that they're just literally forfeited their chance of getting the knockouts. Even winning the next game, they will have to wish for a different scenario. Maybe get it through the tiebreaker. So definitely a must win. For
It's easy, just win.
Boys.
It's easy, just win.
It's not that hard, you know. Just like get a few kills, destroy some turrets, and then go to the base, and then just destroy that too.
Why is it? Why are they finding it difficult?
Don't overcomplicate it. You know what, Midnight? Maybe you should let them.
We won't go there.
Don't overcomplicate it. It's like, you know.
Okay.
Get good heroes.
Pick your hero. Well, maybe that's. I don't know. The alpha has to change, man.
Yeah, but maybe the alpha has to change. What? Like a Balman?
Yeah. Yisun Shin.
Yisun Shin. You know what?
Throw it back.
I like that.
Throw it
like
back.
Granger.
Oh, better. I like that.
Granger.
Better.
Actually, the Granger looks interesting because
you need some early game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think well, the revamp hasn't kicked in yet, but the upcoming Ranger updates will be nasty.
Dude.
But it's not usable now, so.
Great. What's the new spell that isn't a war cry? People.
War cry?
No, the one with
สตรีมครับสตรีมตลอดเลยครับแม่งไม่เปิดการมองเห็นครับไม่รู้จะทำยังไงเหมือนกันครับกูโคตรจะเบื่อเลยครับกูจะย้ายเพจใหม่แล้วนะพวกมึงไปติดตามเพจใหม่กูหน่อยดิเดี๋ยวกูจะล้างทุกอย่างแล้วกูไม่ไหวว่ะมันไม่แจ้งเตือนว่ะกูก็ไม่รู้จะทำยังไงเว้ยกูก็รำคาญเหมือนกันมันไม่เปิดการแจ้งเตือนเลยเฟซอ่ะพี่สตรีมทุกวันน่ะเอากูสตรีมทุกวันนะเว้ยแม่งไม่เกิดเปิดการมองเห็นไม่เหี้ยอะไรเลยไม่รู้จะทำยังไงวะกูเบื่อเหมือนกันว่ะระบบแม่งหัวควยพูดเลอะขึ้นเลยสัตว์พูดแล้วก้าวร้าวขึ้นมาทันทีเลยจริง
Now I have
ระบบแม่งแบบ
about like drafting as well as specifically for the alpha argument.
ระบบแม่งห่วยขวา
While it's true that maybe they should not think about the alpha anymore, I think that conceptually letting go of Aluyi is bad.
Yeah,
I agree.
For Cloud9.
I concur.
Because not only is the Aluyi very strong, they also like to play utility junglers like Fredrins, for example, the Barats. Technically speaking, the alpha is there, but all these heroes, they struggle facing up against the Aluyi because they essentially kind of amplify the potency of the Aluyi because you just bounce off of that. Yeah.
You know, speaking of Luoyi, because we didn't talk about her much, but I feel like that one diversion play to catch basic was like enough early pressure, and it stopped any build up for basic.
Yes.
You know what? Let me just throw this question just to show how strong Luoyi is. You're talking about how this hero is bad going up against the Luoyi, right? Who's good going up against the Luoyi?
Chip.
If you can get There's an argument for the Ling, actually, because you can really catch up. And honestly, you can kill the Luoyi as the TP was charging. You know, that's enough time for the Luoyi to be killed. But yeah, but frankly, there isn't any good hero to face up
มาครับ
against
เก
the
ม
Luoyi.
ที่2ของคู่นี้ครับ จบเกมนี้พี่ไปแล้วนะ
We're both
จบเกมนี้พี่ไปแล้วนะครับพี่ต้องไปซัพพอร์ตไปดูน้องๆนิดนึง
You first pick the chip and then the
น้องมาจากต่างจังหวัด
doesn't pick up a
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนด้วยครับ 1 ไลค์ 1 แชร์ 1 คอมเมนต์นะครับน้องๆครับ
What is Louis' win right now? I mean, for a while, she's 100%.
Only losing one game.
Twice.
Lost
ขออนุ
twice.
ญาต
Oh, twice?
Yeah, Onyx, Fnatic Onyx won against Lee.
Love this new setup, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We're in the draft.
Yeah, right now looking at
We
draft
are
here.
the draft.
We are the draft.
We are the draft. Cloud9 has banned Ling as well as Luyi. And for Falcon to be brand, they banned out the chip as well as the Valentina. So again, it looks like Falcon to be brand, just like Wolf said, wants that damage dealer inside of the jungle. So Valentina is just not part of the options now for Cloud9.
Yeah. So that means that you are prioritizing Harith now if you're Cloud9. Hopefully. So that means that you can ban the Roger now.
It's crazy how C9's first pick and now they're banning the Luyi.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of blue side Luyi bans nowadays, huh?
Well, we did see that in game number 1, Cloud9 passed up on Louis. Louis was actually third pick, right?
It was open.
It was open. They didn't pick it. It kind of tells me that maybe they're not that adept with the hero.
You were talking about Harry, but what about Cloud9 picking up the Roger for Mobazine?
Yep.
You talking about first pick?
First pick, yeah.
I think they could. I think a lot of people have actually asked this. Like, Roger's meta now, he's been more than ever, and you get that power of, oh, we could actually flex this into the hands of Basic.
Yes.
And we saw what they did in their grand finals with Basic on that Roger as well. So it would make sense that they pick it up, because even if it goes in the hands of Mobazine, I think that would set the stage for a better draft for game 2.
By the way, can I just say something for now? Because for Cloud9 to proceed to the knockout stage, they need 1-point win here. And XYG just has to get a 2-0 off of Falcon to be brand.
Yeah.
Sorry, Falcon.
Falcon's Esports,
yeah. Falcon Esports, yeah.
So Cloud9 needs a one. They need one.
And then XYG needs the 2-0 for there to be a tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Edith Roger just makes a lot of sense now for FCAP, right?
Wow. Okay.
0 win. Oh yeah, no, it's just
the Harith though.
Yeah, Harith.
Hairstyle?
Harith.
Yeah, Harith.
Harith hairstyle? That's his full name.
Harith hairstyle.
Harith hairstyle.
Okay.
The more you know.
Is this actual lore?
No.
Okay.
All right.
I know you've been,
Well, Leo could confirm.
I would say
Leo,
the historian.
The historian, exactly.
Okay. I think, Roger seems natural as a pick for
Roger
FCAP.
Edith.
Yeah, Roger Edith. Apart from that, what's the Valentina, perhaps?
Valentina banned out.
They banned them. Banned out themselves. But I think, Roger just makes a lot of sense.
And they banned out the Minotaur as well.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Roger.
Yep, so you go Terizla if you're Cloud9, that's great. And maybe, hopefully not Alpha.
So pick up a mage here, like a Faramis, perhaps? Or
Faramis great.
Faramis, right?
Great. Yeah. Great against Roger, but not the best versus Edith. Edith actually likes playing against the Faramis because you can just melt the extra shields.
Okay,
Go Grok. Okay, with the Valentina being banned, they're confident with the Grok. The Grok looks good. So Falcon Sapie Brand might pick up their few hero now. Go
Vexana.
Yep.
Vexana for the knockups,
Yeah.
You play the Eternal Guard knockup into the Edith with the Onward and Earth Shatter.
Yep.
You have knockups for days. Yep. And honestly, when we've seen a lot of teams utilize those combinations, whatever it is with the Edith, she seems to be the main staple.
Yep.
It ends up working out in a lot of their favors.
Farsa also looks good for FCAP. That way they can go for a hard lockdown on Ogwen, and then they have that burst with the Edith as well as the Farsa. There's enough range for you to kind of outplay the Harith, because Harith wants to play around the Zaman Force. So if you just try to get out of that zone, get out of the box, you can then punish it with good range through the Edith as well as the Farsa.
We got to talk about how the draft coming in from Cloud9, now that they have the Harith, and because they have the Terizla, the EXP laner is more of a setup guy. It's more of a tank.
Yeah.
So you need your damage coming in from the jungle. So the question is, what is going to be the physical damage dealer that Mobazine is going to dish out? And you would have to assume is the alpha, but at the same time, you're hoping for something else.
What is going to be different? I think, maybe Granger.
There has to be. Like I mean, so far from everything we've seen from C9, it's only been alpha. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. So I think at this point, when you're down to we need this point, you have to change things up because so far, you know, a lot of these game plans from C9 have not worked out. And I know it's a tough task because we're talking about the defending world champions here, Falcon's AP Bren, and after game 1. All that C9 saw was that little glimpse of hope when they were able to turn that one fight around for them.
I feel like Fighters is difficult now just because of the Edith, right? You want to stay around in the team fight, but then you're just getting tossed up here, you're getting knocked up there, and then imagine if the opposing side actually has a Vexana, and then I'm like shaking, I'm dancing, I'm terrified. Too much crowd control for Fighters in the jungle. You know what? Saber. Gorgeous said it. Right? Gorgeous did say it. Saber.
If eventually Falcon Saber Bread picks up an assassin, I'm really liking the Saber. Like,
พี่สตรีมทุกวันนะครับมันไม่เห็นเองครับ
yeah, definitely.
Facebook
like if they pick up
แม่ง
Hayabusa, for example, if that is shown, maybe Fanny was picked up by Falcon Saber Bread because they're that bold.
Yeah.
You know? Even the Roger actually can get one shot by the Saber.
Yeah. No.
So I hope I mean, like this is essentially tournament life for Cloud9. Just show us something.
Get one notch on the unique heroes for MSC so far. What was it? 73 so far.
73 so far.
We had 63 last MSC. Was that right?
64.
64. Wow. Man, we are making numbers.
That shows how healthy the meta is right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well, we're not seeing any of the draft.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're actually still going with those picks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, anything could happen. So we might as well talk about the significance of this match because it's do or die, not just for both teams involved.
Yeah.
For the entire group.
Oh, wait.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
They still went Fireman's X-Borg.
X-Borg.
We forgot about this. This could be a good flex. It could be played in the... It could be played in the jungle role. It also play the XP, but of course the Terizla was already open, so maybe X-Borg is indeed the pick.
Honestly, X-Borg against Terizla is not a confirmed win, just because the Terizla actually has a lot of damage on second skill so that you can actually take down the arm.
No, I mean like Terizla is already the EXP for...
Sorry, I did.
Cloud9, right?
ใช่มันชอบบักครับ
Yeah, so they have they confirmed the X-Borg in the jungle. We have not seen most of the draft.
Falcon's AP Brand picks X-Borg.
Okay. Oh, Falcon's AP Brand.
Yeah.
They pick up the X-Borg.
I wonder what that reaction is.
มันแหละ
Okay, wait. Oh, you there's YSS?
น้องมากันแล้ว
Was that the reaction?
We talked about it.
Hey,
we talked about it.
Love it.
He's just like, you know what?
I love it.
Send it.
I love it.
Reaction.
We did say
win or lose, we love it.
Yeah.
Yep.
YSS.
This is gonna win.
If not the Granger, the YSS.
This is gonna win, man.
You know what? Clip it. We called it first, okay?
Yep.
We called it.
What are we calling it?
No,
we called the YSS.
Yeah, we called that YSS. Like, I have his WhatsApp number.
All right.
It becomes an awkward conversation. I'm like, yo, when are you coming back in the meta? And then he's like, when did I leave? And I'm like, okay, you know what? You know what? Fair enough.
You have Yi Sun Shin's number.
Phone number.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Wow.
Locked in.
Okay. So Cloud9 has Yi Sun Shin and Farsa, and Falcon to be read. They're last pick in the Fredrin, so the X-Borg is going to the EXP. So
I love the Fredrin.
You love the Fredrin for this draft?
Yeah, especially going up against Harith. And there's, I guess the only problem here is the Farsa, but then you have Edith and Faramis together with your team, and then you have the X-Borg to get some players actually call it the bidet.
The bidet.
Yeah.
You know what? With that being said,
the bidet. I don't
just
know.
to confirm,
flamethrower.
Right now, the draft has been completed. Yi Sun Shin is here. I hope the cast is all ready because it's your time to shine.
Breaking news, Yi Sun Shin makes it
Yi
into
Sun
the
Shin.
land of Dawn here, upping once more the unique hero picks in the Mid-Season Cup 2024. Gideon Leo about to bring you game number 2 in the second broadcasted game of this series. And just to address
เกมไวไหม
what our cast
เกมนี้เกมไวไหม
Does Harith have a last name? Does Harith have a last name?
Harith Styles?
No. He does
คิด
not
ว่า
have
เก
a
มไว
last
ไหม
name.
เกมเนี้ย
He's just known as Harith.
Is he just a species? No, the species is
Leonin. They refer to him as Lieutenant Harith under the Moonian Empire.
Lieutenant.
Yep.
Interesting.
อเมริกาครับกับฟิลิปปินส์
Officer in the Moonian Empire.
มันเปลี่ยนชื่อทีมกันจนงงอ่ะ
Did not know that.
Yeah,
Did
so
not know
they
that at
just call
all.
him Lieutenant
มันเปลี่ยน
Harith.
ชื่อทีมกันจนงงอ่ะ
Sir Harith, how you doing? Good to you.
Yep.
I mean, when we
คน
talk
นี้
about
เล่น
this
ปาก
draft,
เก่ง
with the fact that the
ใช่
fact
เป
that
ล่า
musician is already very
เห็นว่าเขาหล่อก็ติด
impressive.
ตามเขาแล้วก็มาบอกว่าเขาเล่นปากเก่งแก้เขิน
I mean, I felt like, based on the lip reading here from Coach Midnight and Moba Zane, he probably gave him a bunch of options. He's like, you can play what you want, but here are some of the options that I'm thinking.
So and so.
So. And I'm thinking that is Yishin Shin, Granger, and to a certain degree, Julian.
You're right, the Julian was open, but I'm thinking, hey, if those prior two choices were legit, the Granger and the Yishin Shin, why not the Bane?
That's the thing, right? I will admit, the Bane would have been very interesting to see, and it definitely disincentivizes Kyle to actually play the only other assassin available, technically, which would have been Nolan, right?
Yeah, or even the clumping up through the Faramis.
You're totally right about that. But I mean, they've got answers, right? They've got the penalty zone, they've also got the Farsa as well. Hopefully that's not too much of an overkill, but at the same time, hopefully this Yishin Shin will work, because I'm scared that it's going to come to a point where it's like, it reminds me so much of the previous meta. You want to be farm heavy, and then Frederick casually walks in, level 2, steals away 1 camp, level 4, comes back, steals 2 camps, level 8, takes your entire jungle.
And what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
What's interesting is the way Cloud9 is looking to inject a new flavor into the current metagame that is still, I think, at this point developing. You're now inputting global presence via the jungle. I think the only real global presence we have now comes through mid and Rome, if I'm not, like, sometimes you still see Rome Angela, right? So you have Loyi, you have Angela, you have Florin. And now they want to go like, all right, maybe we can go for the Earth Shocker, a Mount Shocker rather, and see if we can use that as a way to influence team fights across the board.
I think that's fine, right? Like, as a utility ultimate, you're not using it as a means to an end. You're just using it to kind of identify where your opponents are. Are they setting up a dive? What are some of the motions they're making across the map? You can even delay the motions because of the free information it gives you.
And the slight slow. Oh, no, they took out the slow.
Yeah.
See, it's been so long since Yushin has been in the meta. They've changed him a couple of times, and we didn't even notice. We didn't even feel it, except for those Yushin Shin mains.
Yeah, Yushin Shin mains.
Like Moba Zane.
That's the one that he was known for, right? He loves those marksman junglers. And I think, you know, in this game, if he is able, well, I do think they still need, quote-unquote, a tank buster here. And I think by the time Yishin Shin gets to that point of tank busting, DHS, like, it's so far down the road. I mean, I'm thinking that Mielo, he already has a hard time, but he has by far the most important job in the first 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, again, not just them, not just Mielo, not just Zane, but all of C9 have to be on the same page, because that might be one of the main points of what made game 1 seem so one-sided. That's why it seemed like FCAP were always just right in C9's faces, because it seemed like they weren't communicating.
champ this year.
We did hear from Coach Becky, like, we don't prepare for anybody. We work on cohesion, and I'm like,
ผมเห็นคุณพูดมากี่ปีแล้วคุณเกลอฮะคุณเกลอคุณพูดมากี่ปีแล้วฮะคุณพูดมากี่ปีแล้วกับคำว่าสหรัฐแชมป์เนี่ยฮะแชมป์ปีไหนก่อน
That can be associated to cohesion too.
You can also now bring up
Falcon.
Liquid Echo.
Oh, Liquid Echo is also a good one.
Just says, even Carly says, I'm happy when I see other teams lose. So that means they don't care about what other teams do. It's all about their tempo. It's all about their aggression.
เบรกด้วยคิดแคทด้วยว่ะสปอนเซอร์เข้าว่ะคิดแคทเป็นสปอนเซอร์ด้วยว่ะ Technical break half a break half a Kit Kat ยันเคให้ไปเราไปซื้อคิดแคทมากินดีกว่า
And the shortcut on the chip. Oh. So there's a good chunk of universal ults that are in meta now.
I mean, there's also the Xavier with the DNS. Oh, sorry, DNL.
Yeah.
ถ้าสหรัฐแชมป์ผมส่งสกินให้เลยเนี่ยสกินใหม่เนี่ยมาโอ้
gives you that free info.
ผมบอกเลยเนี่ยอาร์มอนฮานาบิเลือกมาเลยถ้าสหรัฐแชมป์มาเกิน
in contention.
That's true. That's true.
He's a acquired taste, but if you love Xavier, if your team plays Xavier, your team plays Xavier.
An acquired taste. I like that. I like that a lot, as a matter of fact. But even so, right? I think that if C9 wants to have any chance of winning this game, it's really going to boil down to like some strong decision making, right? Even in the previous game, we saw a couple of times where like, hey, moomton is already making his way over towards the purple buff, and then they all corral together despite having that level lead. The team says, hey, we might actually be able to do something, and it turns around. They need to not waste that time walking back and forth. If you make a decision, you commit to it, and it's too late to go back on it.
And I think the way that they forced Falcons AP Brand to respond, or the kind of lineup that Falcons AP Brand ended up with, allows for that. It's not a Hayabusa or a Nolan that suddenly snowballs out of control. It's a more controlled kind of push forward combat that Falcons AP Brand are playing with. Okay, now in hindsight, I'm a little afraid because an assassin can slip up, but a utility jungler can just choke you slowly but surely like a vice grip.
I mean, I still remember the previous meta, right? It really boils down to like we've seen these matchups time and time again. Where that's why these utility tank junglers were so effective, because it's just how do you punish them? You have all this damage, you make a mechanical mistake, and I can just eat the damage, make a mechanical mistake, and still kill you.
Which makes this a scary thought. It's like the metas of 2023 and 2021 are clashing in one matchup here in Game 2. Falcons AP Brand versus Cloud9. Here we go. moomton secures both his buffs so far, while Kyle Teasy is still trying to get his.
I mean, he's power farming, right? He is quickly trying to be as efficient as possible, leaving the very small camps to pick up later on, because he knows that Falcon's AP Brand, they want to get aggressive here, right? And moomton wants to be ahead of the curve, which he is right now.
Currently about 200 gold ahead of Kyle Teasy, who is taking his sweet time. Both junglers now working on small camps, but mind you, Kyle Teasy is still behind, folks, despite... basic.
Oh, man, Super Marco was playing this lane perfectly. He's got a slow push on his side, even throws out the taunt, knowing that he's basically won this lane. Like, basic, he's got to land a really good synchro fissure.
Yep. And we'll check in on mid now. There you go. There's the Mount Shocker. Able to check in on everyone, Flap Teasy. Putting down the damage on to Mielo, the GOAT. And finally, they're at level parity, but still XP lead on moomton.
Yep, he's been able to clear out pretty much all of his camps in, honestly, quick fashion, and even picking up on the gold crab, well, technically river crab, on towards the gold lane instead of passing it over to basic. They've made sure that moomton is going to be scaling really, really quick, and I think that's a good idea, but that's on the assumption that their laners are going to be all right, and considering basic's current standings against Super Marco, it's not looking good.
Check this out. Falcons AP Brand everywhere right now. All 4 members here. Oh, there's the Earthshatter onward.
Oh, he flickers away. Penalty zone's on top of it, but that just means that he's going to get just run down by Flap Teasy. Even the Feathered Airstrike kind of in a weird position. They needed to make a call there, because for sure, you could see that moomton didn't really want to be part of that fight anyways, so they should have just backed up. Maybe slow it down, I guess, but when you're at 50% HP, it's too dangerous.
The question is, where does that leave Mielo? Was he necessarily supposed to stand around there? Did he want to put up vision? Did moomton need it?
I suppose he didn't need it at all, to be fair, right? He just needs to make sure that they can slow down Kyle and make sure that MOBA has tempo, which I think he has right now, but at what cost, right?
Yeah, there's a stolen small camp away from Kyle Teasy. And they do win the Little Wanderer, so that's extra vision, extra mana, extra move speed alongside the river to continue moomton's power farming, which is now put him in range of, I'd say maybe 300, 400 gold away from a War Axe.
Yep, and he's picking up like farm from the mid lane too. Like they are supercharging him right now. They are injecting him with as much gold as possible to get him to where he needs to be as soon as possible. And I think that even so, right, Mielo has taken too much damage. Now, the only way you can really get that big surge of gold is when you start invading your opponent and steal away their resources. And yes, moomton does have tempo on Falcon's AP Brand for now, but the side lanes cannot back him up on the invade.
Nope, he's on his own. He's in that little chamber, ready to pop out like Weapon X maybe after 4 or 5 minutes from now. There's the War Axe, but he definitely needs one more. I think he needs one more to really punish whoever comes in. And there's the Mount Shocker checking in. How's everybody? Where y'all at? Okay, I can take this purple and then maybe contest, but knowing what Cloud9 is going through right now, what they have on the board, I don't think they'll even fight for the second turtle.
Yeah. I like the way that Falcon's AP brand are dealing with Mountain Shocker, right? Because, oh, wait, hold on. Simon Force has already been popped. It's 2v1 up on that top side of basic. He's trying to get on out of there, but he's getting a little low. Ogren, again, plays it really well, but here comes the cavalry here as Mark QT is able to find the trade back. Super Marco, honestly, kind of beating out his friend just to get a free kill.
Yeah. Still, I think that's a win for Falcon's AP brand. Oh, no, Super Marco! Taken down, and down bottom, the trade.
Yep, and we're seeing trades all across the board here. I was about to say hold your breath because moomton and the rest of the gang are coming up to that top side, but they will get that tier 1, and in the meantime, Kyle gonna quickly run up and hopefully save this tower.
Nope. Unless Kaltizi coming through looking for the charge.
Uh-oh.
There's the stun. Fuse in trouble.
All right, gets away from the Appraiser's Wrath at the very least. moomton still alive. Mountain Chakra to reconfirm positions in view. He cannot let go of the left stick. moomton now in some trouble as, oh, like it pounces well. Super Marco finds it. Great microwave from Falcon's AP Bread.
Whole world maybe 2 or 3 seconds away from a response. He does not have the wild charge, so not much he could have done to save his jungler. Now it's Kyle Deezy's turn to dig into moomton's farm as there's a turtle spawning in about a minute. This puts Falcon's AP Bren up by about 1,000 gold. That's what happens when you shut down moomton's power farming. The fact that he hasn't been on the map for like 20-30 seconds means that the lead for Falcon's AP Bren will slowly balloon up, close the gap, even push him further.
I mean, let's think of it this way, right? It's like music. He's 2 steps ahead, but now FCAP, wait, hold on.
Sorry นะครับ
World,
พอดี
no,
น้อง
still
ๆมา
gets
แล้ว
it. I mean, moomton is still making sure that he is still on top of that red tree. He is a full level ahead and make sure he says, hey, get out of my jungle. This is my property. But as I was saying, it's all about that tempo, right? C9, we're 2 steps ahead, and then with that one kill, moomton, they fall back 1.
Here's
ไม่
another
ได้
Mountain
หา
Shocker.
ของกิน
Checking in on
กู
position.
บอกไว้หลายวันแล้วว่าเดี๋ยวน้องมากูต้องออกไปข้างนอกอะไรอย่าง
But
งี้
away from the Salmon Force, the key doesn't slow Ogwen down. They do lose that tier 1 regardless, but even so, the very least, they don't give another kill over.
นะครับ
Alright, FCAP on
พอดี
defense
พอ
up
ดี
top.
น้องมานะครับน้องมาเตรียมตัวเดี๋ยวจะคัดทีมชาตินะครับวันอีกอาทิตย์หนึ่ง2 อาทิตย์หน้าครับน้องเขาเลยนัดเจอกันนะครับก็
Alright, for the first
เอาเป็น
time
ว่า
in
ไหน
this
ๆก็คู่นี้พี่ก็ไม่ได้นี่ละ
6.5-minute game,
พี่ขออนุญาต
looks like Cloud9 are
นะครับขออนุญาต
looking
น้อง
to
ๆนะครับ
ready
ไป
themselves up for a turtle
ไปทำธุระ
fight.
ก่อนนะครับ แต่ว่า
Unless
เปิด
they
ไว้
want to
ให้
pick
อย่างเงี้ยนะครับ
first
เดี๋ยว
in
มา
mid. Ogren walks into a bush.
นะครับถ้ามาทันคู่ดึกเดี๋ยวมานะครับขออนุญาตเลยใช่ขออนุญาตเลยน้องมารอแล้วไม่อยากให้น้องรอนานอ่ะ5 โมงครึ่งแล้วครับเดี๋ยวน้องๆเขาจะได้แยกย้ายกลับบ้านนะโอเคนะครับโอเคนะขอบคุณมากๆนะครับนักดวลเพลินๆไปก่อนกูไปละ
Wants to be able to create some distance here as Falcons now going to put their attention towards the top side of the map.
Oh no, Mielo's in trouble. Earth Shatter.
Yep, and even the Praise's Wrath coming out. Penalty zone as well. I would say that recalling at this point of time is worse than dying. You just lose so much more, right? Last Insanity gonna come out from Flat Teasy. He's totally fine.
They're fine. Forcing out a DPZ from Yellow. At least he didn't have to use his flicker. So a defensive rotation from Cloud9 right now. Whole world gets Gogwin.
Oh, okay. I mean, I wasn't expecting that to happen. Cold World committing a lot of his spells onto the Edith, who hasn't gotten out, and better yet, very good from Ogwen's side. Not losing his cool. He just didn't even bother to flicker. Just, Primal Wrath, get out of there, stretch my hands, do some cardio, get back to what we're good at.
You mentioned cardio. I think there's a lot of cardio happening right now, meaning a lot of movements with really no violence, right? No payoff. Again, sending him home is the best case scenario. And so far, Falcons AP Bren, despite there being more of a basic, forcing out a last Insanity from Flap.
Oh, they could have punished there, but luckily Flap preemptively going for the flicker, knowing that he's in range of the Feather Airstrikers. Kyle looking for an opportunity to punish basic. The Appraiser's Wrath is good, but Super Marco does not want to dive in just yet. Mark QT holding the nuclear option at bay.
Again, cardio. They're just jogging around each other, moving around, playing footsies, forcing out a response from Ogwen. The flicker already spent out. Lord coming up in 30 seconds. To be fair, even if Falcons AP Bren are looking at a 2,000 gold lead here, and again, the map looking mighty red. So far, they can make their way towards any objectives that they want without much of a punish from Cloud9. I think this Lord is contestable.
It's definitely contestable, right? Let's just compare the stats up to right now. 2 towers to 2 towers, 3 turtles to 0, and I think that's the only real difference that these 2 teams have in terms of economy. It's just 3 turtles.
The farm is on the right places for Falcons AP Bren. Marco had a basic. few ahead of Marcuti, and that's all you need really, because Kyle's playing a very different game now than he was in game 1.
Yeah, and I think the next problem is about to occur. Like, FlapTZ is going to be an issue here, and they're going to have to like trade a resource, and I'm thinking that maybe it's going to be that Feather Airstrike, but they need that Feather Airstrike for later down the line when they have to deal with that Netherrealm, right? So this is a two-layered problem. As now we get into the fight, Ogwin, you forced to use the Primal Wrap very early. Xamin Force coming out basically a little early here, but Kyle, great game sense, locks him down, forces the Purify, instantly takes him out with the Primal Wrap. Nicely done as they get on out of there. Sorry, the Appraiser's Wrath. So we see FlapTZ try to get on out of there. Nah, Few, as much as he wants to save his boy, the Netherrealm only has so much HP, but they do push C9 away from the Lord.
There's that signature clean Filipino play style. We get a trade, we get the Lord, we walk out, we don't force anything else. Falcons AP Bren pushing the envelope, even taking a mid lane tier 1. Now again a check-in on the farm here. Now even Flap is way ahead of Mielo. So again, can confirm the goal is where it needs to be.
Yeah, kind of interesting build coming in from MarQT. Opts to go for the Genius Wand, right? Genius Wand on top of Sork Shoes and then goes for the Bloodwings.
We haven't seen Genius Wand in a while.
Is it necessary in this case? I feel like maybe in the earlier stages of the game, he is 1-0-1. I don't blame him, but I do think that maybe even a Lightning Truncheon might have done him a little justice, but now this is what we were expecting to see. Falcons AP Bread now becoming the hydraulic press, slowly putting the pressure on C9.
Yep, the vice grip on these resources that's going to close the gap between Mobazane and Kyle TZ. And now, checking in. All right, I think Mobazane found out what he already knew anyways. Like, he just saw the rotation from Falcons AP Bread, so I think there's a part of him that's using that to clear the waves. So is this Feathered Airstrike.
Yep, I mean, it's a good way to do it, right? Keep as many of your structures alive as possible. Do not give Falcons AP Bren more control over this map, as the tier 2s are going to get knocked. And I mean, as long as they have a couple still standing, as long as they have their inhibitors, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? It's only 11 minutes into the game. It's not over just yet.
With 4K ahead, especially with Cloud9 having a core in the jungle, a true core, who hasn't really died as much. Again, one death on Mobazane isn't the end of the world, but now, the concealed play from Ogwin.
Could this be a potential flicker here? The Earth Shatter's already out, but they want to zone them away. Mountain Shocker revealing all their positions, but they're going to use the Feather Airstrike off of cooldown to clear the wave once more.
It's the same combo again, the Feather Shocker between MarQT and Mobazane to clear the waves. And look at this! Cold World from the back!
Oh, penalty zone as well onto Ogwin's side, but here comes Kyle, as well as FlapTZ to zone away the back line to isolate their targets as Basic left all by himself, forced to dash back out of the situation.
That was a genius move, well orchestrated by the roamer of Cloud9. But again, it just led to, Super Marco coming for the chase!
He finds one here. And a fun fact while we're at it, that Yishin Shin was last picked by Sans during MSC 2022 when he was still playing as a jungler.
See, it's been that long. It's been that long. MSC 2022 held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, in the Maya Tech Studios. That was a long time ago.
Very long time ago. Actually, the debut, Nice's very first international, as a matter of fact. Kind of funny if you think about it, right? 8 more seconds.
Reminisce on that, Joseph.
Mr. Rezebek, the building. Now, 3 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns here. And once it's up, I think that C9 really have to make some decisions, because unfortunately, this is going to be empowered, and it's going to have that ramming capability, which is great for taking down inhibitors.
If they don't contest this, if Falcons AP Bren walk away with this, best believe mid lane tier 2's gone,
no.
maybe even an inhibitor. Cold looking for an angle. Few Ogwin and Flap coming in, the secure by Kyle TZ, forcing Basic to drop the Z-Force.
Yep, and Mielo has to use the penalty zone defensively here as the Mountain Shocker finally comes out. All of this because they saw MarQT show up on the top side of the map, and Falcons AP Bren just blitz the Lord.
And here we go, the aforementioned push on that tier 2 in mid. Lord spawning in about 10 seconds from now. I think Falcons AP Bren can use this while to take some time.
Whoa! The Xamin Force backwards, but now the Feather Airstrike looks good. Netherrealm comes out to save the members of Falcons AP Bren. Whoa! The emergency eject button as... No.
Marco!
How? Why? And he TP's on him right in front of his doorstep.
Just for style.
He just pulled the rug,
okay.
the whole rug underneath Basic.
To be fair, a sudden team fight like that does not happen without a backup plan from Falcon's AP Bren. Cloud9, I'm sure, if they saw that the Zaman Force could have been sat on for maybe 2 more seconds, maybe they would have had that kind of response. But for Falcon's AP Bren, they saw Basic was standing around.
I mean, I think Basic was confident he could win that 1v1. He wasn't expecting Super. He does have a Purify, but in the 1v1 against Super Marco, like Super Marco isn't going in for no reason. But now, speaking of which, Lord already cracking down on that Crystal. Mid inhibitor still alive, and Falcon's AP Bren just gonna have to back away. Looking for an opportunity to crack another inhibitor would be nice, but looks like C9 is on top of it. Great high ground defense from Cloud9.
Oh. Pushing out Falcon's AP Bren from their base. Mobazane spots you, looking for it. Pops another realm.
Oh, I mean, they've built some heat onto Basic, but so far, so good. It looks, I mean, I'm gonna say this. Falcon's AP Bren, this is not looking like this is the polar opposite of TLPH. TLPH was a spin on that thing kind of team. And Falcon's AP Bren, they really take their time. They're really using their lats, going back and forth all the time and making sure that this is going to be a clean game.
It's a slow burn is what they're doing. It's not just an all-in-one, you get everything you want. But now, Mielo gets spotted. Even these fights are going slower, huh? It's been a while since we've seen this metagame. moomton has really done well to change the way we play MOBB.
I suppose. I mean, this is very, honestly, the way Falcon's AP Bren is very reminiscent of what the previous patch used to be. But at this point of time, I have to give it a C9, though. The fact that they're holding out in this manner, there is an opportunity to really turn things around. And we're getting to the final builds.
Look at this. Few Idle Nama kids are picking up the Lantern. Again, that's going to hurt against Mielo, going to hurt against Cold World. Even Base is going to think twice about it. He's going to get some tick damage.
I suppose. I think that C9 are also... Wait, hold on. Basic, now maybe in some trouble. Has to use Zaman Force. Last Insanity does come out, but Basic ooh, hold on. Now with the Feather Edge into the Mountain Shocker. Netherrealm could have come down. Immortality. Whoa, Mielo. Whoa! Oh my God! Super Marco flickers forward. He wants another one. Give it to him. Holy cow! As he fights 2 in the middle of all 5 members of C9. Make it a triple, and now they're cracking down on the Crystal. If they keep up the heat, they might be able to make a Maniac just in time here, and that's what Super Marco wants. He goes in, finds another one. Maniac, give him the savage underneath it. Come on, dive him. They're gonna try. Mark Uni says no.
The bees in Saudi go wild as you can hear them chant AP Bren as the defending champions of the world sweep Cloud9.
Oh my goodness, Super Marco, after game 1, he's like, I didn't get to play the game. Kyle had all the fun.
Let me.
Yeah, and now he's really showing how bulletproof his Kevlar really is.
He did die, but towards the end, it's not like it mattered. Super Marco looking to reclaim best gold laner in the world. Here showing us that they are the de facto kings of the hill in their group.
Oh, what a game that was. What an absolute banger here. Like a hydraulic press, slowly encapsulating these keys. That's how FCAP plays, man.
And that's exactly what FCAP did to literally, in just a few moments, Cloud9's keys. It's just about to happen. They're about to take this very golden key on Cloud9's side of the player's desk and crush it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's tough to see. It's really tough to see here. But the Southeast Asian team's currently doing very, very well. And then there's Turkey, who's just like, we're still in it for the rest of us.
Kyle Atizi here back into a very familiar position. That's talent, I'd say. Switching from a Hayabusa carry over to a utility Fredrin in a metagame wherein the Lord Dance no longer exists. It's like we went through all of 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, up until today in a single best of 2.
Yeah, I mean, this shows the honestly, the experience that he has gathered, right? The years of gameplay that he has done to get to this point.
Well played FCAP, and GG well played too for Cloud9. We're on stage with the Idol Nama kids, the Wood Sandstorm and Matt Aquino with you.
We're here with the captain of Falcon's AP Bren. Few, congratulations. You qualified to the knockout stage. Now you've gone all over the world. You've collected all the trophies in the international scene. What makes this MSC 2024 different from all the other tournaments that you've been to?
Para sa akin yung pinagkaiba nito is ito yung pinakamalaking prize pool ng MLBB ngayon eh. Tapos
to him, this is the most different because this is the biggest prize pool of MLBB.
Tapos ito na lang yung kulang kong title na major MSC.
And this is the only title that he hasn't received yet, a major title, which is MSC.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of the most prestigious titles out there, considering it's the first one out of Southeast Asia. Now, I do have to ask you, you will be facing Falcon Esports for the first seed of your group. How do you feel going into that series later on in the day?
Para sa akin, confident naman kami sa laban namin against Falcon Esports kasi una sa lahat, qualified naman na kami. Ang paglalabanan na lang namin is yung top 1.
He's very confident heading up against Falcon Esports because first of all, they're qualified and they just need to make sure that they get top 1.
That makes their road a little bit easier when we're talking about qualifying for the knockout stage of MSC 2024 here at EWC. We're going to be heading over to the studio with our lovely boys and girls to take it on over and see exactly what's going to happen with the rest of the day and hopefully break down that last series for us. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you very much. Now, we do have to say the Yusenshin didn't work, but we still like that they tried.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was nice to see, man, but tough that, and it was a slower game. I agree with Gideon and Leo that it was a little reminiscent of the old patch, that we played on, but great flexibility that you can still see Kaltizi switch up to the Fredrin.
Yeah. It's just Falcon's AP Bear just utilizing this Lord as a bait. This is I would say the turning point of the game because they were able to pick up basic, then get the first Lord, and then snowball off of that. They were really good at trading and utilizing the Lord as a trap. Basic died 3 times very early. Well, 14 minutes is typically late already.
Yeah.
That's for a Harry if you want to farm as much. But this is the flex. Super Marco with the flickers, with the dashes. And look at his target acquisition. Literally finding the best targets, the lowest, the heroes that have very low HP so that he can eliminate and then eventually snowball off of.
The thing is, that's not the craziest thing about Super Marco.
It's
his reaction.
Oh, yeah.
Like after
here. There it is.
After getting a mania, he's like, hey, what's up, guys? Great.
The only thing that made him quit was the smoke effect.
What?
Was the fog machine.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the only one that affected him during
Only the smoke machine can get a reaction out of Super Marco.
Yeah, that's how.
Maybe even winning the MSC is like, all right, cool. Can I go home now?
Yeah, he's always been like that though. He's a very
I want some Umali. Like is that
Mali?
Cool? Is that cool with everyone? But now we gotta look at the itemization here.
Yeah, we gotta talk about Mobile Zane as well, right?
Yeah.
Despite what we
had the most damage.
Dealt the most damage. Well, Mountain Char helped with that, but I believe that until the first Lord of the fight, Lord of the game, he was a little bit above Kaltizi when it comes to the farm.
Yeah.
I think despite all of those turtles that were able that FCAP were able to get, the farm was still up for the side of Mobile. So that meant that he can still fight. Unfortunately, I think the last picked Fredrin was so good for the side of Falcon AP Brand because now both Harriet as well as the Yisenshin isn't comfortable fighting.
I mean, look what this has led us to, man. It's unfortunate that that's the case, but we got two teams that are now eliminated.
Honestly, after Albert has done his thing, can we just have the camera focus on me just because, it's I want to officially say that the teams are eliminated. I'm just trying to do my job as a host. But
you're the hangman now.
What do you guys think about the game overall?
Again, nice try from the Yisenshin. Unfortunately, there were a lot of traps that FCAP was able to pick. I believe the X-Borg was picked 4th.
Yeah, I think so.
It was 4th picked. So that meant that still is a flex. And even when you're trying to go for the Yisenshin, surely it can work. The Farce is great versus the X-Borg because the poke damage, you limit the Firaga armor. But then that last picked Fredrin, which you kind of expect will be an assassin, but because of just the innate, the hero pool, I would say,
of Kyle, of
Kyle TZ, the entirety of FCAP. They're able to make the most out of their first picks, like Roger, for example, the X-Borg, eventually Edith even, right? But
honestly, before we talk about the MVP, is like, it's unfortunate Cloud9 got eliminated. So sad. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the MVP, the Sony MVP of the game. I'm sad though.
Why did you just mention Cloud9, by the way?
You know,
it's XYG too.
Oh yeah, but it's like, I like SYG though. But anyways, looking at the game, we gotta talk about the MVP here. And again, the performances, honestly, overall, coming in from Falcons and Big Brand is outstanding.
That's one of the, I would say, misses coming out from Mobazane himself. Already popped the ultimate. He knew that there were two people just running, making the beeline towards him, but he still got picked off. And now it's Super Marco with the eventually the flicker plays that they will be able to find out in the middle. Okay, so this is just a push, by the way. Yeah, they will just be able to push. So that's pretty.
This is the one that you want to talk about.
That's look at that. He picks up the Grok, and then goes back to the Harith. Then goes for the Maniac. He knew that he had a one-shot potential. That point. Well, he did smile.
He did.
So,
okay. Like he's showing a bit of emotion.
A bit of emotion.
He's like, I'm happier than average.
Yeah,
he should be. I mean, look at the KDA. He had 9 KDA on this Roger pick. And you guys already mentioned it in the draft. You know, this is one of the power plays of teams like Falcons, AP Ren, where they'll pick these picks and then the flexibility for them. And that's why Wolf was mentioning the hero pool for all the players here. It's a huge advantage. And that's something we have to look out for in the knockouts.
Honestly, something that we do have to look out for is actually the STC play prediction. What did you guys think? And 78% went for Falcons AB Brand and 22% went for Cloud9.
Audience is right, back to back.
Audience is right, back to back. So honestly, not a lot of confusion here, but for you guys, we appreciate your opinions. So make sure you guys scan the QR code, let us know your opinions. How else can we improve? Because after this, it is going to be the knockout stage, and you know we got to ramp up for that one. So again, thank you for everyone that scans the QR code. Thank you very much. And we would also like to say thank you very much to our sponsors, Asus ROG Phone. ROG Phone is the gaming phone that we're using in MSC. Capture moments like a pro with the 6-axis hybrid gimbal stabilizer equipped camera. It's not just for gaming, it's for everything else too. Gentlemen, what was that series? That was amazing, but the next one, C9 is gonna play again. So we're gonna look at XYG going up against C9. We're going for a quick break, but after this, it's gonna be that matchup. See you guys then. Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024 with Milafel. Alongside with me is Wolf as well as Naisu. And now we're jumping to the third match of the day. It's going to be XYG going up against Cloud9 for both teams. Haven't won yet. This is their redemption arc.
It is. It's more so like, all right, we're not going to the knockouts. Maybe let's just have some fun, nothing to lose, and let's go with that.
Yeah, they're probably going to be showing all their hand now. Like, we've seen the Yeez and Chin. Maybe
Granger?
We're going to see Granger, perhaps. Maybe Roger this time. And hopefully the Freya for XYG. We're all hyped about that.
Let the Freya go, yeah.
No?
Honestly, like, pick up the Freya in the first phase of the pick and bans.
Yeah, or maybe don't have any bans.
That's a way.
That's too confusing.
That's right.
Well, he's about confusion.
Today is about confusion, but Wolf, we gotta you know, like, make things more acceptable here. Like the confusion has to be good. Now for both teams, again, I feel like on the MSC stage, this is their opportunity to show the maximum capability that they have. In fact, you know what? One of the best situations that this could bring is maybe a 1-1.
Yeah.
Do you guys think it's going to be a sweep or a 1-1?
I hope it's a 1-1 so that technically there are no losers.
Yeah, so that both of them at least get a win. Is that what you're looking for?
Exactly, because for you guys at home, you guys can still predict the STC play. Who's going to win this one? Is it going to be XYG or C9? Head on over to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Technically, if it's a 1-1, you guys are correct. But predict as well. Like, okay, we're thinking of a 1-1, but if it's a 2-0, who would take the 2-0?
Oh, man. Well,
Cloud9.
Cloud9 all the way, bro.
Cloud9 all the way.
What are you talking about?
XYG. XYG easy. You know, Wolf is saying C9. I'm like, no, it's XYG. But with that being said, we've seen the intros coming in from both teams. But the thing is, we're going to send it over to the stage. And now, Mara, as well as Daoud Sandstorm, it's going to be the last time you're going to be introducing both these teams, so make it special. We're sending over to Mara Aquino as well as Daoud Sandstorm.
Two teams are back with us here on the Amazon stage for their third and final game of Group D, looking to see who will be able to come out on top with a game-winning series to wrap up their day.
Now, these two teams are about to bid their farewell, but this match is an opportunity for them to end their MSC 2024 on a great note.
And without further ado, let's welcome back to the Amazon Arena, ladies and gentlemen, Team XYG.
XYG is a young team, although they do still need more international experience. And with that, I'm confident that it's not a matter of if they'll do well, it's when they're going to be able to dominate MLBB. They're still an emerging region, and for sure they'll do well in the future.
And when we are talking about the NA representative in Cloud9 as well, they have a lot of experience when it comes to the international MLBB scene with a developing local scene as well. And also, I'm looking forward to seeing what NA can do as well in the future when it comes to MLBB, because there's going to be a lot of opportunities, a lot of tournaments, and a lot of chances to prove yourselves.
Now, attempting to end their MSC campaign with the bang, let's welcome back Cloud9.
The NA representative in Cloud9 have one last series to play and one last chance, like you said, to end their MSC journey on a positive note and with a bang. And personally, I'm curious to see, are we going to see a 2-0 sweep or are we going to see a 1-1? Because when the panelists and the analysts that were discussing it, they were talking about maybe predictions for Cloud9 and predictions for XYG. So I want to see which way it's going to swing.
Now, Cloud9 and North America has had international experience. They did really well, placing third during M3, and we're looking forward to them rising once again in the international stage. But for now, how about let's get this going? It's going to be Cloud9 versus XYG. Panel, it's your time to shine.
Shining we are. You guys may not see this, but we're like stars right now.
Yes.
We're like blinking. And
we're like astral.
We're like astral.
Echoes.
Echoes. You know what?
Shatters.
He's casting a shadow.
He was.
Yes, yeah, nice actually is casting a shadow. So for this matchup, for both teams, this is East and West, right? I feel like for XYG, they're definitely getting a lot of experience here going up against Cloud9, and this is a unique experience for both teams, honestly.
Definitely, and I think what we do know about both of these teams is that the way that they drafted is that it's not necessarily that their draft is bad, but more like they're giving so much comfort to their opponents. And by the way, that was a valid, I would say, approach to the draft.
Yeah.
Some teams just give up their comfort picks to their opponents and then they counter it. And I think that was the attempt from both XYG as well as the C9. Unfortunately, didn't work when it comes to their execution.
You know, I know both these teams are not moving forward, but man, for C9, I'd love to see some resemblance of an NA team stick together for a while, you know, and like get better as a team. As someone that is always keeping an eye on the NA MLBB, you know, scene in general, and I'm hoping that Cloud9 can make adjustments. XYG, it's the same sentiments, you know. I want to see them continue to improve because they're fairly new, you know, to the game.
I feel like we've seen this experiment going around all over the world where organizations have this idea of basically want to get a quick win, like get all the good players, and then after 1 or 2 seasons, bam, we're going to be looking good. But that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Every single team, doesn't mean if it's an all-star team or a bunch of rookies, it all takes time. It really doesn't matter who. Yep. Now we're jumping straight into the draft here. C9 immediately banning out that Edith. So I'm guessing they want to play Fires in the jungle? Yeah. Sounds fair.
Go that route. I think at the same time, like, you just ban out the Lo Yi. Looks like they might go that unless they're actually trying to draft or ban this way to pick it up. Because that's the Angela they decided to take out.
Yep. So just typical meta bans. As of now, there is a very good ban as it is very good meta pick. Lo Yi still is available, and it seems like XYG, after watching that game versus Cloud9, they might have thought, okay, maybe the Lo Yi is not a hero that C9 actually wants to play because of how many times they passed up on it. And as I say that though, they ban it out.
Yeah, they ban it out.
I mean, again, we're talking about how Lo Yi is a strong hero, but the thing is, no matter how strong the hero is, if you don't have a lot of practice with it, it's going to be difficult. And even if you get to scrim a lot, doesn't mean you get to play Lo Yi a lot.
Exactly, because Lo Yi is also being banned so many times. And even in ranked games, right? Also, Lo Yi is a more... And Lo Yi and Chip, they're
wow. Wait, sorry, Wolf. They go and solve the issue here.
It's like, okay, no alpha, we don't care.
Yep.
Pick something else.
Pick something else. Show us something. Show us the Asian shit again. But yeah, with specifically for the Lo Yi, it's a team pick, I would say. The team mastery kind of hero where you don't only master the hero on your own as the mid laner, but you also have to master it as a team. That being said, Roger, finally the first pick for C9.
Which is weird. You would assume that C9 would have gotten that Roger quite a few times.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite a few times, yeah.
Quite a few times, yeah.
They passed up on it. This time they will pick it. Now Harith looks good for XYG unless they want to go back to the Moskov. Without the Edith, they will have to go for the Arlet. No, the answer is quick. It's going to be Arlet.
And I feel like Kill VG will be using this Arlet, which, by the way, he was back-to-back champion in MPLPH in Season 4 and Season 5 with Sunspark. So I feel like even Kill VG needs to stick with the team for quite a while for everyone to really get up to speed, to get that championship kind of synergy.
we've seen the impact of these, Filipino players going into these different regions, different teams, and having an effect on as a whole. And that's why I think, again, I'm still standing by the fact that XYG has shown a lot of promise, has shown a lot of good things.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping, Kill VJ stays there, and maybe we get to see them, have a better time in the next maybe international appearance if they get there.
XYG, I think they want to go for. Oh
yes.
Well,
All right.
Yeah. Somebody's happy.
Yo.
Somebody's happy.
This is a good pick.
Why is it always when I'm like either involved in the stand or the cast, dude? Let's go. XYG, I'm voting for them. Cloud9, sorry.
Every time that you're involved in a draft,
Gord comes up.
Gord comes up.
Sorry, context. Gord's my favorite hero.
Hey.
#1 in the world at one point.
Yep, exactly. That's very true, by the way.
That's how he became a caster.
That is actually.
Part of the audition is like, do you play? It's like, I'm #1 Gord in the world. It's like, you know what?
How about
Forget
#1
about
in the world?
You're hired.
#1. Yep. Okay. So you answer this with.
Obviously, they're going to win, right?
Yeah, they should. What XYG needs to do next is to just ban the Lolita, because probably it's the only problem now with Moscow and Lolita being active,
True.
Span it out.
Honestly, even having this Bara and Roger makes their draft kind of open for C9. Like, we haven't seen Baras in the jungle for a long time, but, you could still use it and put Roger in the goal lane and, et cetera, et cetera.
That's why you still have to think about the Mathilda if you're XYG. Good combo nonetheless, be it from the marksman role, be it the bats from the jungle role or the EXP role. Mathilda just amps it up, and Moskov wants to sit back in the back lines or maybe, dive, but Mathilda kind of stops that from happening.
Oh.
There it is.
Good ban.
Yep.
Good call, Wolf.
Thank you. Don't ban Freya C9, please.
Yeah. Oh.
Allow.
But even if they get a Freya, where's the Freya going to play? In the jungle?
No, that's EXP. That's Kill VJ special.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Come on. You know why?
Oh, man.
No, do you know why they banned out the Freya?
Why?
Because XYG banned out the Alpha.
Oh, yeah,
That's true. Right? So it's like,
tit for tat, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, you banned the Alpha? Well, no Freya for you. Let's see how that makes you feel.
Checkmate.
Yeah. Checkmate.
Checkers.
That's like the ultimate draft move. Like, I know your hero. I'm going to ban it out.
Yep. I like... Oh, Gwyn.
Okay.
Gwyn's great.
By the way, first time I've ever seen Gord in AR, or whatever you call this technology. Amazing. But I like that the Guinevere was picked up. I believe it was picked up. It's not showing up just yet, but okay, there it is.
They got fourth pick, yeah.
Whoa. So it's like...
She's Nezuko, okay? She's Nezuko. She's small and then she grew up.
Yeah, right.
We need a Nezuko skin for
hey, that'd be good.
Right? That would do it.
That's actually good. But I like the combination, actually, with them because most likely, eventually, maybe goes the Genius Wand build, too. And that helps with the burst from the Gord.
Okay, so what do you look for if you're C9? Maybe a Purify carry. Claude looks good.
Yeah, Claude. I feel like Claude here.
And maybe, Lolita, actually. It's really good for C9. Love it. And then pick up Julian. All right.
Crazy we haven't seen a lot of Julians.
Not too many.
Not too many.
I almost expected to see one at least, a couple times throughout the group stage.
No. It's not C1. It's C9.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, C9.
Mixed up from yesterday.
So if you have Lolita, you're looking for a knock-up. Minotaur looks okay, actually, for XYG. I don't know if that's banned. I have to look back, in fact.
Minotaur, nope, not banned.
Nope. So yeah, Minotaur looks good. Good combo with the Guinevere as well.
What if it's Guinevere Rome?
Oh yeah, then pick up the Fredrin, right? Yeah, there it is, Minotaur. All is well in the world.
All is well with the world. Quite a lot of crowd control coming in from XYG, so it looks like they want to fight. And C9, finally we're seeing the Julian, which we know Mobazin has been training for quite a while. Thank you very much to our analyst Naisu as well as Wolf. Now we're throwing it over to our casters for the game between XYG and Cloud9.
Thank you so much to the panel. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. Well, you don't get to see us, but it's me, Mirko, joined here together with Mr. T-Rex. I'm still going to call you that, Mr. Trex, but, we're looking at the drafts here, Trex. C9, you had a lot to say about the previous match's draft. What do you think about this one?
They switched it up.
They switched it up?
I mean, they switched it up a little bit. They've been switching it up. XYG also switching things up a little bit. We got the Gord pick, so both teams, bringing some of those final cards up their sleeves for their final series of MSC.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them one last time here into the game for XYG and Cloud9. We're going to jump into the land of Dawn, straight up into this best of 2. Cloud9.
All right, so so jungle versus jungle here, right? Not many times do we see the Julian up against this. So it's normally we see the Fredrin get knocked up by the Violent Requiem. It kind of works in that sense of things. How do we think the Julian's going to be able to dance around it? Do we think, for neutral objective-wise, which team do we think kind of comes out on top in the early game?
I would say, Cloud9 have a great composition to play around the early game, especially when it comes to the clear speed of Mobazane on the Julian. But the thing is, what's a big concern for them has got to be the CC. If XYG get level 4 on Godyang and, all the other members, their chain CC is going to be quite ridiculous into the first few neutral objectives here. Maybe the first 2 turtles will be a bit of trouble. C9 will have to utilize their damage output, maybe poke them down a bit. But we can take a look at the emblems here too, and we can see a very aggressive emblem set here for the side of Basic. Master Assassin and the Thrill on the Roger with the Assassin emblem and the Quantum Charge. Mark QT though, going for normal. It doesn't seem like, there's anything too crazy, but I don't know if Naisu approves of this. This is the bargain hunter. No one Naisu, the building man himself. Maybe I expected Vitality. No, I'm just joking, obviously. The Gord here in the mid lane though. Actually talking about these 2 teams, we do know that for Mobazane at least, he wants to try to raise the level of NA again. He wants to make NA great again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't go as planned.
Didn't go as planned. Doesn't always go as planned. But here they are facing off against XYG, a new aspiring region. And XYG has actually, kind of surprised a lot of us. China in general has just grown so much. And if they can topple over C9 here, it's even more of a statement showing that, they are the new up-and-comers.
Then I would say now, Detona's welcome.
Nice Detona's welcome. On to Zed. Zed gets bursted down. Mobazane with a first blood. Turtle should be going over to C9 here. XYG forced to back off, and now C9 going for an immediate steal, possibly onto this purple buff. Kelv J-Yon. The bouncing ball comes out, but no stun connects. It lands onto the creep. Cold World with a big Numenon blast, just his own away, does not connect, but Mobazane gonna be able to take that purple buff.
Great early aggression from Cloud9, right? That wave cleared, the Prio as well in lane for Milo. Able to bully kill VJ in lane, get towards the turtle side a bit earlier, and unfortunately for Zed, he wasn't able to pop into Violent Requiem for that anti-CC fast enough. So they just punished him hard, even with the invade. Cold World.
Big magic ghost, the flicker, nice Minoan's Fury from Godyang. Mark Cuda responds with an IMU of his own. The disengage comes in and nobody's down.
The damage output still overwhelming. A bit too much for XYG to handle in the early game. They still gotta wait for the Gord, for the Moskov, and even at this point, some of their frontliners to be able to take in some of that damage, because it doesn't seem like even Godyang can soak in that damage. Going back, though, to what we were talking about, XYG, they're coming in from China, up-and-coming region here at MSC. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, NA was once top 3, top 3 regions in the world. So definitely the pressure, I would say, has got to be on Cloud9. Technically, both of them don't have anything to lose anymore, but still, going up against XYG, I think for the most part, nobody really predicted XYG to be able to beat anyone in the group. So if they do get C9 down, once a top 3 region, that's a big statement coming in from China.
Very fair. And, speaking of matchups, we got a head-to-head there, but that was not our players. But I want to talk about the EXP lane, right? Milo has had kind of a weird showing so far. Wait a second, nice Numeon blast. The magic gush comes in, trying to stop Mobazane. Mobazane still goes in. Gets taken out. Zed able to get the Violent Requiem and take the kill. C9 lose out on that engage. Turtle gonna be up in 7 seconds.
Disconnected a bit in that initiation. Cold World with a great Numenon blast, but then Zane definitely overextending. Final slash into the Detona's welcome.
Doesn't connect though. Milo misses. Godyang trying to keep up the front line. Nice Minoan's Fury. Cold World now just trying to get away, but Kelv J chases him down, finds the kill. Now Zed moving on to Milo. Milo actually moving on to Zed. One more shot and he's down. It's 1 for 1. Cloud9 trying to even the playing field. XYG still a little bit behind. Now Mobazane's gonna move on to this turtle.
Should be for free now. No contest from Xian Yu Gaming. And yo, you just mentioned it earlier. It's Kill VJ versus Melo, the XP duel. And we're seeing it here, 1v1.
Ooh, finally lands that Detona's welcome. Mobazane gonna come in and try to get the kill for himself. And a good way to feed there. Mielo kind of backs off. He knows Mobazane's coming. We want to get that gold to him.
In the famous words of T-Rex, nom nom nom, right?
Nom nom nom.
There you go. You know, all the Clippers have been loving that. They utilize it at the start of every video. And we get to see it from the GOAT himself of NA. Milo chomping down on Kill VJ on the Arlet. So far, you know, Kill VJ, he's more of an enabler for the team. Milo has been more of the, which is strange here, a carry on the Barats. He's been doing so much damage earlier onto Zed, taking him down. Also outplaying Kill VJ's final slash with the Detona's welcome. And for Cloud9, now it's a 3,000 gold lead.
And that's a good start, right? And you know, you're talking about Kelv VJ. He's a veteran, right? I mean, Season 4, Season 5, back-to-back champions. I think he's a big part of why XYG has, you know, improved so much. Probably why China has improved so much. And Milo finally kind of holding his own. He's 1-0-2 right now. He's had a pretty rough couple days, but I think finally, you know, at least the stress is gone for these two teams. You know, at least they know, all right, here we're just playing. And sometimes that's when teams are finally able to kind of bring it out.
Yeah, maybe Cloud9, you know, they might not be able to take NA to where they were before, but maybe they'll be able to get an improvement. You know, last time we saw NA and MSC, it was 0 wins, I believe.
0 wins. So yeah, thank you.
They're en route, Trex, to change that, you know, path. I'm looking at Trex here. It looks like he's very excited for what's to come here in the next turtle. This is going to be the final turtle of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And for XYG, remember, even though in the early game they haven't been able to find proper ground, you know, stability, they will be able to do so once they hit those item power spikes. So I'm looking at Yi1, I'm looking at Long. These two members will need their item power spikes before Xianyu Gaming can actually go for these big fights. And if they don't have it, I think it'll be cool for them to actually let it go.
I mean, definitely a viable option just to let it go. If they don't think they can get the big knockup, they need God Yang to get that big Minoan's Fury that he got earlier. Comboed up with the bouncing bulb. There goes another Dena's welcome. Brought back and get the double stun. Marcuti now looking for the target kill. Jay able to get away. Mobazane gonna get back onto this turtle. And I think, like you said, XYG, just back off, play it safe, wait for your opportunity.
They gotta. When the XP lane is down 2 levels, and it's an Arden versus Barats. It's already a tough matchup there. Now 3 levels down, Kill VJ, because he tried to look for an opening for the team. But now looking at the items here, in-game equipment, we get a quick check. It's a Sky Piercer first item into the Windtalker from Mr. Basic in the gold lane. That's going to enable the snowball to be even crazier here in the 6th minute of the game. But meanwhile, for Long, it's still quite a bit away from that power spike, man. He only has a corrosion scythe building towards the golden staff now, and then we'll have to wait for the DHS. So at this point, maybe 11th minute, that'll be when Xianyu Gaming can get Long online. But it might be too late because Mielo, he's building up to be an absolute beast on the Barats early on, having that massive lead against Kill VJ and having those defensive items. So XYG, it does really feel like at this point they can only just react to the plays that are being made by Cloud9 all around. And here's another one of those plays. Mobazane trying to go onto the purple buff, but it seems they're just going to try to look for an angle to siege.
Yeah, I mean, taking it slow, not trying to force anything. Gonna get this bottom tier 2, and even if they don't steal the purple buff, they're getting ground. They're slowly pushing XYG back a little bit. Cold World with the bulwark, able to send some shots back. Now, you brought up Long earlier, and wait a second, Cold World might be a little bit of trouble. Able to dash back. Nice final slash connects onto Mobazane. Mobazane still dancing around. Zed looking for the knockup, not able to connect. Mobazane still keeping the pressure on. He wants to contest for this orange buff. Long, though, locking onto Mielo. After that is welcome, but the Marcuti gets the IMU. No knockups from either side. In comes God Yang, though, with a nice 3-man knockup. Still not enough. Responded by the Numion Blast, able to connect onto Zed. Long now, along with God Yang and Zed, back into the base. Cloud9 got what they came for.
Great plays coming in from Cloud9, attacking Xianyu Gaming from different angles, knowing that for XYG, it's all about creating a very, very coordinated front-to-back composition. If they can't formulate that kind of formation here, it's just so easy for Cloud9 to dissect them, get them, pick them off one by one, and even Mielo flickered forward. He knew exactly how much damage he could take, how much punishment he could take, took E1 out, and then into Cloud9 as they now try to go for the translation of that team fight into the Lord. They get it for free.
I mean, free Lord, and again, just like the third turtle, I think it's smart again for XYG not to take that. I think it's at a point now, you got to try to bide time, or let Cloud9 come to you, get into that bottleneck, and once again, God Yang just needs to land the big knockup. They got to get the combo. They have the final slash too. They have a lot of displacement skills, and as long as Long can, you know, he's almost on his way to that third item, just a little bit longer, that's when we could see maybe Long really popping off.
Yeah, you get to see the replay here. Mielo with the instant initiation. He saw Yi1 and went for it instantly. Well played, man. Very, very decisive. But if you take a look at the items, I don't know if you guys realize, Zed on the Guinevere, Sky Piercer. Seems like a very interesting build to go for right there. You can
Starlium Scythe
again. It's a Starlium Scythe and a Sky Piercer. So they're actually going to try to utilize this Guinevere as a damage dealer, even despite getting picked off early on twice. Now a Lord in the bottom lane. They've dealt with a holy defense. They might be able to go for the siege.
Ooh, Cold World in the backside, able to dash through a little bit. Magic Gush does come out. Zed misses the knock-up. Milo holding down the front side as well. Mark Cutie there, looking for a possible angle. Basic gonna start putting damage onto the mid inhibitor. Cloud9 just looking for a little bit of material. Milo does not fire off with the den as welcome. Godyang tries to respond, misses once again, and now pushed back. Basic doesn't want to force it. Nobody wants to force the engage at all. Mark Cutie back down to the boss side. Wow. Inhibitor does go down. 2 inhibitors for the side of Cloud9.
Clinical stuff from Cloud9, doing a very good job at just picking these turrets off. Zed wants to go in there, a bit too aggressive. Kill VJ.
Kill VJ as well. Yellow now back to the front. XYG does want to force it, but Kill VJ taking a lot of damage, down to about 20%. Gets A up with the Flicker Den as welcome. It's a lot of ults though to commit. Milo does go down for that one. Yon with the Magic Gush, and comes an Nolan's Fury from Mark Cutie, gets a knock up onto Zed. Basic still playing the distance along with Cold World. Basic gets another shot, but Zed does not go down. Cloud9 decides to back off. It's a 1-for-1.
So 1-for-1 trade there, the XP for XP, the matchup we were talking about. 3 levels ahead still. Milo still holding on to that gold lead, but now Basic has the Malefic Roar. And when we were talking about that power spike, it's kind of on time now for Xianyu Gaming. Lung has finally gotten those item power spikes, but like we said earlier, because the frontliners coming in from Cloud9 are just so ahead, it's going to be very hard even for Lung, despite him already picking up those item power spikes, to deal damage to the front line. I mean, take a look at that big Dino Man.
Big Dino Man walking down the map. Bloodwings does come in for Mark Cutie there. And Mark Cutie, man, of all the players, I feel like he's really... Mark Cutie. Mark Cutie is in, and you're the man. Or okay. He's Mark Cutie, man, whatever you want to say. But Mark Cutie, I feel like out of all the players, he's really showed up this MSC. Cloud9 definitely, you know, they fall a little bit short this MSC. But Mark Cutie has definitely showed that he's got what it takes for being a rookie player, for being on the world stage. In my opinion, he's played some of the best out of all 5 players. Excited to see where he goes from here, but now... in this game, second Lord is up. Does XYG even try to contest?
I don't think they can, right? I mean, they don't really have enough damage. Those item power spikes, like we said, even though it's ready for Long, he'll only be able to go for the trade up top. And it's a tier 2 for Enhanced Lord. This might as well be the final Lord for Cloud9 if they're able to find those creative angles that they've been able to find all throughout the game. If they can still hold on to that discipline, something that was tough to do as well in their first match, you know? Yes. But if they can, it'll be very scary for Xianyu Gaming. They still have a great wave clear, but the thing is, Cloud9 have so much damage to play with. They can just dive in, wait for the Lord to charge in, and then take control. Long is on it already, as all 3 lanes will be manipulated in a way while they're crashing, well, they'll be crashing down.
Zed's going to try to come in from the back here. Let's keep an eye on him. Lord does get melted down. Cloud9 just looking for the top inhibitor, not trying to force anything too major. Zed still looking for an angle, decides not to get the full engage. Cold World able to get the stun on him. They're going to try to re-engage on this. 1 more inhibitor to go. They got a wave of minions coming. Can C9 shake something here? Can XYG get the response? A lot of damage coming out from Long there. Nice final slash, but it gets immuned out from the Daytona's welcome. He's going to get gobbled up. Taken down. Wait, Godyang with a nice Minoan's Fury. Zed comes in, finds Miela, but Mark Cutie responds with one of his own. Godyang getting damage. Mobazane able to pick up the kill. Long now with the spear, getting behind, locking onto Mark Cutie. That's a lot of damage. Long decides to back off though. Mobazane still in the back, but now he's alone. Zed picks up the kill. It's a 2-for-1. XYG comes out on top.
They lose their final base turret up top, but they take down 3 members. Let's take a look at the STC replay to see exactly what happened there. Mobazane and the rest of the team way too aggressive. They were able to punish Kill VJ, but then they kept on going in. Kill VJ still had the flicker to disengage, and they only lost 1. Long is online. The international marksman coming here again. That's a Malefic gun too for Mr. Long. You can definitely see the confidence building up for XYG as they have reached their item power spikes. Even the Wishing Lantern now with the Divine Glaive and the Winter Crown. Now the new interaction. Remember, folks, You can, oh, that's a Spear of Misery that gets bounced back. That was pretty good, right? But
I love the interaction sometimes with the bulwark.
Yeah. No follow-up there, but it's okay. But for E1, new interaction for, you know, the winner crown with a lot of different abilities. You can miss the gush now. You can be gushing while you're freezing.
You can be gushing while you're freezing. You ever freeze your gushers, bro?
We don't have gushers in, though. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But, you know, Meal, can you detonate us welcome with the winner crown? That's something that I think you can do. If you get the nom down, you can just, you know, winner crown.
But can you winner crown before the dash?
Now that's a question that shall be answered by the GOAT himself, Mr. Milo. Cloud9. But Zed still sticking to that item build, a very, very aggressive item build. If he does get a pick with the spatial migration, you can pretty much say goodbye to whoever gets picked off. And you can already see here for XYG, it's a bit of trouble really for them to take control back of the map. They're going to have to group up together at all times to look for pressure on the map. And right now, they're prioritizing the far lane, clearing that bottom side up so that they can try to contest for the Lord, because at this point, they really gotta.
I just want to say, wait a second. Denna's welcome. Does look on to God Yang. God Yang taking a lot of damage. Able to use the Winter Crown. Out comes the Numion Blast. Does not connect.
Winter Crown.
Does connect onto Long, though. Magic Gush does come out from Yeon. XYG forced to back off. The only ult they have left is God Yang's Minoan's Fury. Can he make it count here? Mark Cutie still has an IMU up his sleeve along with a Denna's welcome onto Mielo. Lord down to about 50%, but minions are on the base. XYG has to send someone back.
It really is all about the decisive move for both. Final slash!
Big final slash into Violent Requiem. Comboed up Long, able to get the kill. Mark Cutie responds though with the IMU Minoan's Fury. Members dropping, God Yang first. LJ gonna be next, basic with a huge Lycan pounce. Out of the way from Yeon's Magic Gush. The knockup does lock onto Zed there. Spear does not connect onto anybody. Cloud9 gonna try to move back onto this Lord.
Slowly but surely, Cloud9 utilizing their advantages up top, making it so that for Xianyu Gaming, they really got to send someone up top. With the man advantage, they strike, and they were able to pick up the 2-for-1. But now Zed, look at the play.
Zed able to come in, but he gets hit by the net as welcome. Just a frame, a millisecond, and Mobazane takes the Lord. It's 3-for-1, all for the price of Cold World. Long, though, going to try to force something. Basic in a little bit of trouble. Immortality does pop. Long has the health to fight it out. Finds the kill, the shutdown. It's going to be some nice gold into his pocket. Will it be enough, Mirko?
Oh, I think it will. The Lord's going to be marching down in the mid lane here. And remember, for XYG, they have a lot of wave clear to play with. They got E1, and they have Long.
Ooh.
Let's take a look at this replay here to end things off. I don't know why Basic was recalling with such low HP there. Oh,
Basic, man.
XYG, they can actually go for the clear right now. They don't have a marksman, Cloud9. They have Mobazane and Mark Cutie, but they don't have sieging power.
Oh, the damage! Mobazane down! XYG with the Magic Gush, and here comes Long, looking for more. He's hungry. Mark Cutie forced to back off. Cloud9 are choking down right now. They gotta figure something out. This is reminiscent. This is
exactly.
Do you remember the first game they lost in MSC groups?
I do.
It was up against a Moscow.
I do.
It was up against a Moscow.
I see your passion. I see your anger. I feel your sadness. But
we're here for
not
MLBB. We're not
it
sad.
to happen again. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9, 3 base turrets, an enhanced Lord that they were able to get with such disciplined macro play. But again, one big mistake. Basic recalling in front of them. That might cost them.
XYG
9-9, 17 minutes. Take a look at the item builds now. It's a BOD for Mr. Long. I would call him Mr. Chadman now. Long Chadman.
That's a Long Chadman.
That's a... I mean, that's what you want to do with the Melfic gun, right? I mean, you shoot from afar, you deal more damage, you do, I mean, with the BOD, extra more damage.
Extra more damage.
Extra more together was usually...
Big extra more damage.
Big extra more damage.
Big extra more big damage.
Skibbity damage. I think we can just simplify it with just skibbity. That would work. But look at this. Look at how they're able to play. Again, granting themselves some more pressure on the map with the clear. And it's really great that they always send Long down below, because you can always just match it with the Spear of Destruction. You almost read where Mr. Basic was there on the Roger. I don't know if he would take that
Captain
one.
Basic.
Captain Basic.
Basic takes a lot of damage, though. Is that able to come in? Mobazane there as well. Let's see if Cold World can find an angle with this Numion Blast. Does he have an inner shark in him, you know? The Numion Blast. The sidestep Numion Blast. A nice look from Mielo. but it gets purified out. Now he's in a bad spot. Winterground does come out. Mielo goes down long, able to pick up the kill, and Cloud9 are on the run. KillJ with the force through the Vengeance, able to get the dash. A lot of damage. Nubian Blast comes down. Cold World trying to find something in the madness. Mobazane there as well. KillJ brought low, but not taken out instead. Finds Mobazane. Long with the long hits from downrange. Cloud9 still on the run, but minions on the base of XYG. They gotta send back Yeon. Basic looking for something. Mark Cutie there. Can they find an angle here? Basic in the backside. The Wolf is out. The El Capitan. He's gonna go for the minion first. He's gonna look for an angle. He locks on along. Can he make the play? Too much damage, Zed. Finds Basic. Mark Cutie picks up the pieces for Cloud9. Can he get another? Mark Cutie, the saving grace of NA right now. Final Slash does connect. Mark Cutie still there though. Yon comes out, sends a bouncing ball, connects on to no one. Cold World, Mark Cutie against the world.
19 minutes in, we got a game in our hands. Let's take a look at the SDC replay again. Mark QT, the savior of NA. I think that could not have been said better. You can see the smile on Milo, the GOAT's face here. I don't know if that's, you know, a smile, laughter of acceptance or of like disappointment.
You know, like the five stages of grief?
Yeah, exactly. The 5 stages of grief. We're seeing the acceptance very, very soon, very, very early. But at least for Cloud9 here, with the advantage that they got, they're going straight for the Lord, and it's an evolved one.
All right, they're going to be able to get it. Nubian Blast does connect onto 2. God Yang still trying to hold down the front side. Out comes the Spirit Destruction. Long coming down from Longfield once again. Mobazane locked up against the wall and taken out of the Land of Dawn. Back to the Shadow Realm, Cloud9, and there's another Lord. And they're down Mark Cutie, they're down Mobazane, and Long's just gonna shred it down.
It'll continue. They cannot end. Long is doing so much damage at this point. They're down 2 members, like you said. No Mark Cutie, no Mobazane. They got Basic, Milo, and Cold World, but I don't really think they're going to be able to help this Lord at all. That's an evolved Lord completely wasted now. XYG got the gold lead. They've been farming up all these Lords to a point where they got the gold lead back. You can see Mobazane there. Unfortunate stuff, man. Long just too good on the Spear of Destructions. You might as well call the BOD the Blade of Destruction too. You can see the face of Cold World there too, you know? Zane as well, just with the ultimate face palm. I cannot believe that hit me. And now, Mr. Dynaman in the mid lane. Milo has already used a big resource. Yeah. Long?
To run away, and now Long along with the team. Going to be shredding down the mid. They still have their inhibitors. They still can survive this out. But XYG has brought it to the full amount of a game. Big final slash. Nubian's Blast connects to nobody. It's looking rough. Basic trying to lock on to KillJ here, but Cloud9 can't get anything. At this point, is it 50-50?
I wouldn't say it's 50-50 just yet. When it comes to the team fights, yes, it's 50-50. But if you take a look at the map again, 3 waves of super minions coming crashing down. So for Cloud9, they've been losing a lot of these fights when it's all been on them. The advantages have all been on them. They've been dominating in the early game. Xianyu Gaming in the early game, we're just waiting for that item power spike. Once they got it, they started going for these big fights, and it has been working out for them. But Cloud9 slowly but surely are losing that advantage. If Xianyu Gaming get the far lane base turret, I think then it'll be a bit more 50-50 because really for the mid and the bottom, Xianyu Gaming have been able to control it really, really well. And take a look at Lung Chadman on that Moskov damage earlier. That was
big extra,
ridiculous.
More damage.
Big extra skibbity damage. God Yang
brought down to about 50%. Mobazane! 60 seconds on the clock. When you're down a member with 30 seconds till Lord, and you got 60 seconds on the clock, the waves might not matter anymore. XYG, you know, I have a question. With 3 lanes going in, even though his record has not been great, should Basic go for a sneaky backdoor?
You know what? At this point, I don't know.
Skibbity.
Skibbity. We're just gonna throw out some phrases here because, oh my goodness, 23 minutes in. It seems like Xianyu Gaming, they found a way back into the game, and this might just be a play that can get them to win. That's as well can beat it out.
Ooh. He doesn't take the dash. Okay. He's going to be able to get away here, but Long focusing on a Cold World. That's a lot of damage. Mark Cutie there as well with some damage of his own.
13 seconds.
They're trying to stall things out, and watch for Basic up in the top side. All right. Watch for Basic in the top side. He's going to try to go for it. Basic, the hero, the man who has tried this multiple times. Can he finally complete it? Yon, they're going to send him back along with 2 members. Long not taking long to shred down this this Lord. Cold World there to try to help out. Ooh, nice damage. Long responding back. Mielo able to take out Zed. That's big. moomton just shows up in the nick of time. Lord should go over to Cloud9 there. And now Cold World collapsing down onto Long and God Yang. Mielo there. Marcuti with the sidestep coming in. A nice knock up, and the Immortalities are popping. A final slash response. Cloud9 in a little bit of trouble. Still able to find Killjays. It'll dash back. Look at the Lycan bounce. Basic trying to lock on. Get stunned. Stop. Not able to fully commit, but the minions are here to back up Cloud9. moomton comes in. A lot of damage coming from God Yang, but the base will not stand. All they have to do is lock on, and Cloud9 takes game number 1.
Despite the massive hurdles, Cloud9 able to get through it all here in game number 1. It's a victory, but I don't think they're going to be very proud of that one just yet. They're going to have to make a lot of adjustments to come into game number 2, but for XYG as well. Losing out in the early game, those massive advantages over to Cloud9 gave them so many more ways to take control of the game. And finally, even though we didn't see it in the 17th minute all the way to the 23rd, we finally got to see it. They finally utilized Mr. Basicman up top to clear out the way, to force an error out from XYG. And all that pressure was just too much to handle. It was hydraulic.
But either way, man, XYG took it the long haul there. They've done such a good job at hanging out in games and trying to just, push and push and push.
You can even say that's a long game from Mr. Long Chadman, and I believe the analysts here have a lot to say about that game. So we're just going to throw it back to them. What do you guys have to say about this game?
I say that was one of the...
It was a long game.
My eyes rolled back so far behind when you say it was a long game. I mean, it's a fun game, right? It was fun. It was long. It was intense.
It was long game.
Okay, don't encourage him.
Okay, yeah.
Gentlemen, don't encourage Mirko. Okay, the more encouragement you give him, he won't stop.
Oh, by the way, LaFell said that verbatim, he said, so this is how the better servers play. That's what he said.
That is what he said.
Yeah, this is how a difficult server plays.
Yeah. So it seems.
Yeah. I can't comment on much. Okay. I'm the host here, guys. I gotta behave, but still, looking at this match, we gotta say, a lot of opportunities were presented by both teams. Some were able to get it. Some did. The biggest blunder was definitely around the Lord.
Yep. It was that factor where they were kind of pressed to go for the TP out. I think you always have to think about the death timers, right? So even when moomton was dead and the Lord was respawning, he will have 12 seconds or 12 to 20 seconds of a leeway, which is not going to be enough to actually take out the Lord. You can see that because of the fact that there was a lot of physical penetration that was actually put onto Zed, that moment that when Milo, the GOAT, landed the Flicker Barrett's ultimate onto Milo, he's already half HP. Like one hit from the Lord. You're going to see it.
You too.
Yeah, we looked at each other.
Yeah. Milo, the GOAT, landed
the Barrett on Milo.
The Barrett's ultimate. Yeah.
On
Milo.
On
Zed, yeah.
That's
confusion.
Right.
That's confusion.
That is confusion.
That is confusion.
Confusion is the topic of the day, but we got to talk about this game. Speaking of confusion, we don't usually see Guinevere using the attack build or damage build.
Yeah.
More so, first item Sky Piercer. What you guys?
I think
too high risk, too high reward. I mean, we got a Malefic gun as well.
I think
that's true.
I think the Sky Piercer was second item.
No, it was first.
No, I think he completed the Calamity, Starling side first.
Nope, first.
Are you sure?
I'm quite sure.
Okay, well, I don't have an explanation for that.
No,
if it was the second item...
No, okay, so I watched it the moment the items popped up. The Sky Piercer was there, and the Calamity... the
Starlim Scythe.
Starlim Scythe was not completed.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you can just have the first item of the...
Go big, go home.
Yeah, whatever. I still don't have an explanation.
I think that's what it was.
I still don't have an explanation because they needed a front line. I would have accepted the Starlim Scythe, but I feel like you need some sort of Athena Shield perhaps, or maybe a Radiant Armor, or even a Blade Armor at a certain...
little bit of defense, basically.
Exactly.
And at the same time, you already mentioned it, I love to see the Malefic gun get brought into the game. It was Malefic Roar and then the gun, I think, for long.
That's right.
So interesting that we finally get to see this a little bit of what extra range. I'm not sure on the.
Yeah, that was 50% extra
so
range.
It's extra range when you use a skill-based attack. Enhanced basic attack or something like that.
If you land a spell, basically.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Which. Yeah.
The stats aren't that great, which is why we don't usually see the Malefic gun.
Yeah.
Like the effect itself is good. It's just the stats surrounding it.
Yeah. There's a movement speed every time you attack, and there's attack speed, I believe, or was it attack speed or movement speed?
There was attack speed.
There was attack speed every time you attack.
And some physical
for 1 second, so kind of fits the bill for the Moskov, obviously. But I guess at that point you don't have any more items to pick up afterwards.
Honestly, C9 they're laughing a lot for this game. Like they enjoy themselves. Okay,
that looks like some relief, by the way. Like
yeah, that's relief, not enjoyment, I would say.
Yeah. Is it relief enjoyment though?
It's both.
It's both. Yep.
When I'm relieved, I'm enjoying what?
What?
I'm happy. I don't know where I was going with that one.
A sigh of relief.
Sigh, yeah.
You already.
You know what?
You already said the words. You cannot take it back.
No, here's the thing. Like, you do with what you will with the information that you have. Speaking of information that we have, game number 2. How is that gonna look like?
I believe that what I noticed after the games of XYG, Yang was phenomenal with a I would say setup.
Minotaur.
Yeah.
Yep.
Minotaur. Set up tanks. I would say Minotaur, for example.
It was a goal laner, by the way.
Yep. Before this. And Yang landed many good ultimates and also baited the Numinum Blast with the Winter's Crown. I think he played well. I think at this Minotaur pick, although it was last pick, I think this is something that Cloud9 should also look into because Yang was comfortable with these setup tanks.
I think at this point too, we already mentioned this, like both teams should get a win here. So XYG, they got close. They nearly turned this game around again that we've seen them do before. But this time around, if XYG gets the win, hey, at least they end their day in group stages both with a win.
And now we got to check out our MVP, our Sony MVP of the game, which I believe is going to be Mark Cutie, and he definitely deserves it. Like if I remember correctly, even Trex was like, Mark Cutie is performing better than the rest of his own team. Which, you know, since you're the MVP, yes.
Yep. I think particularly in this game, there was a very clutch moment where in the bottom lane, he was able to use skill 1 onto Valentina, landing on both Zed as well as Long, who tried to go to TP out, literally one-shotting them. And of course, this was that team fight. Look at that burst coming out from Mark Cutie. And this is so instrumental because now XYG just forfeits the Lord once again. It's always the fights around the Lord that XYG loses. That's mostly why they eventually lost the entirety of this game. And also, he was the one who also took out Zed during the last Lord fight. So, pretty much deserving of the MVP award.
12 KDA. That's a lot for about almost 25 in the game.
And it's funny because when you look at this, I think most of the time he was taking the final slash.
Yeah.
Like most of the time he was just grabbing that and then following up with it. Whole lot of, I guess Valentina players in general are going to go ahead and scale up really quickly. We always see Valentina at the top of like damage meters, I would say, generally. But I agree with Trex. Mark Cutie, even back in their old, the games they played before today, he was usually the one that was, I feel like, mostly positive KDA, doing a lot for the team. And unfortunately, it's not a one-man game, so even so. But great performances, though, so far from Mark Cutie.
Notable performances as well, even in their losses. When you look back at their series versus Falcon Esports, he was I would say, the constant of the team. He was always
consistent.
Mr. Consistent, that's very true. And he is making the right decisions as well. Rarely being frozen in the mid, but when he does get out of the laning stage and out of the early game, he does perform well during the Lord team fights.
We gotta say though, that was pretty close. Close enough that I would think if XYG won that one, maybe Trex would get traumatized. He's been seeing that for quite a bit. They're already at the base. But then,
I don't think it's just Trex at that point. And I think it's like the whole region rooting for C9. Hey, there was last match it was 22%, I think it was on the predictions. So it's Trex and 22%.
All right, so I feel like for all of us here, we're pretty hyped up. But for now, let's actually throw it over to Eterna and Steph Weezy. What you guys got?
Welcome to MSC 2024. My name's Steph Weezy, and I'm with
Eterna.
And today, we're at the EWC Merchandise Megastore to check out some of the hottest merch and jerseys from all your favorite teams.
Yeah, instantly one caught my eye here. Weezy, I gotta admit that this looks pretty slick. And I think it looks good on you. It looks good on me as well. I think it's a good size, a good fit for you. What do you guys think?
Definitely agree. Liquid Echo, support your teams. Definitely let us know which way you think it'll go for them in the group stages. But there's some other teams we got to check out. Speaking of teams, there's one that caught my eye right there for you, all the way out from Indonesia, Fnatic.
Oh, you're right. Wait, let's take a look at it, actually. Oh, it's fancy.
See, this one's a little bit more lightweight. It's a jersey, so it is hot out here in Saudi Arabia. It's perfect time to get a jersey.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right.
What are you going to take?
I'll tell you what, you found something for Indonesia, so I need to find something for my region, which is North America. So let's see what's over here. A couple more jerseys on the way. Wait a second. Here we go. Cloud9. I think I'm going to get this one.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah, maybe even better than yours.
I like that size.
I do too. I think it fits.
I think I'm going to pick that up real quick.
Wait a minute.
Thanks,
What's this?
Weezy. Bye, guys.
Pro tip to Steph Weezy, you don't take something from your own region. You can buy that anytime.
That's actually true.
Hey, it's his first time here, right? Of course,
right,
let him have some fun.
I also love the fact that Steph is wearing the C9 colors too.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah, so yeah, I know that he, alongside Trex, he's feeling all of those emotions.
He's feeling under the weather.
I'm sure.
Well, he's casting. He gets to cast this game at least.
True.
I don't know if that's gonna help him feel less under the weather, but
you know what I feel bad about is?
What do you feel bad?
Trex is casting with Mirko, and Mirko is not really there to make him feel better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Mirko is also not in a great shape, you know?
That's true. After yesterday, hey, they're both, casting, and they're both got teams going home.
And we saw the jerseys. It was Fnatic on the end.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And guess what? Malaysia and Philippines here at the panel. 2 teams in the knockouts.
2 teams in the knockouts.
Hey,
Yes,
listen,
sir.
I don't get to celebrate always, so, every once in a while.
Every once in a while, yeah.
But now we got to talk about this game. So XYG has to win this one. Like, make it canon, make it 1-1.
I was gonna say, how do you make this canon?
Get the Freya, get the Moskov.
There you go.
And the Minotaur.
Freya, like, take right side, Freya Moskov.
At this point, just no ban.
I hope so. Or maybe just Chip and Louis, then no ban.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, you ban Chip, I ban Louis, and then no ban.
Everything else is open.
Yep. That's how you do it.
But I do agree. I want to see that Freya. Like, KLVJ, this is where you don't set up for your team.
So
this is where you just go Valkyrie mode and jump in.
Exactly.
The previous game was the first time that I actually looked at the chat. Shout out to the chat, by the way. Chat. There were lots of questions about that Freya, and I understand why. And for all of the viewers out there, for the uninitiated, I know that the Freya is not meta. I know that the Freya is not played in the XP at all, but this is canon. XYG likes to play the Freya on KLVJ. That's just it. There's no other explanation. So don't be surprised if Freya has been banned 3 times already today when going up against XYG.
He needs to pick it up. He needs to show the chat. Why?
Yeah.
He's got to show the chat.
He got to show the chat.
All right. Well, they've been asking, so Wolf answer,
Yeah. For good time's sake, please, Midnight. Don't ban Freya.
Wait, are they actually going no bans? Like, I don't see anything yet.
Yeah.
They're not that crazy, right?
Hey, it's your last match for MSC, man.
You know what? When you say
Why
like
not?
that, like if I were to own a team, I would be like, it's our last match. It's our last match. 5 assassins, why not?
You guys do you know? I think for XYG, though, regardless of if these are going to be bans or not, similar things. Let's just pick what you're comfortable on. We know that even coming into the MSC, they had, I feel like, a limited playing field to go ahead and practice on until they eventually got out here and everything.
Yeah,
so,
very true.
That's probably partly due to the fact that why they've had to fit certain heroes into their playstyle or meta.
Oh, that's literally the explanation why they are picking up the Freya in the XP lane.
Maybe that was part of the Bruno, right?
That's also true. Like maybe the only choices were Bruno, Moskov, you know. So I think we're gonna see some of the picks. We don't know the bans. So Harith.
Was that actually no bans?
There should be bans. I think we are just not seeing it.
But it's okay. Either ways, Harith is the first pick for Cloud9 XYG. Like,
they're gonna go Moskov Edith if Edith is available. If not, they're gonna go Moskov
Edith,
Minotaur, Moskov Arlot, I would say.
Moskov Arlot.
Yeah, that is going to be the case. If not Moskov Edith, Moskov Arlot is the case. Unless, of course, they're both banned, which we don't know yet.
The only thing that I can really like confirm that would be in my head like worth banning is Chip and Loyi. Everything else is like on the table.
Yeah.
Everything else is debatable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice though? Like, don't you guys enjoy? Oh wait, there's some picks. Okay, so we're gonna look once again at the AR here.
Is that Aurora?
Is that Aurora?
I think that's Aurora.
That looks like
yeah.
There's the Aurora.
Like the Ice Queen.
It looks like an icy queen. So
it does look like a queen of ice.
Yeah.
Teresa is the choice. I mean, it's difficult to kind of guess now because we don't know the bans.
Oh.
Akai enters the scene.
Okay.
And well, we don't know the band, so I don't know what to guess.
Akai is basically just Naruto in Sage mode. Even his ult resembles the Rasengan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think about
I don't know Naruto.
Yeah, I fell off on it, so.
Yeah. But I kind of know Sage mode, yeah.
Oh, you know Sage mode? Then it's good enough.
That's a Toad, right? A Toad
yeah. Toad Sage mode, yeah.
Well, they get a Kagura.
All right.
That's great.
We saw that lack of damage on Kagura yesterday.
Oh, I love. Don't say that. Kagura's like. I love Kagura, man.
No, I do too. She's actually one of the first heroes that I started playing in
really?
MLBB, yeah.
Oh,
I remember,
love their mechanics.
I remember like Terizla into Akai Ultimate, which is like anti-Sergi in a way.
Mm-hmm.
How do we feel about Akai Ultimate and Kagura Ultimate?
Like pushing them away from the Yin Yang overturn?
Like push him even more away? Is that how it is?
That's gonna happen with that kind of attitude.
Yeah.
You need to.
You're right.
So you have.
Yeah. Of course.
That the Akai will pin them down, and it's gonna be a perfect Yin Yang overturn. Like,
of course.
Attitude, man. Attitude. It's all about the mindset.
Yeah.
It's all about the mindset.
You're right. I saw a Fredrin. I believe that was in combination with the Teresa as well as the Aurora.
Okay, I'm gonna talk you guys through this. Do you guys want to know what C9 banned out?
What?
Edith, Angela, and Moskov. And
okay.
And they're banning out the Roger as well. For XYG, they banned out the Chip, Barats, and Valentina.
So that's the reason why
there's no Edith, there's no Moskov.
Lolita as well. The XYG banned out Lolita.
Okay, so it seems. So there's a Roger ban and probably a Louis ban.
Wait, the Roger went through the first 3 picks without getting picked?
I guess so. So that was so we are going to see a different hero for long. Hopefully not the Bruno. Hopefully not the Bruno.
Well, maybe if he decides to. I don't know about that.
Hey, Innocent brought it.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, he mentioned it in the round table too.
Yeah, he did. He was like, I'm not scared of a Ling.
Maybe that's a knockout special.
Special.
I think they're saving it for the knockouts.
Yeah, grand finals.
I don't know. I don't want to go that far ahead, LaFell. I know. This is, by the way, oozing with confidence.
Yeah,
we were talking about oozing with confidence earlier, Wolf. This now LaFell and Gideon are.
Yeah. Oozing with confidence.
Hey, by the way, our good friend Jays too, as well, doing a great job speaking about MLBB on the panel.
Oh yeah.
For EWC.
Oh, that's.
Man, it's.
Oh, it is the Bruno. All right.
Okay.
At this point, all they need is a roamer, so there's no way for the Freya. So I guess.
Unless.
Hey.
Unless.
What, Fredrin Rome?
I was going to say Freya Rome.
Oh.
Something you'd see in your rank games.
So that is Kagura, Akai, and Harith, right?
Kagura, Akai, Harith.
Kagura, Akai,
We're
Harith.
going for Rome. How about a Kaja? Kaja Bruno is not too bad of a combo.
Matilda? How about Matilda?
So Matilda.
Yeah.
And Benedetta.
All right.
Ooh.
I am hoping for a Kaja from XYG, but then we're looking for like a big AoE, like Tigreal perhaps, actually. Tigreal looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, Tigreal for...
Anything that you say honestly looks good.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah.
Yeah, anything that we can look at might look good.
Khalid Rome, sure, you know, like.
Yeah.
But honestly,
Lubukan Baloy, bro.
Lubukan Baloy.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, if it was a Hellcat Rome, that would be intense.
Oh.
That would be. But yeah, there's.
Rafaela.
Rafa Bruno. All right.
Oh,
what a classic.
Hey, this is a classic.
Yeah, we haven't seen this in a while.
Rafa Bruno.
Yep.
Brunoella. Anyways. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your services during the drafting phase.
Yep.
I'm very sorry, Trek, but I'm going to have to pass it over to you that's working with Mirko. Sorry, man, but, you know, it's your turn.
Well, sadly, we had to get rid of Mirko. I had to dispose of him. So here we are, casting.
I thought you disposed of me, man.
Sorry.
What are you calling me now? Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. It's me, Mirko, and Trex. You know, Trex, you can deal with me, right? If Wolf and Nice can deal with that nerd on the panel, you know, you can deal with me, right? Let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen, though, because this match here, it could be a 2-0 sweep for Cloud9, or XYG could finally get their first game in MSC 2024. We're going to jump into the portal that opened up in front of us to the Land of Dawn for the final game for Cloud9 and Xianyu Gaming.
All right, so this means a lot for both of these teams, right? It's your final statement in MSC. It's your final moment to show the world something here. We've seen a lot of almost from XYG so far, and I would actually love to see them push the envelope. They came in once again with a slightly different comp. Is this our first time seeing Rafaela, I'm pretty sure? First show at MSC so far. A little bit more of a, you know, classic support, but some possibilities around it, especially with the utility jungle.
Cold World, Marcuti, this is, I mean, they spoke a little bit about it, right? The anti-synergy that you kind of get with the Kagura and the Akai, but it's all subjective, bro. You know, it's all in your mind. It's all the mental state that you need. If you're a Chad, you can make it work. Marcuti seems like he wants to go for the aggressive route. Getting the minions and recalling, just like that. That's the flair.
Just for the minions.
Just for the minions.
You got to, man. You got every time you get a small win. In the great words of LaFell, you know, it's all mental, man. If you think you can win, even if you've already lost groups.
Winning is relative, he would say. You know, everything could be. But here, this time, it's already a bit different, right? For basic, he went for the bargain hunter. Long is actually doing a good job in lane this time around on the Bruno with the Master Assassin and Fatal. So Long should be able to actually bully Basic out, especially considering, you know, Basic's already very, very low. Up top,
Milo taking a little bit of damage, but Yoan is there as well. Gets the first blood. E1 showing up there. XYG with first blood on the board.
They want to continue, it seems. Cold World.
Ooh, it's a lot of damage on a Cold World. Ain't nothing funny here. Mobazane now trying to make his way up top, but XYG doing a great job of blocking them off, and that's going to give them some gold plating. It's going to give them everything they need. They're going to move down to this turtle, though. Mobazane with Marcuti and Cold World, but it's 4 members of XYG ready to stop them, ready to not even let them enter here, and it's a tough start for Cloud9.
XYG holding out on this. Milo trying to go in. He doesn't have level 4 just yet, and you can see how much damage he is taking on that Benedetta. Zed's still on it. Marcuti looking for an angle. It does seem like for Cloud9, they can't go for it, and XYG will just be able to secure it without any contest whatsoever. And it's going to be tough for them.
And not only that, but Cloud9 wastes a lot of time even like trying to contest it, you know, sitting around the boundaries. They could have gone elsewhere, cleared some jungle, you know, cleared some lanes, maybe try to make a push onto the gold, but they just kind of sit on that distance as XYG does an amazing job at zoning them out of that box.
They really did. Xianyu Gaming utilizing these picks in the mid lane, getting the Prio up against the Kagura, and also getting more mobility with the Rafaela, the holy healing that gets you more movement speed. Milo very aggressively maneuvering forward here, but if we take a look at the XP, even though, you know, the Akai, we kind of thought that it would be very hard for him to go and farm up. Akai, Mobazane is still on top of the XP board. Long finally taking some damage, but this is the combo that they were talking about as well. Right as it was picked up, it's a flashback, a throwback to back in the day with Rafaela and Bruno being a very, very good combination. And this is why you get to dish out so much damage, you get that additional healing, and most importantly later on, mobility in the team fights, back and forth. You can make these fights a bit longer.
And you can dribble the ball, right? You can do the back and forth using the Rafaela. You can kind of do the dance step and get a couple shots off back. Oh, but Basic taking a lot of damage. He won with another one. That's 2-0 right there. Cole Will in the bad spot as well. Mobazane trying to come in, does have a heavy spin ready to go, decides not to use it just yet. Zed unloading. Mark Cutie now also in the fray of things. Frigid Glacier does come down. Cole World takes an abrasive rat to the face. Zed and XYG still dancing around the distance of this tower. They're going to try to make the push in. Mobazane down to about 30% health here. Up against Zed. Basic finally showing back up to things. Melo just locked in the Hunter Strike up top, and XYG, they put so much pressure on the mid and to the bottom, he's able to get all the gold plating off that top tier 3.
He does, right? But again, I feel like for Low, he did the same thing, and it's going to be way more worth it for him on a snowballing pick like the Bruno. And they're already setting up for the next neutral objective this time round. It's Zed first on there. Yi1 has been phenomenal. And a lot of these skirmishes circling Eagle.
Cole World, oh, gets a knock up on the runaway there, the fadeaway, I would say. Mark Cutie hiding out in the bush. Mobazane gonna be showing up soon. Can they contest this one? It's a 4v4 or a 5v5 at this point. Everybody in the turtle pit. Mark Cutie still playing the distance. Maybe looking for a nice yin-yang overturn, unable to throw anything out just yet. Mielo finally with the Electro final blow into the midst of the fight. Nice purify onto Zed. Mielo able to find the turtle. KLJ taking a lot of damage. Mark Cutie able to find the yin-yang overturn onto Zed there. KLJ does get away. Cloud9 walking away with a member and a turtle.
Good response. Great from Cloud9. Able to just play it out. Force Xianyu Gaming to a spot that they're not comfortable with. Again, for Xianyu Gaming, it's very front-to-back composition. They need to have a very, very coordinated fight to actually make it work. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, it's kind of the same story that we had in game number 1, where they could actually attack from different angles, and that's exactly what they did. Mielo, final blow to start things off. Even though it looked kind of awkward, you know, he was able to get the Petrify without the final blow. It still worked out for them. They made it chaotic enough to a point where Xianyu couldn't go for the proper front to back. They couldn't attack any of the frontliners. They had to be zoned away by Mobazane, and this is why the heavy spin works out. That was what Lufel was talking about. Just look at it in this kind of way, man. Don't be pessimistic.
And everyone just has to do their own job and do it right. It's not about, you know, this comp isn't really as much about fighting as a team, right? Everyone, as long as Mark Cutie can get a yin-yang onto somebody, comes one possibly onto Zed. A lot of damage onto Cole World. You know, even with the nerfs, the Appraisal's Wrath still hits hard.
It really does, man. Oh my goodness. It hit so hard, he had to purify out of it.
Most definitely. Mobazane now. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. XYG. Frigid Glacier does come down, does not connect onto anybody, but he's still frozen. Mielo goes down long with a long shot. Able to take him out there. Mobazane now just trying to fight for his own purple, but XYG might not want to let it happen. Mark Cutie with the ending overturn, able to get some nice damage. Zed still gets away safely. Cole World gonna try to chase him down, unable to get the kill and gets killed himself. Yi1 is the one, 3-0 and 1.
Oh, now Pride of Ice used up basic. Try to go for it, unable to do so. But I like for Cloud9 now, penalty zone, kill VJ.
Basic with his Mon's Force, he's trying to run away, kill VJ, but get some nice damage. Mark Cutie there to help out. Flickers back over to the tower into safety.
Up top though, Long.
Ooh, nice eye for an eye. Getting a little bit of damage onto Long there. Able to use the Petrify, force out the Purify. But here comes Zed, pulling up. Appraisal's Wrath comes down. Mielo in a little bit of trouble. Zed wants to force the objective here. Force the moment, looking for Mobazane. Mobazane also taking a little bit of damage. They're down low. They need to get back to the jungle. XYG not letting up on the gas right now. They're gonna try to drop down onto Yi1. Pride of Ice comes out, but it's not enough to save the day. Basic able to get the kill. Cole World goes down as well. It's a 1-for-1, and Basic escaped with his life.
Crazy fights all around the board. So many fights in Cloud9 utilize the chaos to go for the turtle. Mobazane does have the heavy spin, but take a look at the rest of XYG. Gonna go for the contest. Will Mobazane do it?
Zane taking a lot of damage. Penalty zone does come down. Heavy spin just to escape with his life. Turtle goes over to XYG.
Final turtle of the game going to XYG. Basic in the bottom lane, still just trying to look for the farm here, trying to look for a trade. A mirror plays, he looks for the cross map there. But yeah, again, so many chaotic skirmishes going back and forth. Trex, and it does seem like for XYG, they have been able to pick up the advantage with that, right? They got a turret up top earlier, they got the turtle as well. They are able to stay consistent here in this game. But if you take a look at the farm department, it's Zed. 1,000 gold behind now of Mobazane. Mobazane on the Akai has been farming a lot better. And you can even see here for Zed, his priority isn't really on, more defense or more damage. Usually, sometimes you see the Thunder Belt. He went for the Oracle. So he's trying to enable that Rafaela healing to be more prevalent as we get into the mid-game, together with Long, together with the rest of the team. And really, it's all about staying in the front line for Yi1, for Long, to deal some damage. I like what you said in the team fight earlier, right? The long shot, because technically that's exactly what he needs to do. Stay in the back as far as you can and dish out damage. Zed, he's losing a bit of HP, but he can always just sustain back up with the holy healing. It's all about the prolonged team fights for Xianyu Gaming as they wait for the next neutral objective. Cloud9 unable to look for anything on the map, but same goes for Xianyu. They have to just really hold out for now, wait for these objectives to go out, and I guess for Mielo, he can go for the wave clear, he can go for the split push, and that will force XYG to rotate, and they do rotate really quick. So again, it's kind of like a stalemate at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely a good spot. KillJ taking a little bit of damage, force a penalty zone defensively. Cold World also getting taken down. Also getting taken down to about half health. Yi1 though, man. This guy is 4-1-1, and you mentioned gold earlier. The crazy thing is, even though Zane is far ahead of Zed right now, ZU Gaming is leading right now by about 1,000 gold overall. And it just goes to show that a lot of members of ZNU Gaming are kind of stepping up. You mentioned Long earlier, and I think as long as they can play around that, if they can put all the eggs into that baskets, they have all the utilities they need to prolong the fights. Like you said, they have the heal, they have the freezes and the CC coming from Yi1. There's a lot of possibilities in their composition. Cloud9 needs to find a way to work around it if they want to take this game back into their hands. Zed gets a taunt onto Mobazane there. Oh, nice yin-yang overturn onto Long, but not able to do enough. Now Marcuti's forced to run away here. Marcuti still needs a little bit more damage, one more item.
That was great. They bait out the Purify and the Retribution. That stops Xianyu Gaming for really holding out on the Lord, and now Cloud9 get a massive advantage out of it. It's a massive advantage because we really haven't been seeing a lot of these proactive plays, right? For Cloud9 now, the fact that they got a turret up top, that tier 1, enables them to step in the jungle a bit more aggressively, to look for these flanks as well. And for Mielo, he's going to be able to do that now. Look at that, clearing up top wave, shoving it in, and then looking for an angle to rotate over to the turtle to find a flanking position. And just like that, Cold World goes in.
Cold World with the Kaka trying to come in. Out comes the penalty zone from KillVJ. Not going to be enough. ZNU and hold up on the top side. Long in a little bit of trouble. Mielo able to get the kill along with Marcuti. XYG trying to vert up, and XYG are kind of really stuck in this grouped up composition. And Cloud9, they're able to 3v5 them, they're able to 4v5 them, get these little skirmishes. Maybe no one goes down, but as you mentioned, they're able to get something to the top side, other towers. But XYG finds one of their own. Cold World goes down. Mobazane with a heavy spin, able to bring Zed all the way back to the tower. Price's Wrath comes down, and Mobazane forced to run back. Mielo able to find Zed, though. It's a 2-for-1. Cloud9 does get the Lord, though, so it's a big win for them.
2-for-1. And the Lord, that's incredible value for Cloud9, and that's exactly the problem for XYG. They have a front-to-back composition that does really well in these team fights, but when are they ever going to go for these big team fights? Even here, penalty zone.
Penalty zone onto Mar and Mobazane. KillVJ able to pick up the kill. Mielo now on the run, basic as well. XYG always finding a response, and look at Long going for the long shot once again. Basic back onto the towers. Mielo able to lock down with the eye for eye. Mobazane there gets hit by a freeze. Mielo dashes back and catches a high tail out with Cold World. That's a little hit and run there.
Well played again to Mielo there. We were just saying, for XYG, they needed to look for a fight in Cloud9. They utilized Lord in the bottom lane, looked for a fight in the mid lane, did get picked up, but they were able to win out in the prolonged battle. That was something that we said XYG should have an advantage for. Another engagement onto Yi1.
Oh, Mobazane just hanging out under the tower. Fearless. I mean, when you're at this point, you gotta be fearless, right? Lord still coming. XYG just unable to keep up with the macro right now, unable to get all their lanes down. They're playing a little too tight. Basic with his Mon's Force, getting a couple shots on to KillVJ. Marcuti there, tossing out the umbrella, waiting for the moment to strike, waiting for that big yin-yang overturn. Mielo up on the top side as well, trying to find an angle, and XYG just forced back.
That was just so good for Cloud9. The fact that they were able to make it so confusing for Xianyu Gaming. They keep on going in, making Xianyu Gaming think, all right, we've been going for these fights alone, and it hasn't been working out. We need to be clumped up together. So whenever Cold World goes in, they're all grouped up. They completely forget that there are big waves crashing down on their base turrets. And yeah, you do have the holy defense, but brother, those are a few big waves coming down in your base. They got a base turret with that. That's incredible value. Sky Piercer now done for the GOAT himself, Milo. And in the mid lane too, we got Genius Wand, Divine Glaive, and the Glowing Wand. And even Mr. Zane's having a little bit of fun there. That's why he was able to farm up so fast. It's the cursed helmet here. With the Molten Essence, I believe he just picked it up early to out-farm Zed. And you can see the effects of that. 2 levels ahead of Zed. Yi-1. If you thought, you know, for the Aurora, she's icy enough, no. She's got the winner to crown, fool. On top of the Pride of Ice, on top of the Frigid Glacier. I know it's hot in Riyadh, but is it that hot?
She's cold. Cold-hearted, cold-blooded. Winter crown, fool. I can't get over that. I can't get over that. Now, all right. Kill VJ. He's been always with this team to where we've been seeing Mielo kind of dodge up to the top side, dodge down to the bottom side. And we noticed it a bit last game too. Kill VJ really likes to kind of guide the team. And I'm wondering, you know, that has been almost one of the downfalls here. Kill VJ needs to be the one to kind of watch these off lanes sometimes. And the rest of the team needs to be able to survive and fight without him sometimes. Because the thing is, they can't send Long over because he's the big damage dealer. They need Long to be hanging out behind E1 and behind God Yang, just unloading those shots. And until they're able to do that, Mielo's just going to keep thrashing this top side.
Slowly but surely, again, for XYG, they gotta clump up together whenever they want to go for a neutral objective. For Cloud9, they'll utilize XYG's strength, and they'll utilize it to create a weakness. The weakness is up top, the far lane, always. Now it's E1 who's up top, and Cloud9 get all of the pressure back, all the prio around the Lord. This time enhanced, so they'll have a little bit more of that bargaining power when it comes down to these fights. And again, for Yi1, if he steps out a bit too far, if he tries to go and clear out the wave away or outside of that base, he's going to be caught by Mielo. He's going to have to use the Winter Crown. He's going to use a Flicker at least. And now, for XYG, they try to just go for the fight. But again, these waves are making it as though they can't. Yi1 in the mid lane now has to deal with 2 waves. A slow push up top and a mid lane wave as well. XYG, they got to make a decision.
Basic brings out his Mon's Force. They're trying to delay XYG from even going back. XYG's not going to be able to contest this one, man. I think they need to just back off and start. I really think they need to send KillJ up there, someone else, because they need the CC.
Look at that.
They need the damage from their mid and their gold.
And now for Mielo, it's all about the waiting game. It's something Basic hasn't been able to do, but maybe Mielo is the one that can do it.
The GOAT.
The GOAT.
The GOAT.
XYG, you can see them, again, they're just sending E1, because again, I mean, I get you, right? Kill VJ is the guy who should be the one matching up against Mielo, but again, he's also on a Terizla. The Aurora isn't mobile either, but I guess, you know, she clears the waves a bit faster compared to Kill VJ. Especially here in this game where he's really, you know, the frontliner for the team. So he doesn't really have a lot of damage to actually go for the clear. God Yang picks up Glowing Wand too, and again, Mielo just constantly
still up at the top side,
forcing E1 to rotate over. But even then, Zed is still here. So Mobazane, every time he tries to go for the Lord Dance, this is the new Lord passive taunt in the mid lane.
Big jump on a Mark Cutie. Mark Cutie not going to be able to survive that one. Mon's Force does go down. Cloud9 able to rush the Lord, though. So it's a trade of Mar for Lord. And Mielo goes straight back up to that top side. Mobazane now getting taunted up. Takes a couple shots from Long. Basic there. Maybe help out. He doesn't have his Amon's Force. He's already used it to rush that Lord. Mobazane able to get the heavy spin. Brings Zed all the way back to base. Cold World just trying to help out. Mobazane goes down Long, able to pick up the kill, but there's a Lord coming down the top side with Mielo waiting on it.
Again for XYG, they win the team fight, they lose on the enhanced Lord, but for XYG, this is great because, unless Mielo...
Mielo gets stunned up, though. The Holy Baptism does lock on. He's able to just get back with the Electro Final Blow, able to just escape. And now there may not be able to be a push from Cloud9.
Cold World?
Hold on, Cold World. Able to just back off, but Cold World gets himself in some sticky situations sometimes.
That's why he brought the Purifying. He can get out of these sticky, chaotic situations. Long up top. Look at this. This is going to be a long battle up top, you know, with the Lord. It's a 1v1. And he has the Athena Shield. He has the Windtalker, too. So he's properly built up. I'm looking at the build, and yeah, honestly, yeah, the Athena Shield definitely a bit more value compared to the Wind of Nature here, but at this point, it really does feel like for Xianyu Gaming, Long might actually sell the top boots to go for a Wind of Nature or for some more damage. That's the trend that we've seen for Long, right? In the later stage of the game, he even goes for BOD, so he's a very aggressive gold laner. Maybe this time he doesn't, because the tenacity on the tough boots does help you a lot, especially when you already have the healing, the mobility there with your team and everybody peeling you away. The CC could be the biggest hurdle that you have to face off. So I completely understand if he doesn't go with the item swap. But still, even though, Xianyu Gaming were able to clear out the Lord, they're able to equalize the gold. Again, it's deja vu to game number 1, literally. But it's still the same thing, too, as game number 1. Cloud9 have the advantage when it comes to utilizing the far lane. Mielo is always there, and you can see him just trying to find an angle. Again, moomton walks up.
Oh, a lot of damage on to Long. Can he get the final shot there? Mielo with the electro final blow. Able to lock on, but too much damage responding. Mielo, immortality pops, and comes Marcuti with the yin-yang overturn, still unable to find a target. moomton able to get the heavy spin onto Long there, but nobody's there to follow up with him. Mielo just trying to escape with his life right now. But look at Basic on the mid side, able to take the inhibitor, and this has been the mind games all game. Just playing the field, the whole map right now against XYG.
They're playing the basics of the game, the fundamentals.
The fundamentals.
And it's Basic who gets the basics down. Get in the mid lane base turret, that's another massive advantage. They were able to get the 3-wave super minion push in game number 1. Now in game number 2, it's not 3, but it's 2. It's close enough, quick maths, just one off real quick. But for Mielo, he's going to be able to just clear out these waves so easily. And again, for XYG, it's the same problem that they've been facing all throughout the game. Who do they send to match up Mielo? I would say at this point, try to kill Mielo before the Lord. Try to go for it, right? You lose the Evolve Lord if C9 are quick enough to do so, but you got to be decisive as well. They actually do shove in the bottom lane, and now they have a lot of pressure. Basic walks up, has done a lot of damage to Zed's in.
moomton gonna get frozen up, brought down, able to just get away. No, Kill VJ finds the kill, and that's no retribution for Cloud9. XYG, this is probably the opportunity to just go for the rush, try to get this Lord as fast as possible. Basic into the backside, catching that Eagle. A little bit of damage, loses the Zaman's Force, wasted, just sitting at the Lord pit, and he's not able to capitalize on anything there. Cloud9 maybe looking for the steal here. Zed able to get their first Lord here. It's going to be huge for XYG. Minions are on the base, but they should be able to free up some space now.
Evolved Lord for XYG. That's a massive structure or objective to take here at the 20th minute of the game. Now you're able to go for the base turrets. And again, the biggest problem for XYG has been the far lanes. If now they get a few base turrets, if they're able to get 3, phenomenal stuff. But if they get the base turret in the far lane, that's going to be good enough, because then they will actually have at least, the bottom lane go head-to-head, 50-50. It won't always be a slow push towards their side. Up top, E1 versus Mielo.
Ooh.
Winner Crown Fu!
And Winner Crown Fu, and he's not able to get that kill. Now he's got to try to get back to base. moomton just taking so much damage in a huge penalty zone from Kill VJ. XYG looking for a possible finish here. A lot of damage on the Cold World. Mielo goes down. XYG just got to lock onto the base. Basic drops down to the Zaman's Force. Base down to about 60%. Down goes Kill VJ. Immortality does pop. Lord finally melted down. moomton able to just defend, and XYG unable to close it. They decide to back off here without E1. They're unable to get the big play happen, but Cloud9 forced on the defense.
They have more waves to play with. It's not over just yet. They can go with the enhanced minions now in the mid lane. And remember, it's only Mar and Basic, one frontliner to play with.
Yeah, and it's 30 seconds on the clock for Mielo, 33 for Cold World. Zed able to get the taunt. The Frigid comes down. Basic does not get thrown, but in comes Kill VJ once again with the big penalty zone. Out comes the Winner Crown from Marcuti. One cannon minion left. XYG still unable to close it out just yet. Cloud9 hanging on for dear life, though.
10 seconds. They got another wave in the mid lane. Mielo is up in 6 seconds. They can go for the base turret first here, and Zed, they're making a decision. They're going to go for it.
moomton dashes up. Zed gets a lock, the taunt. Down comes Zaman's Force. Basic now trying to respond. moomton low. Use the heavy spin just to get away. Another wave coming down the boss side. Cloud9 still trying to defend. Finally, minions come out of their base to relieve some space. Give them a breath. But XYG have taken the game back into their hands.
Ooh.
Whole world getting frozen. This is dangerous for Cloud9. Look at Mielo once again trying to play the angle, trying to get to the backside here.
Okay. Now finally, for both these teams, they're able to reset completely. Mielo unable to really force the issue on XYG. Bottom lane base turret, that's the far lane. That is exactly what XYG need to go for these neutral objective contests. You can see the bit. Oh, massive shield, by the way, from Basic there. Zed still wants to fight here. By the way, again, for them, this is it, right? It already kind of denies the threat of the split push, of the segue play from happening from Cloud9. Milo is going to struggle a whole lot to actually clear those waves. Even if he does build a wave, it's always going to be good for XYG. They're always going to be able to defend that wave. So all they need to do now is take care of the close lane within their reach in the top lane. Yuan's been able to deal with the far lane. He should be able to deal with the top lane push all the time, unless Milo, of course, goes in. Final blow.
Milo once again going in for it. The Winter Crown does come out. And there's still a Pride of Ice there. Can he get the kill? No! Mielo with the immortality, it pops. Cold World trying to come in and save the day, but KLJ already got the kill. Zed now going to be able to possibly hold down this pit. Mark Cutie clearing down the bot side along with Basic. What is Cloud9's plan here? They're completely split up, and ZNU Gaming are ready for any cheeky plays they want to pull.
XYG just need to stay decisive at this point of the game. They have a big advantage with Mielo down. Bottom lane, it's Cold World with Basic. It's an immortality.
They're locking on to E1. A lot of damage. E1 still finally does go down. The Pride of Ice does pop.
Immortality.
Has the immortality. Can they get the finish here? The Frozen, the outplay! E1 is the one once again, and Basic is gonna go down. Kill VJ showing up. That's a 2 for 0, and a Lord falls down to ZNU Gaming. Cloud9 in shambles right now. Mobazane up against 3. 10 seconds on the clock for Mielo. Mobazane just trying to get away safely using the heavy spin, but there's a wave of minions coming soon, and it's nothing but a tank and a support to defend. ZNU Gaming have long. They've taken it the long haul. Mielo back up right now. Minions locked on. KLJ trying to lock on as well. Just get onto the base, but there's 2 minions still standing. Swan's Force does drop. Too much damage onto Mielo. It's looking like they're out of trouble here, possibly. Minions coming out, but there's still a Lord coming soon. ZNU gonna try to close things out.
Calm down, XYG. You have an Evolved Lord to play with. You can still play around with it. 22 seconds on Basic, 26 seconds on Mar. You can wait for the Evolved Lord, but they want to go for
Penalty zone. Cold World sent back to the base to try to heal up. Lord about to close the distance. ZNU Gaming seconds away from a victory. Put one on the board. Cloud9 back off, and ZNU tie the score. 1-1. China has showed up.
XYG gets the first game of MSC 2024 for China here. And they do it in style. Again, able to prolong the game to the later stages, to actually force out some of these big team fights, the front-to-back composition. Yi1 clearing those waves all alone, dealing with the 2v1, outplaying these missed timings as well. Well played to XYG. They have shown up, and it's about time that they have. We're gonna send it over to our hosts, I believe, here on stage to get an interview with XYG. But
No. There's not gonna be an interview this time, Mirko. And that's okay.
It's okay.
These players have had long days. They've had a long group stage. We're going to be sending that back over to our wonderful analysts. It's been a great game between Cloud9 and XYG. Let's see what they have to say.
LaFell.
It's canon. It's 1-1. It's canon now. I don't know what's canon, but it's canon. It's a canon. Let me just say, Yi1 on this Aurora, he's working overtime.
Definitely.
Like, how much they're playing it, it's not enough.
Look at how many times he outplayed the members of Cloud9 this game. And I saw Skypers, I think that was from Milo the GOAT. So many GOATed plays actually from Milo the GOAT. But unfortunately, during when it all mattered, when it was a 1v1 with Yi1.
On an Aurora.
On an Aurora with no flicker.
With no flicker.
Just the Winter Crown, too.
No,
that was enough.
The thing is, the Aurora kind of outplayed the Harif as well.
Yes.
Actually,
not kinda, like literally did.
Literally.
That was interesting. That was with the help of Kill VJ, though, too, right? That penalty zone, I know it was like, whoa, how did the Harith end up there?
Yeah. I am excited to see it through our highlights, but there were so many times where Long was like, okay, I'm gonna hit people. I'm gonna hit heroes and not the turret. But yeah, so much to say about this game, especially because God Yang was God mode 0-0 and 13 on this Rafaela. How about that?
Can I just say, I know that Yi1 will not be the MVP of the game, but trust me, he's the MVP of the game.
I agree.
How many times
he
he cleared the wave?
Yeah.
He 1v1 against everyone.
1v2 even.
1v2 even. And he came out on top.
Yep.
We're not even going to see him here on the the breakdowns here, but I agree with you, man. I feel like that's such a pressured thing to do for any of these mid laners or whoever ends up needing to clear the lanes. Yeah, he's an Aurora. That's a good point, and you have to clear like all 3 lanes.
And to make this even more ridiculous, this was a first picked Aurora.
Teresa Aurora,
Yep.
Like, how crazy was that? Like, how do you even explain that to all the people out there? Well, the simple explanation is it is a counter to Harith. And second is confidence.
Confidence was the mindset.
The mindset.
However, the confidence there. And yes, it's true. He kind of just he has a better attitude, I would say.
He has the better attitude, definitely.
But man, Milo, the GOAT, as well as Basic, they were oozing with confidence in this game.
You want just like, no, I am good.
Yeah.
I can 1v1. He's like, imagine how the conversation is within the team. It's like, okay, the Benedetta is pushing, someone has to stop it. And then he is like,
hey,
I got it.
And then they're like, but you're an Aurora. It's like, with that attitude, you're not going to.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
I got it.
Hey, to be fair, he had the passive, he had an immortality, and he also had a crown.
Yeah, the winner crown, fool.
Yeah, that works.
This is the MSC taglines, win a crown, fool. Shout out to Gideon, man.
Shout out to Gideon, by the way.
Gideon did an amazing job casting, but yeah, that was a game.
That was a game that ended in favor of XYG, which also means that it is a draw between C9.
But I believe C9 would win because I feel like their winning time is faster.
This was a long series, by the way. I think one of the longest ones. Both games were
24 minutes and 25 minutes.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, like, but then again, I don't think that we should judge it by minutes duration. I think we have to make it canon. It was a draw. Nobody loses.
Nobody loses.
Do you want XYG to lose?
But they're going home.
Yeah, but they did not lose.
It's kind of losing.
No. Nice, not with that attitude. Leo,
not with that attitude.
Wolf has the attitude. It's like, you're not losing. Technically, you're not losing. Now let's check out the Sony game MVP of the game. It's E1, right? Has to be E1.
Okay.
But
oh yeah, look at that. Look at that.
It is.
The way that he handled and he utilized his second skill was phenomenal. You will see it once again. Look at this. It's always at the knife's edge. It's always making sure that he hits it with the proper animation and the proper pixels. And you saw that Basic had no choice. Didn't know where to go because Yuan utilized his skill 1 and skill 2 to perfect direction and perfect placement. And even the usage of the ultimate, it's always there to counter whoever wants to drop him.
At this point, I want to play Aurora. That looks a lot of fun.
I was going to say, respect to Yuan because of the fact that he's one of the mid laners right now that brings these exciting picks. Previous game, it was Gord, and now it's the Aurora.
Yep.
This is not like, you remember, there's not that many picks that come up in the mid lane right now, so great here to see from Yuan to bring up some unique heroes.
Lantern eventually picked up. This, don't be fooled, this is not the first item pick up on the Wishing Lantern. This was probably around the
fifth item?
Yeah, fifth item
around
perhaps.
17, 18 minutes.
Exactly. Which made a lot of sense because the skill combo of the Aurora always will go above 800. So every time that he lands it, which he does, apparently he's so good at it. He's dodging spells, he's utilizing the Winter Crown Fu.
Actually, interesting enough for all of you guys, because of the wording of Wishing Lantern, you don't actually have to hit 800 damage. You can do 200, 200, 200.
Right.
At the fourth 200, it will proc, so...
It just has to get to that threshold.
That's right.
As long as you get to 800, it counts. So for all of you guys that want to use Wishing Lantern, that's a quick tip for you.
That's right.
If you do 1600 damage, then you just 2 orbs, 2 lanterns.
Oh, and you mean 6.
Right now we got to look at the result of the STC play prediction.
Whoa.
You're both right.
Majority
is for Cloud9, 58% and 42% for XYG. So it's pretty close. It's pretty close. And shout outs to you guys. You guys are close. You guys are correct. So make sure you guys predict for the next match as well at stcplay.gg, because the next one is going to be our ALJ match of the day. And for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts, because again, after this, it is going to be the knockout stage, so expect more excitement for the next one. Speaking of which, up next, we'll have the 4th match of the day featuring Falcons, AP brand going up against Falcons. Don't go anywhere. MSC 2024, we'll be right back.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024. LaFell here, still joined by Niso as well as Wolf to bring you the ALJ match of the day featuring Falcon's AP brand going up against Falcon Esports. This is the final match of the group stage where Falcons versus Falcon. Who will soar higher? The battle of the two flocks of Falcons.
Well, I would say, you know, since it's plural for Falcons, they have a higher chance of flying higher, right? Because if you only have one Falcon, I mean, you know, physics.
I gotta agree. I
don't think it's physics. At that point, I feel like it's English.
Yeah.
That's true. Some semantics?
Semantics.
Semantics? Yeah, something like that.
Nevertheless, I feel like it's going to be Falcon's AP brand. And I'm not saying this just because I am from the Philippines, but this is because if you're going to be basing on the manner on which Falcons AP brand were able to win over their opponents, and then if you compare it to Falcons, it's definitely a clear gap between the prowess of the two teams. Falcons had to come back from 3 games just to get into this spot. Well, we cannot diminish the fact that they won, but Falcons AP brand have been very, I would say, flawless, despite I think literally just one game that went close with XYG.
XYG, yep.
But apart from that, it was 3 clean games, 3 fast games. Even their draft looks good. It's difficult to play against them. So I think pound for pound, you have to favor Falcon's AP brand here.
It'll be crazy though. Like just imagine. Falcons Esports winning up against Falcons AP brand. Even though Falcons AP brand is a 2-time world champion.
Yep. This is a fight for first, right? Yeah.
This is a fight for first.
And I think getting into the first is also more important, I would say, because
it's very important.
Right now you're waiting for, if you get second place, it's either NIP Flash, Team Liquid Echo,
SRG,
and SRG. Difficult.
I feel like those are normal teams.
And one of them is from the Easy server, apparently.
Yeah, one of them is Easy server, and the Easy server is neighbors to them, NIP Flash. So 2 Easy servers.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe second place is better. Who knows?
Where's the hard servers?
We saw it just earlier, apparently.
Don't bring it up.
But that's LaFell's words, by the way.
Yes. Oh, he used the word difficult.
Here's the thing. I need to run away from this situation. So you know what? I'm just gonna throw to an interview, and I believe it's with Flapteasy. So let's check it out.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Flap. Congratulations, Flap, for making it to the knockouts.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, you know, we already know who's and which teams are going to be making it to the knockouts. Did any of the results surprise you in particular?
Yes, I'm so surprised because 2 Indo teams got knocked out.
Don't remind us. But yes, Indonesia will not be making it to the knockouts. Now, is there any particular team that have made it to the knockouts that you want to seek revenge against, maybe?
I want to seek revenge against Liquid Echo because we got 4-0 in the MPLPH Grand Finals.
Okay. Where do you think you're going to meet them?
I think we're going to meet at finals.
Oh, so PHPH Grand Finals?
Yeah.
Is that what we're expecting?
Yes.
All right. Any message you want to give to Liquid?
My message to Liquid is don't lose in the playoffs so that we can meet.
All right, thank you so much, Flap, for your time and congratulations once again. We're gonna send it back to the studio.
So he wants to meet Liquid Echo because he wants the revenge. Let me just say, I'm glad that he gave the words in English because at one point I was like, okay, do you have any message to Liquid Echo? And I thought he was gonna speak Tagalog and be like, yeah, well, I guess I'll have to ask you guys. But going into the ALJ match of the day, we're gonna be going over to the stage with Marquino as well as the Wood Sandstorm to introduce both teams for the final match in the group stage. Guys, take it over because now it's your turn.
Group D's battle for the top seed is about to commence here at the Amazon Arena.
Two high-flying teams are about to take it to the stage to see who will reign over the skies.
And first up, the representatives from Myanmar. Welcome to the Amazon Arena one more time. It is Falcon Esports.
Some of Falcon Esports members like Royal Milk, BX7, and Benny, well, they've seen the international stage MSC before, but they came up short.
And this time, however, with their knockout stage slot confirmed, the only thing that we have to determine is who will be the first seed and who will be the second seed in this series.
Now facing them is a behemoth of a team who twice dominated the world. Introducing Falcon's AP brand.
Falcon's AP Bren had a dominating performance with a 2-0 over XYG and, of course, over Cloud9. The question remains, who will remain undefeated in this group?
Yes, Falcon's AP brand is trying to remain undefeated, and they're really dominating right now. We're gonna see if they're gonna be top one right in this match coming up.
Exactly, and the question that we ask right now to our lovely analysts, who will soar higher? Is it Falcon or Falcon's AP Bren? I don't know if it's about semantics or if it's about numbers, but you boys have to break it down. I want to see who will soar higher in Group D. Take it away.
Hey, they were listening.
It's probably geometry.
Yeah, you know what? Forget about everything else. It's geometry. But he asked a question, so what do you guys think? Who do you guys think is going to win this one?
Have
we been right at all?
Yeah.
As the experts.
All right, so Falcon AB Bren?
That's right.
Naisu, Falcon AB Bren?
That's right.
And because of that, I'm going to go with Falcon. For you guys, who do you guys think is going to win? Falcon AB Bren or Falcon? Difficult. Head on over to sccplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. For me, I would say definitely Falcon has got this one.
Which one?
Yes.
That's the right way.
Yes. I have the right mindset. You know, just let you guys know. I have the right mindset.
The right attitude.
The right attitude and mindset are very important.
For you guys at home, it's important to have the right attitude in life, you know? If someone says, you can't do it, just fight back. Say, not with that attitude.
You can fly.
Yes, I can. See, I have the right attitude.
Yes. I'd like to see fly.
You know, I'll ask this to our casters. They can answer whenever. Casters, can you fly? You know, that's the question for them when they get back.
When they get back.
Yeah.
You know, at this point, I think both these teams
can fly.
Yeah, literally.
They're Falcons.
Literally and figuratively. Because I don't know, man. I don't know, like the sentiment from the community coming into MSC. What was it for Falcon Esports? I feel like a lot of people just, because they're, you know, we've seen a different iteration of Falcon Esports Falcon Esports in the past, and you know, so I'm not sure how expectations were for this team from Myanmar, but we know that they're just a great region that doesn't have as much, like I said, opportunities to compete as some of the other teams here.
I expected them top 3.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Did you do a prediction?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, because the thing is,
you're awesome.
Me, Wolf, we go way back. Wolf, you were M1. For me, my first was M2. And during that time, It was the Philippines against Myanmar in the grand finals.
That's right. There was a lot of history. There was a time where I was very impressed about Falcon Esports when Zaya was still part of this, and it was like a different. It was a different squad. Justin was still here.
Yep.
Super Ken was still there, and then there's always that good product coming from this region. And back in M4, there was even a lot of surprises from Falcon themselves, right? Then M5, they had an okay performance, I would say. They always get out of groups. That's what I can say about this squad.
At this point, that's the what you call it, like
the standard.
That's the standard.
Hey, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
No, that's what you just said.
No, I mean, I would not say that a team that doesn't make it out of the groups is not good. I'm just saying, Myanmar's region, they always get out of groups.
It depends on your mindset.
He's saying that because the defending champions are out of groups.
No. Nice. It's all about. You know what? No. We're jumping into the pick and bans here. Falcons AB brand, the Terizla and the Ling. Wolf, you said you really like this combo.
Yeah, super duper good. You start with the Terizla, and then all of a sudden you have a Ling flying over your head. The chain stunts will be there. The damage output might not be enough. And of course, even if you try to survive, penalty strike is gonna be a problem for you because it can catch up on you. So I like the answer here coming out from
Falcon.
It's Valentina plus the Edith. Now FCAP, they usually answer this with Farsa, but this time it's going to be the Moskov.
Maybe they just have a different answer, Naisu. Maybe they're like, yeah, ban the Farsa. We have a Gourd.
I don't know if it's going that like as much as I want to be in agreement with you here, Lapel. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
My main thought is because you already have this Ling coming up early, what is the answer to stop this Ling? You know, what is Falcon going to bring to the table to deal with what we saw typically with Kyle TZ on the Hayabusa earlier today?
Yeah.
It's most likely going to be the same tempo set with a Ling locked in. So for Falcon, what do they think they want to put in the jungle here, Wolf?
Maybe not the jungle, actually. Maybe look towards Boxy, which is a player that really likes to go for those catch-type heroes.
The Kaja, the Chose.
Exactly. And the Tiger also looks to be a good pickup. Well, if you're looking for jungler options, maybe you could just settle for a Boxia so that you're just faster. But then it has a bad combo with the Harriet because you need some sort of physical damage. So maybe match it with, like I said, the Hayabusa. Going up against the Moskov, it's decent. Just not the Fanny, I would say.
Haven't seen the Nolan in a good minute.
Yeah, but Nolan sort of loses against the Ling. Yeah. Especially when it comes to farm.
Not a Cho pickup. So Bane is the answer. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, well yeah, Bane CC. It's gonna be.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be good.
Oh yeah, CC's still open.
Yeah, CC's okay versus the Ling. Decent versus the Moskov. Gives you that physical damage that you need in the latter portions of the game. So maybe you can settle for a Fredrin or maybe go back to a Paksha. That could be the answer. And honestly, even when we're really just talking about the Gourd, I think Gourd might be a good pickup for FCAP in the end. So there's the Tigreal that we...
Tigreal in the... Hayabusa. Okay.
He did in the EXP this time. Tigreal makes a lot of sense versus the Ling because there's that invade potential. But at the same time, yeah, sure. Let's see the Gourd.
Few Gourd. It's a great up against the Valentina.
Yeah. The boring option is the Farsa.
Yeah. Which is probably...
Or Aurora.
No, but Farsa might be a Falcon. No, she's a crow.
She's a crow.
She's a crow. But
yeah.
But if you imagine enough with the right mindset,
maybe there's a right skin.
Imagine enough.
Like with the right mindset, Farsa could be a Falcon. Let that be the new skin.
I was gonna say that needs to be a skin for that to happen.
Yeah. Right, a Falcon, a Peacock.
There you go.
Crow.
The Aurora, indeed.
All right, Aurora.
Aurora's kind of a Falcon. Okay, you know what?
That I can't imagine.
You know what? Okay, you know what? Like, only my imagination can go so far. Thank you very much to our analysts. I'm gonna test the creativity of our casters, but before I test the creativity, I'm just gonna ask, how far can you fly? Fasters, it's your turn. Fasters? Casters.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's the Fasters here on the Fast Desk. No, Casters on the Cast Desk, my bad. You know, I'm here with
mistakes.
Easy mistake, absolutely. Not the easy server, but hey, you know, we'll answer some of those questions. Firstly, though, we'll make their imagination a reality. Technically, the Aurora can be a Falcon's AP Bren if they get the World Championship and they make her that skin.
And not only that, to answer LaFell's question, the reason why we're not on camera is because we are flying right now. It's Mirko and Trex, baby.
We'll show them right now. We're going to be flying into game number 1 of Falcon versus Falcon's AP Bren. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. We'll see who gets the first game because momentum is very, very necessary. And remember, this could be a tie, and maybe we do have a tiebreaker later? Is that how it works?
If it goes 1-1, yeah. We will have a game number 3 between these two teams. No one's been able to bring Falcon's AP Bren that long. No one's been able to take a game off them so far. Can Falcon Esports be the one to clip the wings?
Maybe. Maybe it takes a Falcon to beat a Falcon. AP Bren, Kid X, early on in the Tigreal, already very aggressive, but again, this is what we expect from the Cho and the Aurora. So much of that pressure when it comes to the poke and also that mid-prio with the clear speed of this new Cho. An absolute menace early on in the game. But let's take a look at the emblems here. Calteezy goes with a War Cry. It's Royal Milk with the Brave Smite. So they want to go for a little bit more of a longer team fight here together with Benny and PX7. They have a lot of diversified damage to go up against Falcon's AP Bren. And that's already very interesting too. That's a weapon mastery, by the way, for Few on the Aurora. So he's expecting to build up on this damage, wait for the mid game. Once he gets those big items, he's going to hurt a little bit more than the normal Aurora.
You know, I have a question to you, Mirko. Yesterday, we got to see the Ling up against the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa did lose out. Kyrie was using it, but it was the anime battle. Me and Leo were casting some of those games, and I'm just wondering, in your opinion, do we think it's straight micro, or is there a favorable... You know, is there a favorable hero in that predicament?
Is this because I you know?
What? I'm just asking a solid question.
Okay, yeah. Not reminding me of Indonesia's loss? Okay.
No.
But no, yeah, seriously. I do feel like, you know, for the Ling, it's definitely more advantageous to the Ling in the micro perspective as well. Super Marco in the bottom lane. Ooh, getting chunked down, but we'll be able to utilize that damage reduction. Calteezy on the Ling, anyone on the Ling, you can use the Tempest of Blades to escape from the Shadow Kill. So it's... I would say it's still a skill matchup, but again, you have ways to outplay the Hayabusa, a bit more than the Hayabusa has ways to outplay you. And for now, Falcon's AP Bren remain in control in the early game.
Ooh, big kick, Way the Dragon onto PX7. PX7 in a lot of trouble, will get taken out. Flapteezy able to take the first blood. Kid X hasn't hit that level 4 yet, and Falcon's AP Bren will take the first objective.
And it's Flapteezy with first blood on the Terizzler. Just so active around the map, getting the prio. And that's the advantage you have early on when you have a Terizzler. It's almost like you just can't lose the lane. Even if you're 0-1, you find a way to be useful. Sometimes you can be 0-4, but you're still tanky, you still have that instant initiation, and you're just so good, especially on a proactive man like Mr. Flapteezy. And we get to take a look at the items here. Flapteezy already going straight for that War Axe, it seems. Wanted to dish out a little bit more damage, because obviously he just got a kill. You know, you want to utilize that snowball potential, but for the two junglers, it does seem like despite that Ogwen...
Another big Way the Dragon connects onto PX7. PX7 going to go down. Super Marco getting the kill this time. And Falcon's AP Bren already taking a clean lead of over 1,000 gold. And, you know, Falcon, man, they need to try to find something. Dax needs to try to hit a spike. And if everyone else is falling around him, Falcon isn't going to be able to look for these big team fights that they can capitalize on.
Luckily for them, they haven't been falling all around them, right? It's just been in the mid lane. It's been
just PX.
Onto PX7. It's not the best as well. You know, you don't want your mid lane to be dying a lot in the early game, but for Dax, I would say early on when we took a look at the gold, Dax was still able to keep it quite level up against Calteezy, despite the turtle. That was what I was about to say before they went in for PX7 again. But now for Dax, I think it's still okay. You know, just go for the farm, especially considering, you know, you have a strong side in Benny. You might want to utilize that kill pressure in the bottom lane to try to pick Super Marco off, because the fact that Super Marco is already a level ahead of Benny, despite him being on a losing matchup, this is concerning. He has the corrosion scythe in the first 4 minutes. That's Flapteezy as well, hitting the War Axe power spike right for the second turtle, and they're ready for it.
See, and there's the problem, right? Yes, the 2 deaths are on PX, but both offlaners getting those kills are already kind of setting up. And knowing Super Marco, knowing Flapteezy, it's huge if they're able to get involved and output damage this early on. And there goes Ogwen, looking for another Way the Dragon. Gets a little off-put this time. Kid X able to save Royal Milk in that situation. Second turtle is up. Falcon is AP Bren, not trying to force anything. Dax making his way into it.
Great Shunpo earlier to disengage, and you can see Ogwen just really loving this new change. Oh, good onward.
Nice onward. I liked how that looked. We had the G Kondo right into it, gets tossed up. Looked like some acrobats there.
It did. It really looked like, you know, it was was the acrobatic movement Ogwen.
Oh, not again. PX7 having a rough game here. Going to get frozen, tossed up, knocked down, and sent to the Nether Realm. Kyle TZ now getting involved with the Tempest of Blades. That's 2 members down for the side of Falcon Esports.
Oh.
Make it 3 as Royal Milk is taken off the map. And 4. Will it be a full man wipe? The shadow kill does come out, able to pick up Kyle TZ. Can Dax get the outplay here? No, but he finds 1 member in the midst of a full wipe.
Falcon's AP Bren are just too clean with it. I don't know if we will get a replay there. FlapTZ just tanking a few of these turret shots in the mid lane, but even in that kick, the way that they played towards that kick, for the kick, was amazing. Ogwen got the way of the dragon, right? But I don't know if you guys realize, all right, beautiful, STC replay. Take a look at this. We don't get to see it fully, but right as Ogwen gets the way of the dragon, you can see Few, he held down on his Frigid Glacier on the stun. He waited for the full duration of the stun of the way of the dragon before he utilized his ult, and that was just amazing to see because you get the lockdown, you get the damage. It was so perfectly chained together, and this is why I say for the Filipino teams, they are the killers of imagination, because every team they go up against them, they're like, imagine if we get a game off them, imagine if we can even go up against them in the game. No, they shut them down very early, the Dreams, early, very, very.
Dream Crushers.
6 minutes, 2 turtles, and 7 kills.
Falcons AP Bren, the killer of dreams.
Dreams and imagination.
Shutting them down. Just stopping you in your place. They got the stiff arm always out, man. You know, people are running at them, and they just stiff arm you to the ground every time. Doesn't matter the meta. Doesn't matter anything. Falcons AP Brent is holding strong. Falcons Esports, though, need to look for something in this moment of bleakness. We're only 6.5 minutes in. Gold lead is about 4,000 into the favors of AP Brent. Dax looking for the shadow kill, able to lock onto FlapTZ there, but Royal Milk gonna get frozen up, stunned, tossed against the wall, and taking out FlapTZ, putting another kill into his pocket. It's 3-0-1 in a tower as well.
You rotate a bit faster, you look for the advantage that you have with mobility, and then you see the Falcons AP Bren just fly without flying heroes. That wasn't even Super Marco with the Spear of Destruction. He just walked there, but it felt so quick because they're just so in sync, and we get to see it again this time. You can see that, right? It was a good flicker, good,
and then the spear too.
But yeah, the combo together with the spear from the penalty zone to lock on for the Frigid Glacier into the Spear of Misery. Again, perfectly chained together so that Mr. Royal Milk can't really flow, can't really move. And now the 3rd and final turtle of the game is up. FlapTZ.
FlapTZ gonna be able to get away. They're so good at just comboing everything up. Frigid Glacier comes down just in time now. Ogwen able to get the way of Dragon on to Kid X. Kyle TZ comes in with a Tempest of Blades, able to take out Royal Milk. Benny forced to run away. That's a 2-for-0. Falcons AP Bren on the rise.
This is a slaughter. In the first 7 minutes of the game, it's all Falcons AP Bren. It has to be the man advantage that they have, right? Falcons over Falcon. We've you know, kind of assumed how many times they're in the analyst panel, even on stage. What is the Falcons? What is that? Is that like plural? It's just a plural
man,
form? Or is it
that's what happens when it's a Falcon up against Falcons. They're jumping them right now. They brought the whole crew.
Oh man, it's just brutal here, and it's the first item Blood Wings with Genius 1-2 for a few. Despite him going for the weapon mastery and, you know, having so many early kills, he's still going the normal route. He's not really gonna go for anything too crazy. No Holy Crystal first item. That's what I expected personally from Few, but this is why he's been able to win 2 World Championships. He just stays consistent. He doesn't get overconfident. He knows exactly how to utilize this kit, and it's more for utility. You already have the base damage for burst in the early game anyways, so why do you need to stack up on damage when you can just stack up on utility? It's hard enough for these members, for Falcon, especially now, to get him low, to get the Pride of Ice. Now add Blood Wings in, Benny up top.
Benny in a little bit of trouble, drops his Mon's Force, just dodges Spear Destruction. Kid X trying to help out, but in comes Kyle TZ with the Tempest of Blades. The dance around and takes out Benny. Way of Dragon to combo up and give Kyle TZ another kill. In the mid side, Dax taken out by Few as well. Falcons with a multiple airstrike all across the map.
Everywhere on the map, destruction. Falcons AP Bren finding every single fight and winning every single fight. That was a good chain CC from Kid X. He used the implosion. He used the swing back with a shove. There's not much else you could do, and Kyle still found a way to get help and to outplay, and now he has an endless battle at the 9th minute of the game. 13-1. It's a 9,000 gold lead for Falcons AP Bren as they take control of the enemy jungle. Falcon can't even fly in their own jungle. They can't fly. Their wings have been clipped by the Falcons, AP Bren.
Royal Milk starting to curdle right now. He's 0-3-1. He's unable to even onward in, right? He can't even engage because he's immediately shredded down. And you mentioned Few earlier. He's been so good at the peel. Even when Falcon does get a possible play, Few just freezes him up, man. Drops the Glacier. You know, I mean, it's just such a problem. Falcons have no way to really crack the code right now.
You can't blame them, though. You know, for Falcon AP Bren, they're just playing this so well. For Falcon Esports, it's really all about reacting to the plays. They got the Eat It, they got the Take Roll. They want to go for these re-engages, but when Falcon's AP Bren can purify, not even purify, just Super Marco with the purify, if they can just sidestep away from the CC, away from all your re-engage tools, it's a different ball game. And you can see the respect again, Rose Gold Meteor for Super Marco. 1-0-8, 3-item power spike before the 10th minute. He got the 4th item at the 10th minute. That means he finished it up, like what, at the 8th minute on the Moskov. Up against the Herod, this is a losing matchup.
Benny doesn't even have a 3rd item. It's so rough.
They're making their imagination reality, but they're shutting other people's imagination and dreams together now with the First Lord.
Oh, Ogwin with another big kick on a Royal Milk this time. Does take a little bit of damage, right down to about half health. Benny able to find a kill, finally put one on the map. Tempest Blades comes down, Super Marco picks up Benny. Dax looking for the shadow kill, BX7 goes down. Super Marco still looking for more. Dax in a bad spot, pushed against the wall. That's a 3-for-1 trade. Falcon find nothing but Ogwin, and now Falcons AP Bren going to try to move on to the inhibitor as well as Kid X and Royal Milk, EXP and Roamer. Falcons AP Bren going to try to close things out. They have the minions. They have a Super Marco. They've got a Flap TZ, and they've got the game. Falcons Esports fall short.
11 minutes, a wipeout by Falcons AP Bren. A complete massacre as they take control of the game as early as the 1st minute of the game. Winning out in the mid-prio was the nail in the coffin, and we don't get to see that much from any team. Falcons AP Bren, you know, there are levels to this game, but Falcons AP Bren flew past all the levels. I don't even know if we can call it a level for Falcons AP Bren. They are soaring in the skies above all levels, and for Falcon, aim high, fly high, read that tagline, because they're gonna have to make a lot of big adjustments there to be able to even match the early game. And we're gonna throw it over to our panelists to dissect that match.
Thank you very much. You gotta throw it a little bit lower. You almost flew over my head. just saying. That was a bad throw. You know, be careful about it. But this is a wide gap between Falcons and Falcon.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's and I was just like kind of astonished at that last exchange there, because I looked at Wolf and I was like, dude, did you see the reactions from Super Marco on that Moskov when he followed up with the Spear Destruction after just moving all over the map? So I don't know. I think that that's a way to put it. Right now, Falcons AP Bren, they look nearly perfect, if not perfect already.
Yeah, even the draft looks perfect. And here's, can I nerd out a little bit?
You can.
The Cho has been buffed in a way that maybe some people might not notice, but there is already added physical penetration on the passive, on Only Fast. You don't only deal more damage with Only Fast passive, you get it faster, by the way. Then he stacks up. It goes up to what, 14 physical penetration, which is almost like 20% more damage. So the nerd thing is, it's like almost having a Dyroth plus the Ling without having to use a Dyroth.
I would say it's like giving half an item worth of damage, right?
That's a great metaphor.
Yeah, it's half an item worth of damage. Yeah. Yep. So that's insane. Speaking of which, 11 minutes 46 seconds coming in from both teams, and the thing is, I wouldn't say that FCON's draft is bad. So I feel like it's still commendable. It's definitely usable to fight against the draft coming in from Falcons AP Bren. Like, is it fair to say that this is more of a mechanical matchup, because Kyle TZ looks like he's getting unleashed using these assassins, and Ogwin on that show too.
Look at the gold per minute,
912.
Yep.
Super. And he's still not reacting to it. He's like,
yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah. Already at the office. To answer your question, skill difference actually plays into it, and it's more like a comfortability, I would say. Yep. Because if you're looking at the draft, there is the Tigreal, which I did say in the earlier stages of the draft that could be picked versus the Ling. And it does work against the Ling. What you do is to try to invade. Unfortunately, there wasn't any invade that happened because of the preemptive usage of the Aurora, which was the last pick, and then there's the Cho. If you try to go up against this duo and try to invade versus the Ling, or at least stop the Ling from farming, that's not gonna happen because you're gonna receive a lot of damage. Again, only fast passive, and then you have the Jeet Kundo in the early concussive blast. Yeah, you can see that it's difficult for the Tigreal to move, although it makes sense for the Tigreal to go up against the Ling. The other heroes prevent that Tigreal to do what he's supposed to do.
And let's talk about the Aurora as well. Like, a lot of top teams are using the Aurora, and they're getting a lot of success. Like, why is the Aurora looking good now?
I think part of it is she does provide good damage, a lot of burst. But I think part of it is the fact that she has that passive where, for a while, I think even in wildcards, we saw some Nana pop up quite a bit because the passive that she brings in burst damage. Yeah.
The Dana.
That one. But the problem with it is that her damage was just linear, right? It's right in front of you, right? Yeah. Whereas Aurora, you can actually put a lot more threat with poke and then her ultimate. But then you have Immortality, her passive plus Winter's Crown. And that's there's so many fights right now.
I have another nerd answer to that.
Yes.
So Aurora is the anti-meta because the metagame heroes right now are Roger, Harith, as well as Ling. Yep. Ling and Roger are technically assassins, think about it. So what are the mages that can counter the assassins? That's Valentina, in a way Nana because of the passive, and of course Aura because of the passive and the frozen mechanic. Yeah. And then you have Harith. Harith usually can outplay most mages, but Aurora is actually an answer to the Harith because you cannot dash through all of those that damage, and one combo you're just gonna melt because you get frozen constantly. So yeah, Aurora is the anti-meta. I'm just happy that it appeared in the group stages, although it took some time before it appeared. True. But yeah, claiming it now, Aurora is the anti-meta.
I mean, here's the thing. Back in Malaysia, Stormy's been using. But now we got to look at our Sony match MVP of the game. And it's going to be Flap Teasy. Now we got to look at the highlights here. Flap has been phenomenal. Again, just a world champion MVP, you know?
Yep. You know, it's in going back to it, again, referencing the round table, even if he has to still pick these heroes we typically see, the Terizlas, the Yuzhongs, he's still going to play them near perfectly. He's always there either peeling or setting things up for the team. And I think, even to be said, I'm expecting the knockouts that we see probably some surprises from Flap Teasy because we heard it from him as well. They want their revenge, and they have one team in mind. And so everybody else is just, you know, a step further to that goal, that possible rematch that we get to see from the MPL Grand Finals.
Yeah. Ziling Terizla should be answered, honestly. It's crazy to think about. Like, you just initiate with a Terizla, and then all of a sudden there's another Ling. And then you couple up with a Cho, which we saw Cho plus the Terizla already deals a lot of damage because of the physical damage amplification and the penetration that you get from the Cho. And then you also have the Ling. Flap Teasy had a field day today. It kind of felt like a very active Terizla, even when Terizla is typically, typically very slow. But yeah, he played it so well. Very efficient, I would say.
The thing about Flap is that he makes me feel old. Like, I remember the time where he was just a fan, a casual fan, watching in MPL, just like, oh my god, you know, MPL players, they're so cool. And then now he's one. And then he's a world champion. It's like,
can still remember the day when I used to coach a team, or not coach a team, that included Flap Teasy. We both used to play. And I remember back then he was a top student, actually.
Yeah.
It was still, he's technically not a rookie because it's not like pro, but it's like already a team. And then he was still studying. It was he was taking school seriously while grinding it out in the land of Dawn.
Now look where he is.
Now look where he is. Yeah. Now look where I am.
Now look where you are.
Here. He's there, soaring high.
Hey, you're soaring too, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, look at where every one of us is, right? Like,
yeah, he's the building.
Your first international was MSC.
It was. Oh yeah, MSC 2022. You know, I went from being a teacher to now here.
He's actually a teacher.
You know.
Yeah, and you know what? With that, we're talking a lot about Falcon CP brand. So let's actually watch this video that we've prepared for you guys.
Falcon's AP brand, formerly known as AP brand, formerly known as Bren Esports, one of the household names of MLBB Esports and one of the most decorated teams out there for the entire game. Now, I know we had some expectations for them in the grand finals of the MPL Philippines. They didn't meet them, but it makes a great story leading into the group stage here because we can finally see how those adjustments are. And I think you really have to keep an eye this time on, of course, bulletproof Super Marco, man. He's got his nickname because throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs, he barely died. His KDA is something insane that a lot of us have not seen before. And with the way the gold lane's going right now, keep an eye on Super Marco. The rest of the team obviously also just doing an amazing job, and I can't wait to see how they've adjusted to the current patch.
I don't know. I don't know who that was.
Fine gentleman.
Very fine gentleman. Talking about Falcons, AP brand, talking about Super Marco, like, you would think that he's a fan, you know?
Yeah, I was captivated. I didn't even understand what he said.
Why were you
captivated?
By the facts that guy was spitting.
What was the facts that guy was spitting again?
Super Marco, man.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him.
Bulletproof.
Bulletproof Marco.
Yeah.
I don't know. The guy was like Nesu or something, but yeah.
Joseph.
Shout outs to KB, by the way.
Shout outs, but yeah, shout outs to Super Marco.
Yeah.
Super Marco. We definitely have to look out for that guy. Where again, it's like nowadays he's making highlight plays, and for him it's no longer a big deal. Like even if he gets a savage, it's like
nothing's ever a big deal for Super Marco. I wonder what will actually make him cheer. Right?
What was the biggest? What was the biggest celebration? It's like woo.
Yeah, literally, I think it was.
Ooh.
They actually joke about that over in the Philippines.
Yeah.
They always try to get a reaction out of Super Marco.
Yeah. Maybe we should wait if they do get the big chip, the big bag here at MSC 2024. Maybe he's gonna react differently. Who knows?
Maybe not.
Or maybe not even like maybe let's ask the viewers what can make Super Marco smile at this point.
You're talking about reactions and you're talking about happy reactions. What about sad ones? Because we've prepared a special reaction here where this is looking at all the losing teams like actually, it's just Falcon, but still, like, sorry. I see 4 screens. I would just assume, right? Yeah. Looking at, they look fine though. They don't look devastated.
Well, they should be. I mean, they're going to knockouts.
This is like good news.
In a way, this is like, well, at least we get to kind of like limit test a little bit against a team that is also defending world champions.
That's right.
So, however they come out from this, it's a learning experience for them.
Yeah.
That's what I think Homeboys is telling themselves too. After fighting Liquid Echo.
Yeah.
It's like, we're just limit testing. Like, it's okay to lose.
You know the good thing about being grouped with Team Liquid Echo?
What?
They're not going to be facing Team Liquid Echo in the knockouts.
You're right.
Round 1.
You're right. You know what? Count your blessings, man.
Yes,
That's
sir.
True.
But then they can meet Falcon.
Then they can meet Falcon.
Pick your poison, man. Pick your poison.
Hey, it's not over yet. Maybe... Well, Falcons, maybe they get game number 2, and then eventually force a tiebreaker, then get number 3.
I mean, after this, we're gonna have a group draw, so you know.
Find
out. Are you gonna be doing the group draw?
I don't think.
Wolf.
I wish.
Wolf. You've seen MSC. Listen to me. We've been working for a while now. Do you think they would allow me to do the draw?
All the same, I want you to do the group draw with Miracle.
Mirko is listening, and Mirko, let me just tell you, I'm pretty sure the boss won't allow us to draw.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening, boys.
For those who don't know, because of what Mirko and LaFell did, that they didn't do intentionally, they put Indo versus Indo in the first round.
Oh, so if we draw right now, it'd be Malaysia versus Malaysia.
That's my guess.
PH versus PH? You know what? Maybe that's the best way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, now we're jumping into the draft. Falcon AP brand going up against Falcon.
it's going to take some getting used to.
Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. All right, so Angela and Framis getting banned out. Louis as well as Chips getting banned out.
Yep. Should be probably a Roger ban from FCAP. And then Falcon, or FCON, will be forced to ban out Ling or Harith. So that puts them in a very good spot, actually.
Man, how do you, if you're Falcon here, how do you How do you adjust from the previous game? Because let's be honest, that was a massacre. It was, what, 11 minutes?
That's right. I think
how do you stop from that being replicated here with Falcon's AP brand?
Hopefully get a comfortable mid duo. I mean, the tie group plus the Valentina it's okay, but at the same time, it's very conditional.
Can I just say, pick up a draft that you can use Florin.
Like what we saw before, Faramis Florin?
I mean, Falcon's style is prolonged team fight. The draft before, it wasn't really a prolonged team fight.
Okay.
Falcon goes Florin, Faramis.
Faramis bad, but maybe that's a different mage. Aurora may be able to, like...
Oh, I like this.
That's right.
They're denying the combo. But if you're F-Cup, you still pick up the Ling. No legitimate answer afterwards.
First pick Ling?
Yep.
Why not, right? Or maybe Caltese has a plan. It's like, I'm going to use different heroes every single game. So maybe this time he'll pick up the Julian.
I don't care. Going up against... Oh, they pick up Arlott instead. Oh, no, it was the Ling first pick. Then Arlott. Probably a Roger instead of the Harith. I would be more comfortable playing the Roger going up against the Ling instead of the Harith because you're easily manageable.
At this point, I just like Roger in general.
Yeah.
I think most teams do.
Yeah.
Go for the Roger. What'd you say the answer for the Ling was again earlier?
A Tigeru. Yeah.
Tigeru.
Edith.
Edith Arlott?
Superflex. They are...
Yeah. Both
they're
can go EXP, both can go roll.
Yeah. They're forcing F-Cap to choose between Roger and Harith. In this case, I would rather just pick up Roger if I'm F-Cap. You're going to be A-okay with that. And then pick up Valentina, which is perfect against these two heroes.
Yeah. Actually, we've seen Valentinas before even just take and either a Primal Wrath or mostly the Final Slash. But there's the Roger. There's the Valentina.
Yep. On the dot. We got him.
Got him. Now the answer from FCon here, mid lane.
I don't know about the Hive.
Maybe they pick up the Aurora.
Yeah, I feel like the Aurora is good.
They pick up Moskov. Understandably so. Good combos with the Arlott and the Edith.
I always forgot about the Moskov.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he's picked up probably like 80% of the time.
So this probably is the first time where Harith will not be picked or banned by any of these teams, right?
Yeah.
I love it. We are transforming. Last day and last series of the group stages, we have seen a different approach to the metagame. F-Cup, though, worth it to ban the Aurora.
Yep.
We did say that it could be picked up. Now it's banned. So FCon, going to be looking towards banning out maybe Lolita, actually. That's so that they can still pick up the Novaria afterwards. Oh, they banned Ruby instead. Okay. Understandable.
Ruby's been a menace, too, so far, you know, in the current meta. I feel like a big part of that, again, is just playing into the fact that so many assassins are being picked up once again, and the Roger especially. But, you know, this time around, FCon doesn't want to pick up the Ruby themselves.
Two mages comes to mind for FCon. That's Nana and Farsa. Farsa is decent versus the Valentina. And they pick up the Kagura instead.
Teams are really trying to push this Kagura.
Yeah.
I was almost even going to say Xavier. Even though Xavier is not exactly that great going up against Ling, but, you know, go big or go home. Well, they're not going home, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're not just yet.
Yeah.
I like the odds of Lolita here for FCAP. And the Cho is still open. That's actually a much better hero. And then you look for another setup hero for Mr. Flap. Maybe a Barrett's, actually, which will be a formidable frontline here for FCAP. Matilda Barrett's actually looks real good for FCAP here.
Actually, yeah, Matilda Barrett's still left open, but the Cho is actually going to be the answer.
Yeah, there's a Cho, as expected.
What's the last pick? What was that last pick?
Yeah, it should be the Barrett's, right?
Oh, that looks like Barrett, yep. I was going to say, it looks like Barrett's leg. All right.
Very
small Barrett's.
Okay, so...
That's true. He doesn't have the stacks yet.
This is immediately goes for the Fanny.
Okay. You know what? Go, if you want to fly.
If you want to fly.
All right.
If you want to fly, then you got to bring out the Fanny. So, you know what? We're going to fly it over to our casters. It's not the greatest throw, but, you know, just take it. Just take it.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad throw, LaFell, but it's
Very
okay.
bad.
We're good at catching. Me and Trex, especially. Actually, no, T-Rexes have very short arms.
You're great at catching.
We are. You know, we caught a stray as well. Mr. Wolf was saying, you know, the good thing about being grouped, and then he continued that with something else, but I don't think there's anything good about getting grouped.
Nothing at all.
We can relate.
We can definitely relate a lot.
Okay, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at who's going to cement themselves as first place here in Group D. Will it be Falcons AP Bren with a 2-0 sweep up against Falcon Esports? Or will Falcon Esports be able to force us to a 1-1 and possibly that brutal tiebreaker? In the mid lane, Kid X already getting bullied down by Ogwen on the Cho. Few on the Valentina again. Oh my god, they don't even want to let him recall.
Bro, Ogwen's been so aggressive on this Cho for the past game, and now, even now, once again, right in their face. I mean, in PX7 this time, on the Kagura, like, yes, you have some mobility, but you're still not that crazy, and it's just a prime target. Dax on the Fanny, though, what are you thinking about it, Mirko?
You know, I really like it, again, for Falcon Esports. Something crazy to fight the Ling with should be the Fanny. I think, you know, this is a very, very good matchup. You can go with a burst, but obviously, if you lose out in the early game and this Ling snowballs, it's still going to be kind of the same issue that you had with the Hayabusa. Still very, very hard to catch him later on with the Tempest of Blades. You have an outplay maneuver in the mid lane. Again, it's just going to be very hard for PX7 to really go for the play. In the bottom lane, though, this is what we expect for Super Marco. He was already in a losing matchup on the Moskov Harith, and he won that lane with the help of Ogwen. Now, with the help of Kaltizi, he's going to be able to utilize that winning matchup even more. The kill threat on Benny, as he also went for Purify, by the way. So, once he gets all in by these assassins, it's going to be tough for him to survive.
Ooh, Dax looks like he's going for something on the top side. Looking for a few. Caught on the tower. Oh, no! First blood. He missed the cable. Not a way you want to start game number 2 against Falcons AP Bren, especially on a Fanny.
Definitely not, man. This hero requires a whole lot of confidence, and that definitely is a big blow to Dax's confidence. Especially here, Ogwen getting the prio in the mid lane, level 4. That's a level advantage as they'll go straight to the turtle, and I don't think Falcon can actually go for it without Dax. He doesn't have purple buff.
Oh, nice Denna's welcome. Locks on, Royal Milk goes down, Dax tries to come in, Kaltiz is still able to take the turtle, and Dax falls as well. It's a 2-for-0, a turtle on top of it. Falcons AP Brent starting this off just like last game, and now Kid X in a bad spot as well. PX7 trying to come in and help out Ogwen. Just looking for the kick, just looking for the knock-up. A final slash comes from Few, but does not connect. Nice eating overturn from PX7. Can PX7 pick up something here? No. Few still gets away, and that's 5-0 at 3 minutes in, Mirko.
Falcons AP Bren continuing the dominance of game number 1. It almost seems like game number 1 didn't end. They just translated all the advantages over to game number 2. Few was so low. That was a great combo from PX7, and even then, they weren't able to catch him. Did you see also a little bit of a crazy thing that happened was Ogwen, he actually soaked in the damage of the Spear of Destruction, because if PX7 did all that with the Spear of Destruction connecting, look at this, Ogwen just body blocked it. I think that was unintentional, but at this point, I don't know what is intentional. It seems every single move was intentional. And then the flicker, obviously, with the Jeet Kune Do. You can see the, the reaction from Master Ogwen. The reaction as well from Falcon Esports. At least, you know, they're laughing at the plays. They're laughing at, like, oh, how unkillable they are. But 5-0. 3 minutes in, it's literally just deja vu, but a bit more, you know, crazy.
I mean, Falcon Esports are laughing because whether they win or lose this, a bird won today. Birds up, baby.
The bird pride is what we should say, right? I mean, Dax on this Fanny, they were saying in the analyst panel that if they wanted to fly, if they wanted to look for a big play, it has to be with the Fanny, but he also does need to hit those cables to actually go for these assassinations. And at this point, it's really hard to go for an assassination onto anyone. Who do you go for? If you go on Super Marco, he has that built-in damage reduction. When he goes on Lycan form, there's a oh my god, Parats. The Ling is kind of uncatchable with the Tempest of Blades, and even if you go on the Valentina, technically Ogwen will be there right next to him. Falcons AP Bren with all the prio in the world, it's going to be a free turtle over to them. Again, Kaltizi doesn't even utilize the retry, and we'll just go to the invade Ogwen.
Ogwen's always there. He's always waiting. He's even got the ghillie suit skin on right now, just blending into the map.
He's tactical with it.
He's tactical with it, as the great Arashi might say.
Ooh.
now in the bot side. Ogwin still there, always watching, always waiting. PX7 and Kid, I mean, it's literally, they're just always getting harassed by this man. Let's take a look at some of these items. Anything major pointed out?
No, I mean, the Berserker's Fury being built very early, I guess, and the Dominance Ice as well for the Barats, understanding that there's going to be a lot of sustain still for the side of Falcon Esports, especially in these fights with the Primal Wrath. And you can see even here...
Oh, no, that is bad for Dax. Dax going to go down. The Tempest of Blades right after a big kick to the face. Now in the mid side, PX7 is going to fall as well. Ogwin able to get the kill. Falcon Esports still unable to put one on the map. Royal Milk just rotating in the mid to try to defend so they don't lose any big objectives there too.
Bottom lane conceal. They're going to go for it.
Ogwin blocking on. Kid X able to dash back, still trying to escape. Going to get terrified though. Gobbled up. Nom, bashed against the wall and taken out. Super Marco gets the kill this time.
Bashed against the wall, stomped. There, as you can see, his corpse. And now in the bottom lane, Benny!
Benny's not okay. Super Marco gonna find one there. They're all over the map once again. Just airdrops, bombs, left, right. Nowhere is safe against the Falcons.
They're all flying, man. They're basically making all these heroes fly. They're all Falcons. They were talking about it in the panel. How are they going to make these heroes Falcons? How are they going to make them fly? Well, they're doing a good job at doing that right now. The mobility is there. Dax is forced to use the Cutthroat on the purple buff to clear it faster, and even that is not enough.
Another big kick. Well, wait, a nice final slash comes in. A little bit of damage. Super Marco trying to get involved. Few able to take out PX7. The Terrify locks down Kid and secures the kill for Kyle Teasy. Royal Milk now just trying to block this tower and save something. They find Ogwin, and that's the first kill for Falcon Esports.
All right, let's read this fan's message. It's just Falcon's AP Brennan. He's here just to support Falcon's AP Brennan. You know, all that effort from Falcon Esports, the way that they were able to handle the engage from Falcon's AP Brennan, they were able to stop that pick from happening. It was all just to get one kill on the roamer, Ogwin.
And they lost so much just for that one kill. I mean, maybe it could have been more. You could look at it that way. Maybe it could have been a full wipe at this point. Who knows? Falcons AP Bren is just dominating. We are about, what is that, 8,000 gold ahead? 7,000 gold ahead for Falcons AP Bren. Another turtle. Bloodwings, as you said. Falcons AP Bren just taking off.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, you know, for the Fanny, if the other 4 members can't be picked off, I guess the Valentina could be the one you go for, but now he has a Bloodwing. So extra defense again with the extra shielding. You get the movement speed once he gets deleted as well. So many ways for Falcon's AP Bren to actually go for the counter engage or just to maneuver out of Falcon Esports' engage. And Benny, he's really looking for that item power spike, but considering how hard he's been bullied in lane by Super Marco, he's 2 levels down. As a gold laner, I would know. You know, I don't go up against Super Marco every day, but sometimes I do go up against some really good gold laners. And if you're down 2 levels as a gold laner, that means you're down by a heck of a lot when it comes down to gold. Now another invade Dax. There's no purple buff for you, not here.
Kid X able to get a nice final slash, but gets hit by the Titan as well. Come with the flicker to the side to bash him against the wall again. A lot of damage on the Royal Milk. Dax is trying to do something. Super Marco able to find PX7. Kid X under the tower along with Royal Milk. Might still go down, but Bulletproof Marco shows up with a shot to the chest. Benny trying to respond. Gets a couple shots onto Few, but takes one to himself. Kyle Teasy on the run. Kid X able to find the kill. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Falcon Esports finally finding one that's even.
Finally, that's great for Falcon Esports. They get some big bounties too with the shutdown, but the big problem is the fact that Dax is still down and the kills went towards Kid X. That's a roamer, right? Yes, he'll be a bit more tanky. He'll be able to soak in some more damage, but with Dax falling so far behind, Super Marco might just be going for it.
Strike and pounce! Take him all the way back, baby! That could have been it.
Oh my God.
Super Marco with the vest on, ready to go.
That's why you call him Super Marco.
He's got superpowers.
Look at the sky. What is it? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Super Marco flying in the sky as a Roger. That's why, man. I can't believe it. I saw Roger fly away the dragon.
Nice way of the dragon. Once again, Royal Milk in a little bit of trouble. Super Marco with another kill on his belt. Put the notches in. Benny trying to make up lost ground in the bot lane, though.
The little mechanical plays, man, made by Falcon's AP Brendo. That's a good macro play from Benny. At least gets something on the board for that enhanced lore. No, just the first lore. You know, the game's been going on so crazily. 14 kills in the first 9 minutes that it feels like we're already in the enhanced lore part of the game. But even in the mid lane skirmish, tier 2, if you remembered, onward,
to the Earthshatter. The Earthshatter was dodged away from by Roger, just with the Lycan form back to the human form. Ogwen again trying to invade.
Ogwen, okay, Yin Yang Overturn comes in, but not able to connect on to anybody major. Royal Milk still defending the mid side. Dax up against Super Marco, but a big kick onto Royal Milk there. The Terrify connects as well. Flap Teasy tries to get the knockback, unable to connect, but the Earthshatter does connect onto Flap. Still nothing major from Falcon Esports. Super Marco just farming away right now. He is everywhere, doing everything all at once.
Bulletproof, Super. What else do we call him, man? Mr. Marco.
Mr. Marco.
This guy has been an absolute miracle of a player. GDS in the 10th minute of the game. The damage dealt also in favor of Mr. Super Marco, man. 29,512, followed then by the Valentina, the Ling, and then we see a Falcon Esports player, and it's the Kagura, who's actually been able to dish out so much damage. Royal Milk dashing back. They still have the Holy Defense, and they'll be able to utilize it to clear out this wave. But it feels like for Falcon Esports, they're stuck in their own base. They can't really even leave it.
All right, so Falcon Esports, what do they do at this point? 8K behind.
Tunnel in, man.
Just tunnel in, boys. Try to get a big play from Royal Milk or a big slash from Kid X. Some sort of answer. Keep letting Dax kind of push these off lanes, go a little bit out. As long as he doesn't get caught by a flying Super Marco, he should be okay.
You know, usually you would say for the Sky Piercer, it's a good item for Snowball, right? But in this case, they are snowballing so hard that they don't even need the Sky Piercer. They don't even need the extra execute. They deal enough damage. That's why you don't see any Sky Piercers when teams are this far ahead. The Sky Piercer becomes useless. You're basically executing in every single attack that you do. And you can see for Dax at least, he's having a little bit of fun here, you know, just flying around in base. And like we said earlier, there's not really much they can do if they step out. So this is all they can do, trying to soak in as much of the minions coming in, and even then it's hard. I think for Falcon Esports, again, this is gonna sound really strange, but it would have been better for them if they lost the base turret, because at least some of the super minions will be shoving back towards them and they'll be able to get farmed. Because the way that they're playing now, Falcon's AP brand, they're freezing all waves. They're really denying Falcon Esports to play MLBB. They ban MLBB away from Falcon.
They ban it. Great way to put it. I like that Dax, you know, he's got to fly somewhere, sitting in the base right now. Super Marco still just getting the farm up. And I think they are going to try to clear this bot lane soon with Lord coming up in the top side. Make sure the long lane is pushing. Falcon Esports, I think they kind of smell it. They know it's possibly coming. And leaves the one minion just to prolong it, just to let it sit for a minute, and then eventually slow push.
That's the BBB. That's a big bad bod. Picked up by Mr. Kyle Teasy on the Ling. And now, I mean, at this point, they're just going to go for it. There's going to be an Enhanced Lord as well for Falcon's AP brand. There is absolutely no chance that Falcon Esports try to contest for it. Oh, Super Marco, that's a win of nature. You get the, you know, you don't get as much the duration as a normal marksman, and he still goes for it. He knows, you know what, it's fine. I just need a second. I just need less than that. Just survive a little bit when I go in. Oh, Gwen gets away.
Get away from this orange bomb.
This would be like, yeah, nah, this is not your territory, brother. This is Master Ogwens. This is FCAP. This is the Falcons, not the Falcon.
Get it right. This is our hood right now. Stepping down on Falcon Esports. This is my turf, fool.
Oh, immortality too. As if you're not unkillable already, Master Ogwen. You decide to make Falcon Esports' day a bit worse, and now they're concealed.
Seal play. Who's he going to go for? Benny, are you okay? Royal Milk as well. Nice Terrify. Decides not to use the kick. He had to wait for it. Just pop back up, so it's going to be coming soon. I can guarantee it. Falcons, AP Bren, Lord finally connects. Inhibitor does drop on the boss side, and they're going to play it nice and slow, wait for the next wave.
No real reason to rush, you know. If you're Falcons AP Bren, you got all the time in the world. That's an 11,000 gold lead. That's a 11 kill lead in the 13th minute of the game. Now entering the 14th, and PX7 has only just built up the glowing wand. Another siege as Kyle Teasy zones them just by standing on the wall.
I'm waiting for that big kick from Ogwen. That big punt to the face. Kid X though in trouble. Tempest of Blades does come down. Flap Teasy first of all to map. Dax able to finally get a kill under his belt. They do lose another inhibitor though. Falcons Esports still hanging on. Looking up for just a moment. One little slip up, one little mess up. Maybe they can try to turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we were talking about the conditions for Falcon Esports, how they're actually going to be able to get farm, and it is with conceding some of these base turrets, giving it away to Ogwen just dashes away.
Ooh, Dax. Ogwen does have the immortality pop, but look at the response from Super Marco. Royal Milk melts, and everyone else is melting as well. Few Kyle Teasy all gonna kill for themselves. Kinect's gonna be the Nux, securing a double kill for Kyle Teasy. Dax, the only man standing, the last Falcon. That's why it's not plural. Just Dax against the Birds. Falcons, AP Bren looking to close things out, and the flying view connects. Falcons, AP Bren secure the win and show who the real big birds are.
Falcons AP Bren with a declaration of war to everybody who have qualified through to the knockout stages. What was that? A perfect performance from a team that already looked scary, from a team that already looked unbeatable.
Just to seal the deal.
Just to seal the deal.
Let them know. We're coming for knockouts.
This time I am really, really speechless for Falcons AP Bren. That performance left, I think, even the comments bamboozled. Gobsmacked. What are the other words for these? Skibbity. Oh, Skibbity coming in.
Skibbity AP Bren.
As you like to say, oil up, because
oil up, baby.
About to get crazy in the knockout stages, ladies and gentlemen. We can see the sportsmanship though from Falcons AP Bren and Falcon Esports. For Falcon Esports, it's completely fine. They still are able to qualify through to the knockout stages. At least they didn't get grouped, right, Trex?
That's true. They didn't get grouped.
Can't say much, but yeah.
I mean, yeah. You know what's worse than getting grouped though?
What?
Getting grouped twice.
Getting grouped twice.
Yeah. Like 2 teams getting grouped. You know,
like
if NA had 2 teams in MSC and they both got grouped, I would feel really bad.
I thought you were talking about back-to-back, just like NA.
Yeah, that's true.
This year. So, a couple different ways. That's why it's relative, right? It's subjective.
It's subjective.
It all comes down to your minds. If you believe, then you can make it happen. And Falcons AP Bren, they believe the Cho could fly. It flew. They believe the Roger could fly.
It flew.
It doesn't make sense, but they did it. You know, they are a team full of imagination and full of execution because they were able to make it work. And now we definitely will get a little bit of imagination as we try to find questions for this team. I mean, at this point, how do you even ask them questions, right? They win every single time.
I mean, you ask them. They already told us they want to go up against Liquid Echo. We know that from Flap TZ.
You know the vision.
Just ask them how easy the group was. Ask them if this server is easy or not. There's a lot of things you could come up with, because right now Falcons AP Bren are sitting at the top of the pedestal in this group, and with groups finally being over, we're going to be going to knockouts soon.
They certainly are, and I think everybody waiting back at home are also very excited for the knockouts. But before we get to the knockouts draw, the knockout stage, we'll have an interview with the wonderful Master Ogwen together with Mara and the Wood Sandstorm.
And that is a wrap on the group stage as we finalized Group D. And we are here with our first seed, Ogwen of Falcons AP Bren. First of all, congratulations on claiming first place of Group D. And now that we know your first seed, you are probably going up against either Fireflux or See You Soon or Homeboys. So tell us, who do you prefer to go up against?
I think I prefer Homeboys and Fireflux.
Why? Why Homeboys or Fireflux?
Because Homeboys, ano kasi, tropa namin yung Homeboys outside the game.
Because they're friends with Homeboys outside the game.
Gusto namin kalaban sila.
That's why you want to face them. You want to defeat your friends.
What? Yeah. That's so mean. I like it though. You know what? You get to play games against your friends, but now defeating them on an international stage like at the MSC, it's got to feel different, of course.
Right before coming to MSC 2024, you're a new dad. And now you've had to travel. It's been about a couple of weeks now since you're here. How is it like being a new father, and how difficult is it to be so far away from home from your newborn?
Sobrang hirap po kasi hindi ko po natutulungan yung asawa ko, tsaka maraming salamat rin sa magulang niya kasi big help siya sa amin, tsaka lalo na dun sa asawa ko kasi siya yung nag-aalaga dun sa bahay.
Para to sa anak mo?
Opo, para to kay Rosen Erickson.
Rosen Erickson, he said it's been very difficult to be far away from his newborn because he's not able to help his wife, but he's doing everything for his newborn.
making it to the knockout stage and hopefully even making it to the semis and quite possibly the finals of this tournament and finally getting that trophy that you guys have been missing from your cabinet. That would be just the cherry on top of it all. And I just want to give you this chance. Is there anything that you want to say to your fans, your family, anyone that's watching at home or even here in the standings in the Amazon Arena?
Sa mga nanonood po ngayon, tsaka dito sa venue, maraming salamat po kasi di namin in-expect na sobrang daming Pinoy dito na manonood. Tsaka maraming salamat sa inyo. Tsaka sa mga nanonood rin sa Pilipinas, subaybayan nyo pa kami ng Team Liquid tsaka ng Falcon Safety Brain. Yun lang, maraming salamat po.
He's thanking all the crowd that came all the way here. He was saying that he didn't expect so much support from the Filipinos. Actually, you know what? Some of them traveled 6 hours just to see you guys back and forth. He's also inviting everyone back home to support their campaign along with Liquid Echo. Congratulations once again, Ogwon, and thank you to everybody that's cheering for Falcon's AP brand. Now we're going to head back to the studio for our panelists to break it down for us. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Louis Sandstorm as well as Mara. And yes, that's our final match of the group stage. And yes, in this game, they tried a fanny, didn't work out, but you know what? It's okay.
Yeah. I think it's okay. You know, they wanted to try something out. Great look from Ogwin, by the way. But, you know, they're going ahead anyway for the knockouts. So that's what I was saying. You know, test the limits, see what you can bring to the table, see how it works out. And I'm sure Falcon Esports will also take a lot from this matchup, from Falcon's AP Bren, and bring it to the knockouts.
I would say this is the same formula as the previous game. You have a tanky EXP laner. In this case, because the Trills was banned, it is going to be the Barretts. Then you have the Cho plus the Ling, which is physical damage amplification. And then the Valentina, which is also an anti-assassin. I was surprised that it didn't completely latch on to
I mean, the damage was there.
But the damage was there, yeah.
I mean, like, with a good mindset,
you could have made it.
Even a doggy can fly.
Yeah. Roger can fly, apparently.
Roger can fly.
Super Marco can fly, apparently.
With the right mindset, anyone can fly.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just the same formula for FCON. They tried to go for this Fanny. Unfortunately, it didn't work. When I was reviewing our draft predictions, I was about to say that it could be in Julian territory, but they decided to go for the Fanny. Maybe because they're more comfortable with the Fanny than it is the Julian. But I feel like Julian's great in this hero composition. You have a lot of damage versus the Ling. You can actually win over the Ling. You have enough for the reserve for the Barretts if you do lock down the Barretts. And then you also have, you don't give an ultimate for the Valentina to copy. So I thought that was great, but clearly FCON weren't prepared for this aggression coming up from FCAP, and FCAP were just really good at team fighting, and then Few was just outplaying everyone.
I mean, we got to talk about limit testing, right? Perhaps they're gauging, maybe they have a different draft, like same concept, different heroes. So yes, again, during the group stage, you're already going through the knockouts. They're going to have a few days to prepare for that one. Yep. So limit testing, maybe Fanny's not the actual hero, but it's like kind of the same. You get what I'm trying to say, Nyson?
Yeah. I think maybe we still possibly see this Fanny pop up in the knockouts. Like, there might be a case where this does come up, because I believe knockouts, correct me if I'm wrong, all best of 5.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So
except the finals, which is best of 7.
So that leaves a lot of room to change the dynamic, because we actually talked about this when we had the wild card before, where it was like, oh man, best of 1s is crazy because you have to go through this. Now you have the best of 2s for the group stages. I'm still surprised that we're done with the group stages. It's been 5 days.
Speaking of crazy, you guys can see the countdown to the knockouts draw. Like, even Mara was asking, like, hey, Ogwe, who do you want to go up against?
Yeah.
And he was like, I want to go up against Homeboys because they're my boys.
How do you feel about that?
They're my homies.
How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about that?
I'm alright. It's alright. Like,
they're friends. It's good.
Like, if you were to lose to anyone, lose to your friends. At least you guys can laugh about it later.
Yeah. Unless your friend is Mirko, which he's gonna mauled about it.
Yeah, if you go to the player lounge, play some soccer,
He takes videos.
He takes videos.
He takes videos
of reactions
when you lose. So it's like you can lose to your friends, but losing to Mirko, he'll have his phone to your face like, how does it feel?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Exactly.
I destroyed you, right? But you know what? Mirko's our friend, but we also have two friends here that we want to invite. So let's invite Eterna as well as Steph Weezy, the reporters.
Where's our friends?
Come on up. Oh, they're looking very good.
Okay. Yep. Watch your step.
Oh.
Yeah.
They can. I think they can fly.
Hey,
what's up? What's up?
I'll give you a high five as well.
First of all, how are you guys? You guys feeling good?
We're good. We've been walking around the boulevard a lot, interviewing a lot of players, coaches as well.
Do you get a lot of jerseys?
I mean, am I allowed to spill yet? No.
Did you pay for it? But yeah, honestly, like Steph Weezy, like looking at all the groups, Group A, B, C, D, any surprises for you so far?
Definitely, I would say the most surprising team is See You Soon. MP the King. I mean, going up against Onyx, that was a pretty interesting matchup. Definitely surprised the world. There's been a lot with the whole new patch and everything changing. Just seeing like the Rogers coming in more effect, the Fannies, the Lings. It's a great time for MLBB.
Why did you react, Eterna? Like what did he say that triggered you?
Nothing. I'm a professional caster. I don't react to these things.
Just mention Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Too soon.
I mean,
wow.
The thing is, I've learned harshly that there's no such thing as too soon when it comes to our industry. Like, the moment it happens, you just gotta
accept it.
For you, Eterna, any surprises for you?
I think he mentioned it already.
It's the same surprise?
Right? It is the same surprise. And one of my largest surprises was, I don't want to say it though.
No, you can.
It's fine. It's
fine.
We have 14 minutes. We have 14 minutes.
We've got time.
So it's a safe space. You have to promise me that it's a safe space first.
It is.
Because Selangor Red Giants being #1 in that seed, and Nip Flash as well, by the way. These are certain regions that haven't necessarily had the best of spotlights up until this point, but now we're seeing a completely different shift in these regions, and I think that's refreshing.
Yeah, honestly, it is very refreshing. And while we're talking about that, let's actually look at our Sony MVP while we're talking about all these surprises, because let's check out the Sony MVP here. We're going to look at the clips, and it's Ogwin.
Super impressive, especially with this one where he was able to block the Spirit Destruction. I don't know if that was intended, but then he nailed the kill onto KidX and then saved Few from the hands of PX7, which eventually led to a disastrous early game for the side of FCON. And then he did not stop. He was very impactful around the map just because it is a Cho, and when you snowball off a Cho, if you're 2-0-6 at minute 6 on a Cho,
massive.
You're gonna be MVP for sure.
I mean, I feel like I think you were the one that said, well, if you're a roamer, you have to know how to use the Cho at this point, because it's a very rare sight as a roamer that you're going to get all these crazy highlight plays, because, again, the Cho is very high mobility and definitely a game changer.
Yeah, it is. I think any roam player is going to have that Cho pick in the hero pool for them. And like Wolf actually got to nerd out earlier, I think that's crucial, with the changes, a little bit of that penetration that comes through, and the concussive blast. It's a lot of aggression that can come out from a roamer early on.
That's right. And Ogwin was just masterful, I guess, with his hero. And I think that everybody from the side of FCAP knew how to play it. It's like you never waste that passive, that only fast passive, because there's always a follow-up, either Terizla or maybe someone near me.
Hello.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Hello. Now we gotta introduce. We have a special guest. It is the coach, Coach Ducky. How are you feeling?
Hello, guys. I am Coach Ducky of AP Brand, of Falcon's AP Brand Rap.
He didn't answer how he was feeling.
Oh, I'm doing great, by the way.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I mean, when you're winning, everything feels great, right?
Yeah, when you're winning, definitely.
I'm just gonna ask simple questions here.
Well, I like the deep side.
So with all the regions now looking very good, do you feel like it's still a high possibility there's going to be a PH Grand Finals?
Yes, that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. So
he's fishing. He's fishing, by the way.
I mean, maybe he'll say maybe Malaysia can make it.
Yeah.
Maybe Cambodia can make it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you want to change your answer? You can.
No, I don't want to.
Okay. All right. So
can I ask him how he feels about SRG? Do you think SRG is a strong team now? Because I think SRG is a very strong team.
They have a very surprising performance in the group stages, really. I was actually impressed by how their mechanics just grew. Like in a short span of time, you know, I think it's pretty much thanks to their coaching staff and their management. Well, it was really amazing to watch them play.
Yes, it is amazing to watch them play. Do you think Malaysia is an easy server?
No, it's not.
All right, thank you very much. While we're talking here, we just got to say the STC play prediction is up. So let's see how you guys voted. And 83% went for Falcons AB brand, 17% went for Falcons. Let's be real, we thought that was going to be the number.
Yep.
Yeah. Not Wheezy, though.
Not Wheezy?
Hold on. Nope.
Backstage, he was like, I'm pretty sure the other Falcon can win it.
You went with Falcon as well. You went singular, not plural.
Yeah.
So
I guess we're a unit. We're together.
Ducky, if you remember correctly, my curse works well. Oh, sure. So you know what? You're welcome. I tried my best. I've already signed contracts, making sure that I can't say good things about the Malaysian team. So that's why I asked it on other people. But speaking of which, we are like 10 minutes away from our knockouts draw. Is there any particular team that you would try to avoid? Like, of course, you guys don't mind going up against anyone, but is there any teams like, okay, you don't want to meet them first?
Well, obviously, we don't want to play against, Echo, Team Liquid Echo, because then we won't have a PH versus PH finals.
But you're both top one, so I think you're safe.
Yeah. So I think we're pretty much safe. But you know what? There's not really a team that we don't want to like play against, because everyone seems to like have that really good idea of how to play the game, and we really want to test our mettle against them.
I will tell you what, though, something I heard you say backstage, you only really prepare for the battle. You don't really prepare for the teams you're going against, but you more like just kind of form a plan for the overall game. And I think that's what makes AP Bren stand out. Any other teams outside of the Philippines that maybe you think is a challenge, maybe like See You Soon?
Maybe See You Soon, definitely. SRG is one. It's up there. They're probably the top dogs here in this tournament. You also have Flash from Singapore. The Singaporeans, pretty good. Yeah.
Everyone's getting better.
By the way, Coach Ducky, have you seen the keys getting crushed?
No, I haven't. I really want to see one.
You want to see? Well, first of all, I would like to say apologize to Steph, because we're gonna watch.
Oh no!
We're gonna watch C9 as well as XYG's keys getting crushed. So I think we already have the footage of it. And,
Join the dark side, you know.
Okay,
so it's like,
About time.
Okay.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, this is XYG's key, so it's brutal still. But Coach Ducky, how do you feel?
You know, the first time I heard that this is a thing, I thought it was, oh man, this is so savage.
Yeah, it is pretty savage.
And when you win, you actually get to like keep three.
Yeah. Keep three.
Yeah.
Oh,
who would your 3 be, Coach Ducky?
Oh, I can't answer that.
Oh, you can't answer that?
Theoretically.
Just a moment of silence.
Shout out to Trex.
Shout out to Trex, Wheezy.
Oh.
Coach Midnight.
Shout out to Mobazine.
It was a great NACT, all right?
The GOAT.
MSC.
Shout out to the GOAT.
It's a different breed.
Man. Cloud9.
The thing is, you don't get to keep it. It's going to go inside the box.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't keep a piece of it?
No.
Nah.
I mean, you can
Is that
ask.
Is that real gold?
I believe.
With the right mindset, it's real gold. It's real gold.
Speaking of gold, we've already asked Coach Ducky if he's gonna take any keys, and he wasn't able to answer. I have a question though. Let's just say theoretically you take home what, $1 million US. Coach will probably get what, 70K USD. That's about 4 million.
We don't know the breakdown.
We don't know the breakdown, but that's kind of the sweet spot. What are you gonna do with 70K US dollars, 70 grand? What are you gonna do with 70 grand?
I haven't really thought about it, but I really want to invest in some businesses in the back home. So
he's a businessman now.
No gold chains.
Yeah, bro. You know what? GD Aiko from Cloud9. I saw his this gold chain, and I was like, I'm gonna buy one of those.
He's flashy.
It is.
The chains and the teeth.
All right.
Yeah, you know what? Coach, like that doesn't mean. But I also want to ask, what would you do with 70,000?
I give it to you, Lafel.
You give it to me?
I'd give it to you.
Is it because there's no more Indo teams here? It's like
he's confused.
Like, why would you give it to me?
We gotta help.
That rich.
Coach,
help each other.
Put the mic straight to your mouth. If you could give 70K, who would you give it to?
To you. Oh, to her.
Oh, to her.
Yeah.
Okay, you give it to her. She gives it to me.
You're happy.
You're good.
And then that's it.
He just keeps it.
That's the end of the chain.
Double give it to the next person.
By the way, Coach Ducky, thank you very much for joining.
Thank
Look
you
at
so
the camera. Is there anything that you want to say to all the fans watching?
Thank you so much for watching MSC and supporting my team, Falcons AP brand. So please continue supporting the remaining teams in MSC. And I hope to see you guys again in the knockout stages.
All right. Thank you very much. That's Coach Ducky, everyone. Again, spectacular run. But we're 6 minutes away from the knockout stage. So now let's actually look at the group standings to really see all of the teams that make it out of the group stage. So now, looking at Group A, NIP Flash, Fireflux, that's your Group A. For Group B, it's Selangor Giants and See You Soon. For Group C, Liquid Echo and Homeboys. Group D, it's Falcons AP Brand and Falcon Esports. So both Falcons made it out of groups. So,
you know,
there's a chance that Homeboys goes against Selangor Giants, huh?
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at it. It's
yeah, there is.
Depends on the draw, LaFell. And you're not doing it.
Steph, do you know how to draw?
Actually, do I know how to draw?
Yeah, do you know how to draw?
I do know how to draw.
Oh, you do know how to draw?
I do.
Oh,
yeah, actually.
Cool. Okay.
Do you know how to draw?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
The last time he drew.
No.
It didn't work out.
Didn't work out.
No.
Why are you saying I don't work out?
No, that's well, he works out.
He does work out.
So does Steph Weezy.
Yeah. Early.
Yeah, all of these people here.
We all work out.
I definitely work out.
Yeah.
You're the singular again.
So that's why you're standing there.
Ah, makes sense.
Ah, right. It's 4v1.
You know, let's talk about the standings of the EWC Club Champion, because Fnatic's out. It's not just for this game. Quite a lot of games that Fnatic is quite out. So now we gotta look at Team Falcons is number 1, Fnatic at number 2, T1. Wait, Fnatic, T1, and Top Esports are number 2. Twisted Minds number 5. Team Liquid number 5. Oh. Twisted Minds, Team Liquid. Okay, you know what? Never mind.
That's a whole lot.
You guys can see it. You guys can see it.
He doesn't lift or do math.
Wow.
Hey, you know what?
You know, I'm just here to get bullied. It's
Team
fine.
Falcons just got a championship yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
They did.
And they already selected 3 trophies to be put on their trophy.
Yep.
Oh.
Ah, fancy.
So
That's what I really enjoy about this, though.
what, the competitiveness?
Yeah, the fact that you
No,
can actually
not
choose
competitiveness.
who to put in your trophy. That's
Yeah.
like a big.
What is
It's a big statement. It's a big. I can't even say it on broadcast.
No, I know Eterna for such a long time. She's not happy when she's happy. She's happy when other people are sad.
Oh.
I mean,
That's not true.
So taking the call.
That's not true.
She says that, but look at her face. Okay, here's the thing. Think about it this way. She's not happy when she wins a game. She's happy when Mirko loses a game.
That's completely not true. This is defamation.
Look at the way that she answers it.
Yeah.
Right?
Untrue.
Steph, do you prefer winning or do you prefer other people losing?
I prefer winning. You?
I've won enough times. I want to see other people lose.
Wow.
Oh my
To
gosh.
see other people win is how the saying goes.
Yes,
Yeah.
No,
yes.
no, he got it right. He got it right.
No, that's right. I want to see other people win. And I want to see you guys grabbing the 2 new skins, Soul Vessel Series skin, Amon, Vessel of Deceit, and Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are slated for a stunning reveal today. Don't miss it out. Make sure you guys grab it quick. As well as Juicin, the new mage hero, has arrived before exclusive pack. Get the hero and her ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week, which has been quite a while. So make sure you guys grab it quick. It's only 51 diamonds if you guys already have the hero. So make sure you guys grab it as quickly as you can, which I'm guessing all of these guys have. And for you guys at home, make sure you guys can the QR code, because we want to know what you guys think. Your opinion matters. Let us know how we can improve, especially going into the knockout stage. I'm excited to go to the knockout stage.
I am too. I can't believe that's what I was saying earlier, man. I can't believe we're already through the groups. I feel like we've flown by.
Yeah.
On Falcon wings, maybe, if you will, or the cavalry, whichever you want to say from the Philippines. But
I would rather fly on a cat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
On a cat?
Wouldn't you guys want to ride a cat?
No.
Not like that, but you know what I mean.
No.
Never.
No.
It's a 4v1 situation here, Lafel. You have to understand that.
Let's talk about in terms of the matchup. What would you guys like to see the most? Steph Weezy?
In terms of matchups, I would say See You Soon and SRG.
Nice one. What about the rest of you guys? Cherna?
I think I'd agree. Only because I'd love to save SRG for last. I want to see how good they are and how much they've developed against a region that, you know, nobody can actually argue is the strongest at the moment, which is the Philippines.
It's like the chicken skin. You usually leave chicken.
You leave it for the last.
You leave the best for last.
Yeah.
And then someone takes it away from you.
I know what you're talking about.
Go ahead. I have so many sad stories, but go ahead.
I'm not going to just specifically say the Philippines because I've been watching them for so long, you know, and I can't wait to watch whoever SRG plays. I'm happy to see because I actually just want to see this team continuously get tested.
For me, there are two dream matchups that I would like to see. Homeboys versus Liquid. It's gonna be electric. It's gonna be a lot of like recalls for sure, and that's gonna be like, it probably will last just 12 minutes, and everybody's just gonna be killing each other, you know. And then next best thing is like Fireflux going up against Falcon Brand. It's gonna be methodical. There's gonna be assassin versus like sustain kind of compositions, which I really like. The drafting battle is gonna be interesting. So I like that a lot. I like those two matchups.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
What about you, Lafel?
Yeah,
I don't think anyone's
we gotta
asked
know
you
your
yet.
answer for this.
You guys want to know me?
Of course.
Well, for me, I'm really waiting to actually throw it over to the stage. As you guys can see, the countdown is, well, being counted down. We're only like 14, 13, almost 10 seconds away from throwing over to the stage to see which teams are going up against who in a knockout stage. With that, thank you very much, guys, but I'm throwing it over to the stage.
We started MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup with 23 hopefuls defending their key to unlock the MSC trophy.
And after 3 days of wildcard and 5 days of groups, the number of hopefuls is now down to just 8 teams.
And now it's time to pick the teams to see who will face each other in the knockout stage.
Exactly.
So how about I go to seed 1, all right? And then you go to seed 2.
Because, you know, here with us in this lovely Amazon arena are the representatives from each of the following remaining teams to witness this knockout stage draw.
Representing the undefeated Giants from Malaysia, from Singapore, the Underworld, Hades of NIP Flash. Representing the undefeated Giants from Malaysia, the mid lane prodigy, Stormy of Selangor Red Giants. Representing the Bees from the Philippines, the M5 World Championship Finals MVP. It's the Cavalry from the Philippines, the youngest goat, Carl from Liquid Echo. And finally, representing the Bees from the Philippines, the M5 World Championship Finals MVP, Flap of Falcon's AP brand.
Those were your first seed teams, and now we move on to the second seed team, starting off with the Bastion of Turkey, the Thorn Queen, Rosa of Fireflux Esports. And moving on, the Sooners of Cambodia, represented by the heartthrob mid laner, Ra of See You Soon. And now, repping the baddest of boys from Malaysia, the last Kage himself, Udil of Homeboys. And now, the redemption-seeking squad of Myanmar, the versatile gold laner, Benny of Falcon Esports. Those are your representatives of all the teams that have made it to the knockout stage.
And now it's time to draw the first seed. Let's see who will get first. Let's pick this one right over here. And it will be Liquid Echo of the Philippines.
Alrighty, and choosing one of the teams from the second seed. I'm feeling good about this one. Let's have a look. It is Falcon Esports. They will be the first team taking on Liquid Echo in our first match of the knockout stage. Boys, take to the center of the stage and face off because you will be taking each other on in the knockout stage. You guys did handshake, right? All right, lovely. Thank you very much, boys. And you may now take your seats.
And now it's time to pick the second team from the first seed. This one right here. And it will be Falcon's AP brand of the Philippines.
And taking on Falcon's AP Bren. Let's see which second seed team will be chosen. It is going to be none other than See You Soon. And that we will, as they will be taking on Falcon's AP Bren.
You may now proceed to the center stage to give each other a handshake. See You Soon took down the behemoth defending MSC champion. Will we see the same thing? And can they take down the two-time world champion?
Love the surprise on his face, by the way.
And now picking the third team from the fourth. Okay, let's see this. The third team for the first seed. Let's pick this one right here. It will be Selangor Red Giants. Selangor Red Giants from Malaysia.
And now taking on Selangor Red Giants. Let's see which second seed team. No, I'm feeling this one. Let's have a look. It is Fire Flux Esports. And they will be taking on the Selangor Red Giants in our third match of the knockout stage for MSC 2024. Boys, take to the center of the stage and shake hands as you will be facing off in our third match of the knockout stage.
And finally, the last team for the first seed. None other than NIP Flash.
Well, I wonder how many options left I have. Let's have a look at the last team from the second seed. Of course, it will be Homeboys.
You may proceed to the center stage to shake each other's hands. It'll be the Dream Team of Singapore going up against the Wild Card team. And there you have it. We have the 8 teams from the knockout stage. We finally got to determine who will face each other in the next phase.
But who will be the ultimate team? Who will make it to the grand finals of this tournament and be crowned the champion of MSC 2024?
It'll be a best of 5 single elimination until we reach the grand finals, which will be a best of 7. You don't want to miss this historic event, so be sure to be here on Wednesday.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Wednesday next week is when the knockout stage of MSC 2024 will begin. So make sure to mark your calendars. My name is Dawood Sandstorm.
And I'm Mara Aquino.
And we shall see you at the Amazon Arena.
I like it.
All right.
But I like it. What you guys think?
Oh,
impressive.
I think that's the perfect one.
It was so close.
No.
It was so close for a Malaysian team.
Not even close.
It was super close. It was down to the last wire, and I could see LaFell dropping sweats on his face. He wasn't looking too pleased. I gotta say.
Odile was reacting every time. He was like clapping every time, and then eventually he shook the hand of the wood. But
no, because we trust. You know, Dawood, Mara, you guys are good. You guys are no LaFell, Mirko. You guys are the best. Like, best friend material.
I can't wait to see the bracket again, because does that mean that eventually Philippines versus...
Yes, that's Philippines. That could be PH versus PH, assuming, of course, they get out of the first round. Of course, that's it.
Yeah, they could lose, but...
And also, MY versus MY, assuming, of course, that they...
Oh, actually, yeah.
You know, I'm excited to see you soon up against Falcons AP Bryn. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, Assassin versus Assassin.
That's right.
Will they still be coachless, by the way, for that matchup? Has it been
two more matches?
Two more matches. Okay.
Actually, let's look at the graphics so that we can actually discuss it a little bit more. Where all the teams are going up against each other. So let's look at the brackets here. And yes, so it's Liquid Echo going up against Falcon Esports, Falcons AP Brand going up against CU Soon, Slangray Giants, Fireflux, NIP Flash, Homeboys. Very, very quick one from all of our panels. Favorites one.
Falcons AP Brand to see you soon.
Falcons AP Brand to see you soon. Eterna.
Honestly, I want to see NIP Flash and Homeboys.
Oh, cool. Building Naisu.
SRG Fireflux.
Good one.
Same. I was so hyped about it. I already reacted to it off cam. But SRG versus Fireflux, it's gonna be a lot of in-game IQ. The drafting is gonna be great, and the playstyle will be different because they play this very differently, I would say. So that will be a nice clash of styles, you know.
So overall, we all like it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So good. PH will go against PH eventually. Malaysia might go against Malaysia eventually. Like, assuming they all win, because you know they could lose, and it's gonna be best of five. Best of five. Best of fives is much different than best of twos.
Ducky doesn't like it.
Ducky doesn't like best of five.
No. There's the possibility of this, right? Because it's not gonna be a Philippine Grand Final.
It's okay. I don't care how he feels.
Well.
Okay. Thanks.
At least he's honest.
At least I'm honest. Let's look at the schedule. All right. Let's look at the schedule that's coming up on Wednesday to see. Oh, it's gonna be.
Oh wow.
Team Liquid BH going up against Falcon, and then Falcon CP Brand going up against CU Soon. And one day we're gonna be watching two Filipino teams duking it out. Not against each other, but both of them will pay.
Well, we'll be seeing two Falcons fight it out.
Oh yeah.
Do you believe you can fly?
Depends on how high you can throw me.
Why is LaFell the one to throw you?
I like it though.
But it's
what about you?
What?
Wait, what do you like? The fact that Wheezy could fly?
No, the fact that LaFell's the one throwing him. Why are we even discussing
You know
this?
what? You're right. You know what? You're right. We're not supposed to discuss this. First of all, thank you very much to Wheezy as well as Turn On. Now we're gonna look at the Kidia play of the day, and let's actually react to this one because this is the final day of group stage.
Right. I wonder what it is. It should it be? Okay.
That gets me every time, by the way.
Whew.
The stage.
Yep, it's great.
Look at the concentration coming in from all of the players' faces. Using the RG phone has been great for them, definitely.
Remember one of my favorites today? I think the U1 outplay probably is one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Probably gonna be on top.
Aurora 1v1 Benedetta.
Oh, yeah.
Aurora wins.
Against Mielo. Yep.
100%. Against the GOAT.
The GOAT.
Then a 1v2 afterwards. Pretty good.
Any amazing plays you remember for today, Turna?
I think there were so many.
Yeah.
I think the best thing that I will remember until the end of my life
is the jerseys.
Is the fact that Fnatic Onyx. I love that abbreviation, Fnatic. Fnatic Onyx and as well as Evil's Glory are not going to be here for the knockouts.
Oh, Steph Weezy, you know it's your turn.
I'd say one of the fanciest plays I seen was the backdoor play over there by Sanford.
Oh.
Yeah, when he got the turret, the base crystal, took it down.
Was he on the Paquito?
He was on the Paquito.
Yeah.
There were so many good stuff that Liquid fans were able to see. Specifically on that day, they saw Liquid Echo just really destroying their opposition. There was that Sanford play. Yeah, if you're a fan of Echo, you were stuffed that day.
I think my favorite is probably just seeing Kyle Teasy play the Hayabusa.
Oh, yeah.
Because, my goodness, after seeing Kyrie not being able to utilize it, previous teams utilize the Hayabusa,
seeing Kyle Teasy do it and get, what, 10-1 or whatever he was crazy.
With that being said, I would like to say thank you very much to Wolf, Naisu, Eterna, as well as Steph Weezy. That's it for the final day of the group stage at 2024 MLBB MSC. Myself, Phil, thank you to everyone here, including our casters, and we'll see you guys in the knockout stage. See you then.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد